Chapter 18 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Zupi. Ivan Karlovich, he resumed, was a soldier insensible alike to pity and to danger. His cold and rigid sternness had first brought him under the notice of his imperial master, who raised him from the humblest rank in the army. He had a strict and almost absurd idea of the implicit obedience which should be rendered by the soldier to his superior, and wild as I was then with passion and grief on finding that I had only saved Basilia from one degrading condition to deliver her over to one still more cruel and terrible, to be the mistress, the plaything of a wretched Russian, I had sufficient tact to see that resistance would only serve to destroy my own hopes of a dreadful vengeance and of achieving her freedom. On the first symptom of disobedience, Karlovich would have brought me before a general court-martial. From this tribunal in Russia, the way to the knout or the grave is short and rapid, especially to a poor Pole or a captive Cherkass warrior. It is related that early in life Ivan Karlovich, the son of Karl, a porter of Moscow, was a soldier in General Auchterlony's battalion of the Imperial Guard, and was one day a sentinel on the private gate of the palace at St. Petersburg, when a sudden inundation of the Neva spread terror among the inmates of the edifice and forced them to retreat to the upper stories. The Empress Alexandrina was surveying the rising waters from a balcony when she perceived Karlovich standing at his post, motionless and mid-leg in the water. In great alarm, she desired him to retire within doors. He presented arms when Her Majesty addressed him, but respectfully declined. The flood increased, trees were swept away, railings and balustrades, vases of flowers, dead cattle, boats and logs of wood were surged and dashed against the palace walls. Again and again the Empress and her ladies called in great agitation to the sentinel, desiring him to abandon a post so perilous, but with admirable coolness he replied that he dared not until properly relieved or withdrawn by an order from the captain of the guard. That officer had by this time clambered to the roof of the guard-house, from whence he sent the corporal, a good swimmer, to bring off this obstinate sentinel, who was now up to his neck in water. For this act of bravado, or insensibility to danger, Karlovich was appointed a captain in the infantry regiment of Tenginsky, and marched with it against the Circassians. In due time he was appointed colonel of the Tenginsky Hussars, for there are two corps, one of horse and the other of foot, so named, and as such I found him when misfortune cast me in his way. He was a man without mercy, and often brought his bravest soldiers to the knout for the most trivial fault, but he never broke into gusts of passion, and though constantly using among the soldiers, the serfs, and prisoners a heavy rattan, every blow of which brought away a stripe of flesh, he always addressed them with a cold and cruel smile, which filled those who knew him with fear and repugnance. Oh, how I loathe his memory, and the recollection of that fiendish leer, which I can picture so distinctly at this moment. But what of Basilia, you would ask me? Fain would I draw a veil over her fate, but a few words will relate it. The insulting advances, the bold declarations of a love the most repugnant to a heart so pure, the caresses and the presents of Karlovich she received with disdain. For 3 days and 3 nights tears were her only protection, entreaties for mercy her only weapon, but at last even they failed her. One night Karlovich, flushed with wine and fury on leaving a banquet given by Prince Merishchikov, assailed her in his own tent, and to escape him the miserable Basilia pierced her throat with a poniard and died at his feet. Her pure, fair, beautiful form was wrapped in a horse rug and buried by the rough hands of Cossack pioneers at the foot of a rock on the left bank of the Kaban. The grave of my love lay but a pistol shot distant from the tent of her destroyer, yet his iron heart never smote him and never reproached him with his cruelty. He smoked, he drank the wine of the Cherkesses, and played at cards and chess, and with his brother officers sang as merrily as ever, and no more regarded the death he had caused and the misery he had wrought than the ashes of his last cigar. Where then was I? Forced to lead my troop against my own people, and watched by a chosen few of my own soldiers. I had been sent towards Azov in pursuit of fugitive Circassians. One whom we had tracked the livelong day, riding over steep mountains, through pathless forests and deep rivers, was taken at nightfall by his horse falling under him. He was brought in, exhausted with fatigue and faint with hunger, covered with blood, with scars, brambles, and heavily fettered. The poor fugitive we had pursued so long and taken at last proved to be my brother Selim, who had failed to reach the camp of our confederated princes, and had wandered long on the Russian side of Mount Shapsuka. I was filled with new dismay. It seemed that I required but this to complete my misery. I rent my beard and threw myself on the ground. I cursed myself and Ivan Karlovich in the same breath, and daringly upbraided the prophet with injustice to a Mussulman so devout as I. Poor Selim heard my words with terror. He raised me from the ground. He kissed me on both cheeks and besought me to be composed, and then we were separated. I had to continue my march towards the shores of the Sea of Azov, while Selim, the miserable Selim, was dragged before Karlovich, who tried him as a deserter, had him degraded, and his sword and commission trodden underfoot, after which he was sentenced to die under the knout, a terror to other Cherkesses, who trifled with the service of their beneficent lord and father, the Emperor. 3 weeks afterwards I heard of his fate, and to nerve my soul for the coming vengeance, I drank in the terrible description of the poor boy's dying scene. I was told by my sergeant how the troops were formed in a hollow square, 10,000 Russian slaves, misnamed as soldiers, with bayonets fixed and colors flying. I was told how a noble prisoner stood amid them, with the kingly air of a true Circassian cavalier, though stripped of every article of attire, save a pair of tattered drawers, how he was bound by the wrists, the neck, and ankles to a large gun-carriage, and how the executioner, a gigantic Kalmuk, stood 6 feet distant to give his infernal weapon a swing more full and heavy. I was told how Selim, for he was the youngest of us, screamed in agony as each successive blow fell on his bare and quivering shoulders, from which the flesh was torn in pieces by every lash of the dreadful whip, how between every stroke this giant Kalmuk dipped its bloody ends in brimstone, and how the victims sank beneath the strokes until at last their sound came dull and dead, for poor Selim had expired with 4 words on his lips. They were, "My brothers, my brothers." I did not shed a tear for him. A fiend seemed to possess me. A devilish joy swelled within me as I lay that night in the bivouac beside the feet of Zupi, rolled in my mantle with my sword and pistols at my side. Woe to thee, whining cur of the Tsar! Woe, I repeated again and again. Tomorrow I will see thee, Karlovich. Tomorrow shall thy soul answer to heaven and to hell for these atrocities, and tomorrow Mustafa's son shall cease to be the serf of this dog emperor, Nicholas Pavlovich. The sunny morrow came, and loud and shrill rang the trumpets which summoned the hussars, and grenadiers of Tenginsky to a general parade. I examined my saddle girths, my bridle, and my arms with scrupulous exactness, for this would be the last parade I was ever to attend. I threw away everything that might serve to encumber my motions or overload my horse, and by my advice Karoli did the same. We were now with that portion of the Russian army which had fallen back from the Circassian mountains to recruit and reform after their defeats by Skamel, and which, after recrossing the Don, was cantoned principally in the Ukraine. The division to which we belonged occupied Poltava, one of the richest and best parts of the adjoining province for pasturing cavalry horses. On the very day after we halted at Poltava, a grand parade was formed before Prince Menshikov, and as I had marched with the baggage guard, I saw Karlovich for the first time since these atrocities had cast a horror on my soul. The prophet alone knows what were my emotions at the sight of him. The voices of Basilia and of Selim were rising from their graves. They were ever in my ears, whispering vengeance, and I rode amid the troops like one in a stupor. The parade was a magnificent one. They were present, the Imperial Guard, under General Auchterleny, a Scotsman, and his 3 sons, all colonels of battalions. These men were the flower of the Russian army, the 6 grenadier battalions of Prince Frederick of Hesse, Philippesthal, the veteran regiment of Moscow, commanded by Prince Frederick of Mecklenburg, the cuirassiers of the Grand Duchess Olga, and the gorgeous hussars of the Princess Maria Pavlovna, sister of the Emperor, whose trappings far eclipsed those of the 2 Tenginsky corps of hussars and infantry. But Karoli and I laughed at the splendor of these idolaters, and scorn grew with hatred in our hearts, for it is of these, and such as these, eaters of hog's flesh and drinkers of brandy, that our prophet spoke when he said, Lo, they are like no other than brute cattle, and they shall perish like the people of Iram, of Thamud, and those who, as the Koran tells us, dwelt in all Ras. The review passed before me like a dream, for my mind was full of other thoughts, and I saw only the mangled and bleeding body of Selim bound to the field piece, and the poor remains of Basilia asleep in that uncouth grave where the Russian pioneers had buried her, when suddenly my name resounded along the glittering ranks. Karlovich summoned me to the front, when all the cavalry were formed in line to deliver a general salute. Something had gone wrong, I know not what, but I had neglected my troop when deploying from close column into line, and Karlovich, usually so grave and impassible, was choking with passion. He called me a dog of a Cherkess, and smote me on the face with his rattan. The blow went straight to my heart. For a moment I felt as if a thunderbolt had struck me, but transported with fury, I uttered the yell-like war cry of Circassia, and buried my sharp sabre, the noble steel of far-away Damascus, in his dastard heart. Again I thrust it to the hilt, as tottering he drooped upon his holsters, dying and gushing of blood, and then I spurned the corpse with my feet as it fell. I slew him on the spot, in the face of 50,000 men. May the curse of mankind fall upon the turf which wraps the dog who begot him. I brandished my sabre and shouted wildly to Karoli, to the hills, away, away, Cherkass, Cherkass. Goring his horse with the spurs, he sprang from the ranks as the roar of 1,000 voices ascended from them on witnessing this act of justice. Together we dashed at a furious pace towards the nearest mountains, and had already placed a deep and rapid torrent between us and the Russians before they had recovered from their astonishment or made proper arrangements for a pursuit. The most accomplished rider in Europe is acknowledged to sit his horse like a clown when contrasted with a Circassian cavalier, and fortunate it was for Karoli and me that we, both men and horses, were bred and reared on the slopes of the Caucasus, as we were hotly and fiercely pursued by relays of mounted men dispatched fresh and lightly accoutred from the innumerable military posts we passed. The wild Chernomorsky Cossacks with their long lances and wiry little horses, the Tenginsky and Palona hussars, and even the heavy helmeted, breastplated, and jack-booted Olga cuirassiers spurred after us, but among the deep rocky gorges, the tangled brakes, the shifting mosses, and the fordless rivers, we soon rid ourselves of the latter, and most of the others, save the Cossacks, who followed us like spirits of evil, unrelenting and unwearying, for many a day and many a night. In desperate hope to reach the Prussian frontier, we had already crossed the Dnieper and traversed the Palatinate of Minsk, where for days we rode over a flat country of which we were ignorant, and where, in despair, we were frequently about to abandon the hope of escape when we found ourselves involved in the mazes of a wild forest and dreary morass that lie on the banks of its rivers. But our native hardihood preserved us, for a cleft in a rock or the branch of a tree with a sword for a pillow is home enough at any time for a Cherkess warrior. However, we now began to experience a serious difficulty in procuring a knowledge of the route to be pursued. We knew little of the language. Our aspect was jaded, wan, and terrible. Our uniform hung about us in rags. Our horses were sinking, and that we were deserters was evident to every observer. And now the people of Lithuania joined in the pursuit, and one evening, just as we were about to cross a river named the Swiss Lots, our Chernomorsky Cossacks came upon us, and their wild shout of joy at the termination of that flight, which to them had been a long and exciting chase, rang in the air above us as they reined up their horses on the rocks that overhung the stream and brandished their spears. We were about to plunge in when one, more bolder, more freshly mounted than his comrades, wounded Caroli by a lance thrust. May demons defile thy beard, and their plagues fall on thee and thine, exclaimed my brother in a gust of fury. But now he had dropped or broken every weapon save his dagger. So with that quickness which is peculiar to the Circassian, he dismounted and rushed upon the Cossack's horse, drove the weapon into its breast, and bearing it back at the same time by the bridle, he hurled the snorting steed over upon its rider, and crushed him to death in an instant. Vaulting again into his own well-worn saddle, he plunged with me into the stream, and gallantly we breasted it, while the carbines of the Chernomorsky Cossacks, the only soldiers in the Russian service who can at all compete with our people, rang on every side as they commenced a simultaneous discharge upon us, and their bullets flattened on the rocks or raised incessant water spouts around us. Suddenly I heard a low cry and a choking gurgle that filled my heart with misery. I looked back. Caroli, struck by a bullet, had sunk from his saddle, and a spurred boot alone was visible, as horse and rider was swept over a cataract and borne away towards the Dnieper. So perished my second brother, forcing Zupi up a bank, where the reeds grew at least 12 feet high. I still rode recklessly on, but brave as they were, not one of the Cossacks dared to cross that foaming torrent in pursuit. Night came down to shroud my flight. There was no moon. I reached a wood, and flung myself down exhausted in mind and body. I was now dead to the fear of discovery, and I cared not for wolves or other wild animals. The presence of Caroli, his companionship, and our brotherly love had alone sustained me thus far. Now he was gone, and I was alone in the world, but there was at least one consolation. He had died the death of a warrior, with one hand on his bridle and the other on his weapon. He had fallen, like his father's son, in battle with the enemies of his country, but he had found a tomb far from his father's grave, and far from the banks of the Kisselbash river. 3 days I lay without food, save a little wild honey, and without repose, in that Lithuanian forest, and careless whether I lived or died. For want, misery, privation, and mental agony had broken my spirit, and destroyed alike every purpose, hope, and reflection. There I prayed to the only prophet of God, and remembered with growing trust that in the blessed Koran he enjoins us to seek aid with perseverance, and I implored him to deliver me, even as the Lord divided the sea of Kolzam with his hand to let his people pass, and thereafter drowned the Egyptian host. And the prophet heard me, for even while I prayed with my bare head in the dust, there chanced to pass that way a poor Tartar who dwelt on the skirts of the forest, and who had come hither to cut wood. He heard me address the prophet, and remembering the faith of his fathers, felt his heart moved within him. So he had compassion upon me, and took me to his hut, which, like all the Tartar dwellings, was little better than a rabbit hole, burrowed on the face of a hill, with a rude veranda in front. Fortunately, it lay in a wild and secluded place, so I dwelt for some days in safety with this good man, who guided me across the plains of Grodno until I passed the Prussian frontier, when I knelt with my face to the east and gave thanks to heaven, thanks that I was safe from Russia, although 800 miles lay between me and the hills of my beloved Circassia. Zupi, my horse, the noble animal which had borne me this incredible distance, was my first care, and to procure new garments in lieu of the tattered uniform of the Tenginsky hussars was the second, and intent only on reaching Britain, which was about to declare war against Russia, I travelled through part of Prussia by railway, a mode of locomotion which I there saw for the first time, and which filled me with wonder and awe. On reaching that kingdom, I thought my troubles were at an end, but there, alas, I found myself accused of a murder, stripped of the little sum I had about me, separated from Zupi, cast into prison, and in danger of being hanged, or what was worse, sent back to the Russian General Todleben, who commanded at Grodno. It happened thus. I travelled towards Danzig in a second-class carriage, in which the only other passenger was a pale and careworn young man, whose profusion of beard, braided coat, and small cap, with its square peak, gave him somewhat the aspect of a student, taciturn and thoughtful, and being full of astonishment at the speed with which we swept over plain and valley, across rivers and under mountains, travelling as it were on the skirts of a whirlwind, I did not address my companion, who, after smoking a large pipe for some time, covered his head with his cloak, and threw himself at full length along the seat, where he lay long, as I thought, asleep. A jolt of the train threw him on the floor, and perceiving that he lay motionless and still, I hastened to lift him, but how great was my emotion to find my hands covered with blood, for this silent fellow passenger was a suicide, who had cut his throat from ear to ear by a knife, which he grasped in his now rigid hand. I endeavoured to lower the windows, but I knew not the way, so I dashed one to pieces and cried aloud to the guards or drivers. I know not which you name them, but I was unheeded, and still this apparently infernal vehicle, in which I was enclosed with the bloody corpse, swept on, screaming, whistling, jarring, clanking, smoking, and whirling over wood and plain, over the roofs of towns, past the weathercocks of churches, and the tops of lofty trees, with a speed and din that would have carried terror and dismay to the hearts of a Circassian host, and would have swept Kurds and Kalmucks to the furthest confines of Asia. At Danzig the train arrived in due time, and the doors were opened by the conductors. I was found with the murdered man. My recent cries were attributed to him, the broken windows to his dying struggle, for my hands were cut and covered with blood. The Prussian gallows threatened me on one hand, and the Russian knout upon the other. I was a poor, unfriended foreigner in a land of spies, suspicion, and police agents, and in my own defence had not one word to urge, for I was ignorant of the language. But fortunately, next day, a letter was found on the person of the deceased, who proved to be a French artist, announcing his intention of destroying himself, and adding that, when he had no longer a sou, it was thus a Frenchman should die. Vive la France, vive le diable. This relieved me, and explained the whole affair, but the Prussian gendarme kept my purse, as they said, to pay all contingencies, and had not the captain of a large French ship taken pity upon me, and brought me and my horse to London, the capital of Europe, I must have begged for bread in the streets of Danzig, and had to sell my beloved Zupi to save the noble animal from starvation. Finding myself in the great city of London, I was likely to be in greater distress than when in the vast forest of Lithuania, for in London the whole population live in an atmosphere of snares, suspicion, and mistrust, every man viewing his neighbour as one who has a design upon him. Again I was starving, for the little sum with which the French captain supplied me was spent upon Zupi, by whose side I always slept at night in an old cart shed. But remembering that by birth and habit I was a soldier, I applied to the officers of the household brigade. Some of these smiled and shook their heads doubtfully, until Sir Henry Slingsby laid before them my commission in the Tenginsky hussars, It was fringed with silver and signed by the Emperor Nicholas Palovitch. Then they had a fellow feeling for me and treated me with a kindness, the memory of which fills my soul with gratitude, for never to the last hour of my life shall I forget it, or omit to pray for the good and brave Inglese. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We reach headquarters. Such was the story of the Circassian captain, and it occupied the greater part of the time during which the San Lucar packet steamed along the southwest coast of Andalusia, passing Cape Plata and entering the Straits of Gibraltar. It rounded the promontory which is crowned by towers and ramparts of Tarifa, after which a run of 17 miles brought us into the harbor of the Great Rock, where the babble of Spaniards, Moors, Italians, French, and Gitanas was ringing in our ears again as we landed with our horses on the quay. Taking our new friend with us, for we could not but have a lively interest in a brother patriot of the valiant Scammell, the Washington of the Caucasus, the Wallace of Circassia, we repaired at once to headquarters and related the success of our visit to Seville, reserving future relations until we went to mess in the evening. We introduced Captain Osman Rioni to Morton, our colonel, who immediately spoke to him of service in the Turkish contingent, urging it upon him the more vehemently as there were then in the harbor 6 transports full of French and British troops en route to Sebastopol. But Osman thanked the good colonel and shook his head, saying, Mohammed was the first prophet of God, and the holy Murad Scammell is the second. Our destiny is written on our foreheads. May it be mine to die in the ranks of war. Every man hath his part in life allotted to him. May it be mine to fight for my country, and fight again I shall. Is not her blood red on the Russian bayonets? I will carry a lance under no flag but the green Sanjak Sharif of Circassia. Would to heaven I saw it now with the 12 stars of the confederated tribes, for then I should see the Abyssinian peaks and the wilds of Dagestan, the warriors in their mail of lynx, and the linden trees that shade those cottage doors from which our women bless us, and we ride to war against the bus. Yes, yes, I will return to Circassia, on her shore alone, to fight with Scammell against the foes of God, and to see once more the snowy rocks of Elbrus, where the Ark of Noah first rested before it lay on Ararat. His story, his peculiar language and bearing, his horse Zupi, and his love for that gallant animal made him quite a 7 days' wonder with ours, and he was the lion of the mess table. Every one who had any pretension to be a connoisseur in horse flesh had visited, criticized, and caressed Zupi, which was a long-bodied, wiry, and to our taste somewhat short-legged nag, with small ears, a noble head, full chest, and flanks compact and close. 100 times and more he has stood still as a stone wall, and allowed me to fire my long Albanian gun between his ears, using his head as a rest. Said Osman, Courage, brave Zupi, courage, ere long thou shalt snuff the air in woody Dagestan, and drink of the foaming croissants. We raised a handsome subscription for him in one night at our mess table, and procured him a passage in a French cavalry transport, so he left us with lips that quivered as he said farewell, and a heart that yearned with gratitude. He said that one day we should hear of him when Scammell and his host marched towards the shores of the Sea of Azov. Whether Osman reached his own wild and warlike country we have yet to learn, for since the day on which the Napoleon III steamed away past the new mole fort, with her deck crowded by Zouaves, and our Circassian among them, waving his red cap in adieu to us, we have heard no more of him, for the tidings of the Caucasian strife that reached Europe are meagre, doubtful, and vague, as those that came from the Holy Land of old. Slingsby and I were complimented in garrison orders for the manner in which we had accomplished our little diplomatic trip to Seville, and were praised for the dangers we had encountered and escaped. Our adventures with those of Osmond Rioni infected the mess with a desire to spin yarns, and the result was that from being the most matter-of-fact fellows in the world, every one of ours had a romantic story to tell. "Now, gentlemen," said the colonel one evening when I had brought my narrative down to the happy epoch of our embarkation on board the steamer at San Lucar de Baromeda, "how much more pleasant and entertaining has all this been to us than the usual absurd chit-chat which reigns supreme at a mess-table, the everlasting quiz about the curl of Ramble's mustachios, the banter about Bob's whiskers or Slingsby's bay mare, and how Shafton craned at the hedge in the steeplechase, the odds on the Derby, the last new singer, the latest ballet importation, with the shape of her ankles, and so forth, the last novel, or polka, or belle, or piece of humbug. Now, is it not so?" Hereupon all those whose constant topics the colonel had just enumerated warmly assented that it was, and that the narrative had proved immensely interesting. "Deuced instructive too," yawned the most stupid fellow at the table. "Might spin 3 volumes out of it, Ramble. Men and manners in Andalusia," said another. "No banter now, gentlemen," said the colonel. "Pass the bottles, Shafton. Mr. Vice President, another allowance of wine. I've a proposal to make. We have been, that is, the most of us, have been in all the quarters of the globe, and have seen life in all its phases and varieties. Therefore I beg to move that each of us who has a story to tell should forthwith tell it for the amusement of the mess, under the penalty of a dozen of wine." "Bravo," said every one. "I beg to second the motion," said Jack Slingsby. "With an amendment," added Shafton, "that the colonel should tell the first story himself, the said amendment to be inserted in the minutes of the mess committee." It was carried unanimously, amid much fun and laughter. Our colonel, who is a fine, frank, and brave-hearted old fellow, had no idea that he was so suddenly to find himself in his own trap. He laughed and reflected a little, as he stroked the wiry grey moustache, which, in compliance with a late general order, he had just begun to cultivate after 40 years of close shaving, and then he smoothed his thin white hair, for he was an old soldier, and, but for the favoritism of the Horse Guards, would have been a general 20 years ago, being one of the few survivors of that army which gave battle to France on the shores of Aboukir, where, as he was wont to say, he had carried the colours of Gordie Moncrief's lambs, the old Perthshire grey breeks. He had also been through the whole Peninsular War, and served in the 5th Hussars, with Sir Colquhoun Grant's brigade under Wellington in Flanders. "I have seen much in my time, gentlemen," said he good-humouredly, as he tossed off a glass of claret, "but have no adventures of my own to relate, at least none that are at all worth your attention. I can, however, tell you the story of another whose scrapes were somewhat remarkable, and were in some respects, as far as Spanish robbers were concerned, like those of Ramble and Jack Slingsby. They were told me by a French officer, a gay fellow, but a regular candle snuffer at 12 paces, whom I met at Paris when the Allies were there. By this you will perceive that the affairs I refer to happened many a year ago." The glasses were filled, the cracking of nuts ceased, the heavy crystal decanters were slid noiselessly over the long smooth mess-table, the well-polished surface of which reflected the red coats around it, and all was hushed as our grave and gentle old colonel began the following narrative, to which I beg leave to devote my next 3 chapters. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Saint Floridan, or The Adventures of the Night. The night was dark, and the lamps of the Rue du Temple had nearly all been extinguished by a high wind. There was no moon visible. It was in the month after the capture of Paris in 1815 that the adventures I am about to relate occurred. The defeat at Waterloo, the rapid advance of the British troops, the capture of Cambrai by Sir Charles Colville, of Peronne by the Brigade of Guards under Major General Maitland, and last of all the seizure and military occupation of the great and glorious city of Paris, the citadel of Napoleon, the heart of France, had exasperated the French and excited their animosity against us. Every citizen greeted us with darkened brows and lowering eyes. No officer of the Allied army could pass through the streets of Paris in perfect safety without being armed, and few went abroad from their billets or cantonments after nightfall unless in small parties of 3 or 4 for mutual protection. On many occasions we were openly insulted and severely maltreated in the more solitary streets or meaner suburbs of the city, while in the taverns and restaurateurs our quarrels were frequent with the old men of the Revolution who had witnessed the decapitation of Louis and the demolition of the Bastille, but still more so with the soldiers of Bonaparte, who were swarming in every part of Paris, in plain clothes or in the rags and remnants of their uniform. Those French officers whom we met at the promenades, on the boulevards, in the Jardin des Plantes, at the theatres or in the salons and billiard rooms, sought quarrels with us quite as frequently as their men. But these, of course, ended in hostile rencontres, and for the first week or 2 a morning seldom passed without a French or British or Prussian officer being borne dead or wounded through a mocking crowd at the barriers from the Bois de Boulogne. In all these wanton quarrels and street assaults, the Republicans eminently distinguished themselves, and often vented their pitiful spleen by spitting at us from the windows, by hissing and railing at us in language that would have disgraced the denizens of the infamous Faubourg Saint-Antoine. But after a time, when it became generally known that their great emperor had surrendered himself to Captain Maitland of the Bellerophon, and submitted to the clemency of Britain, their virulence abated, and their manner became somewhat changed towards us, though their hatred of the Russian troops, sharpened by the bitter memories of the retreat from Moscow, was undying and inextinguishable. It is an old story now, but Lord Wellington had taken every means to ensure the tranquillity of the city and to repress any armed outbreak which must assuredly have ended in its utter destruction, for the Black Eagle of Habsburg soared above Montmartre, and the Union of Britain waved over the splendid garden, the winding walks and leafy groves of the Champs-Élysées. The brass cannon of Blucher were planted at every barrier gate, loaded with grape and canister to rake the streets at a moment's notice, while by night and by day his artillerists, in their blue greatcoats and bearskin caps, remained by their guns with swords drawn and matches lighted. A regiment of Scottish Highlanders occupied the Tuileries. The Prussian advance guard was in position on the road to Orleans, cutting off the remnant of the French army who had survived the 18th of June and still obeying the baton of Davoust were lingering on the banks of the Loire. Every approach to Paris was guarded by our infantry, and a strong division of the Allies were encamped in the wood of Boulogne and along the right bank of the Seine so far as Saint-Ouen. Never was Paris, the glory of France, more completely humbled since Henry of England unfurled his banner on its walls. My regiment, the 5th Hussars, were in the 3rd or Sir Calkins Grant's cavalry brigade. We were quartered at Ligny, a small town on the Marne, about 15 miles from Paris, where we occupied the ancient Benedictine monastery, which had been founded in the 8th century by Saint Fursy, a Scot, as the old curé of the place informed me, and there, with an irreverence for which the public utility, the chances of war, and the orders of the Quartermaster General must plead our excuse, we stabled our horses in the church, and stored our rations of forage in the chapel of Our Lady of Compassion. It was while matters at Paris were in the state I have described that I obtained leave from parade one day, hooked on my pelisse and sabre, and rode from Ligny to visit the city of sunshine and gaiety, bustle and smoke, music and wine, intending to return to my billet, which was in the house of the curé, near the bridge over the Marne. I was in time to see the Russians reviewed by the Emperor Alexander, and passed the day very agreeably, visiting the Champ de Mars, the Tuileries, where the soldiers in the garb of old Gaul were keeping guard, as in the days of the ancient alliance, the site of the Bastille, the Hôtel des Invalides, where many an old soldier of the Empire saluted me with more of sternness than respect in their aspect. The temple where the hapless Louis had been confined in the noble gallery of the Louvre, on the lofty walls of which were many a blank, where the officers of the allied army had torn down and conveyed away the artistic spoils of their several nations, spoils wrested from every city in Europe by the invading armies of Napoleon. I dined at a restaurateur's on a beefsteak à l'anglaise and kickshaws, a bottle of tent dashed with brandy, and walked forth to enjoy a cigar on the boulevard, where several of our bands from the Champs-Élysées and those of the Austrians from Montmartre were playing divinely for the amusement of the thousands crowding those magnificent promenades which, as all the world knows or ought to know, encircle the good city of Paris, and were shaded by many a stately plane and lime tree that was levelled to form the barricades of the last revolution. There were the officers of the Allies, in all uniforms, the scarlet of Britain, the white of Austria, the blue of Prussia, and the green of Russia, with all the varieties of their different branches of service, horse, foot, artillery, and rifles, Kalmucks, Tartars, Scots, Highlanders, and English guardsmen, jostling and mingling among mustachioed students of l'École de Médecine, French priests in their long plain surtouts and white collars, and Parisian dandies in their puckered trousers, short frock coats, and little hats, while the ladies seated on camp stools formed each the centre of a circle in which revolved a little whirl of wit and chat and laughter, and the vendors of cigars, of bonbons, hot coffee, and iced lemonade pushed their way into brisk trade through the crowd together. I had tired of all this, and was thinking of my 15 miles' ride back to Ligny, through a rural district to which I was a stranger, though I had my sabre and pistols, and luckily the latter had been loaded by my groom. 9 o'clock was tolling from the steeples of Paris, the crowds on the boulevards were dispersing, the bands had all played the old Bourbon anthem, Vive Henri IV, and with the troops had repaired to their several cantonments. The trumpets of the Austrians had pealed their last night call from Montmartre, and the English drums from the Champs-Élysées, and the shrill Scottish pipes from the Tuileries had replied to them. The lighted port fires of the Prussian artillery were beginning to gleam at the barriers. The streets were becoming deserted and still. Turning down the Rue du Temple, as I have stated, from the Boulevard Saint-Martin, I endeavoured to make my way to the stables of the hotel where I had left my horse. The darkness had increased very much, and the oil lamps in the thoroughfares were few and far between, and creaked mournfully in concert with many a signboard as they swung to and fro to the full extent of the cords by which they were suspended in the centre of the way. Aware that the streets of Paris were then far from safe after nightfall, and that the knife of the assassin was used as adroitly within sound of the bells of Notre Dame as on the banks of the Ebro, with my furred pelisse buttoned up and my sabre under my arm, I hurried on, anxious to avoid all rencontre with chevaliers d'industrie and other vagrants, who, from time to time, by the occasional light of the swinging lanterns, I could perceive lurking in the shadows or porches and projections of the ancient street. I soon became aware that 2 of these personages were dogging or accompanying me on the opposite side of the way, increasing their pace if I quickened mine, and lingering when I halted or stepped short, anxious to avoid brawls, for on that point the orders of the Duke of Wellington were alike stringent and severe. I continued to walk briskly forward, keeping a sharp eye to my 2 acquaintances, whose dusky figures seemed like shadows gliding along the opposite wall, for the cold and high night wind had extinguished so many of the oil lanterns that some of the streets branching off from the Boulevard du Temple and the Rue Saint-Martin were involved in absolute darkness and gloom. I was somewhat perplexed, after wandering for a considerable distance, to find myself on the margin of the Seine, which jarred against its quays, flowing on like a dark and waveless current in which the twinkling lights of the Quai de Bourbon and the gigantic shadows of the double towers of the church of Notre Dame were reflected. My followers had disappeared, but my uneasiness was no way diminished, being well aware that the clank of my spurs might mark my whereabouts, and I was conscious that the gorgeously laced hussar, pelisse, and jacket of the Fifth were more than enough to excite cupidity. I shrunk back from the Seine on thinking of the ghastly morgue, with its rows of naked corpses spread like fish on leaden trays, and the 5 francs given by the police of Paris for everybody found in the river at daybreak. A low whistle made me start. I turned round, and at that moment received a blow from a bludgeon, which would infallibly have fractured my left temple had not my thick fur cap, with its long scarlet cowpack, saved me. I reeled, and immediately found myself seized by 4 ruffians, who flung themselves upon me, and endeavoured to pinion my arms, and wrench from me my sabre, while they dragged me towards the edge of the Quai de la Grève. Strong, young, active, and exasperated, I struggled with them desperately, and succeeded in obtaining the hilt of my sabre, which I immediately unsheathed, for the fellow who had been endeavouring to drag it from my belt grasped it by the sheath only, and an instant sufficed to level him on the pavement with his jaw cloven through, and there he lay, yelling with rage and pain, and blaspheming in the style of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Upon this his companions fled. Solitary as the quay had appeared, the cries of the wounded bravo brought around me a swarm of vagrants from house stairs, from nooks in the parapets of the Pont Notre Dame, and from all the various holes and corners where they had been nestling for the night, or hiding from the patrols of the gendarmes, and recognizing me at once as an officer of that detested allied army, which had swept their vast host from the plains of Waterloo, and prostrated the eagle and tricolour, they assailed me with every epithet of opprobrium that hatred and malice could suggest, and there was an almost universal shout of "À la lanterne! À la lanterne!" in which no doubt my first assailants joined, and immediately I saw a lamp descend, as the cord was unfastened from the wall of the street, and lowered for my especial behoof. Alarmed and exasperated by the danger and insult with which I was menaced, I endeavoured to break through the press by threateningly brandishing my sabre, but though the circle around me widened, still I was encompassed at every step, and made the mark at which a pitiless shower of mud, stones, and abuse poured without a moment's cessation. While some cried "À la lanterne," others shouted for the gendarmes, and accused me of murder, I could perceive to my no small concern that the knave I had cut down lay motionless upon the pavement, and most unpleasant ideas floated before me, that even if I escaped immolation at the hands of these enraged Parisians, I might have to encounter the greater humiliation and graver terrors of Monsieur le Duc de Quiche, the Cour Royale de Paris, the Chamber of Appeals, the Correctional Police, and heaven only knew what more. At this perplexing crisis, a young French officer in the scarlet uniform of the Garde du Corps of Louis XVIII broke through the crowd, exclaiming, "Halt, hold! In the name of the king, down with you, insolent citizens! Is it thus you treat our allies? Nom d'un pape! But I will sabre the first that lays a finger upon him. Permit me, this way, monsieur officier," and he put his arm through mine. We were now in a low quarter of the city. The crowd of squalid wretches was increasing around us every moment. Lights flashed at the opened windows of the neighbouring houses, and I could perceive the glittering bayonets and the great cocked hats of a sergeant and 6 gendarmes hurrying along the lighted quay, either to my rescue or capture, but which was dubious, for the vagabond women and rag pickers continued to yell incessantly, "Arrest! Arrest! Seize the English murderer! Away with him to the concierge!" My heart beat quick, but my new friend of the Garde du Corps seemed to be quite au fait in the management of such affairs, by the admirable tact and decision he displayed. Calling lustily for the gendarmes, he suddenly grasped half a dozen of the foremost men in succession, and rapidly, for he was a powerful fellow, threw them in a heap over the wounded man, thus increasing the tumult, the rage, and the confusion. Then seizing me by the hand, he said hurriedly, "Monsieur will pardon me, but come this way, or you will be torn to pieces." and half leading, half dragging me, he conveyed me down a dark and narrow street. Nom d'un pop. I could not see a brother of the epaulette, maltreated by these rascally citizens, he continued, laughing heartily at the raging confusion of the bourgeois. Ha, ha, follow me. I know how to escape. There are deuced few outlets, holes, or corners, byways, or sally ports in Paris that I don't know. Ah, Corberve, didn't they all tumble delightfully over like so many ninepins? Ha, ha, but hark, they follow us. Hasten with me, monsieur officier, and remember that a brawl in this neighbourhood may prove infinitely more dangerous to you than to me. I was too well aware of that to resist his guidance and advice, and having no ambition to suffer like St. Stephen at the hands of a mob, or escaping that, to figure next morning before the correctional police, and in the evening endure a rubber band from Wellington, I fairly turned, and accompanying my guide, ran at full speed along the dark alley, laughing heartily at the affair. Gathering like a snowball as it rolled along, the multitude came on, puffing and shouting and swearing and yelling behind us. This way, cried my guide, who laughed uproariously, and seemed one of the merriest fellows imaginable. This way, vive la joie! We are all right now. Where are you leading me, in the name of all that is miraculous? I exclaimed as my companion, laying violent hands upon my sash, almost dragged me down a flight of steps, which apparently led into the bowels of the earth, the appearance of the vast depth to which they descended being increased by a few hazy oil lamps that twinkled at the bottom. Excuse me, monsieur, said I, what the mischief? 'Tis a strange den this. I will go no further. Courage, mon brave, courage. Why, we have only descended about 100 steps or so, replied the Frenchman, still continuing to descend. You will find this an old and odd place too, but if you would escape an enraged rabble, the claws of the police, the maison de force, the prison, and the devil, follow me and trust to my honour. I am Antoine Saint-Florian, captain of the Garde du Corps, and late of the 23rd Grenadiers under the Emperor. You are safe. I know every nook in this subterranean world, for I have found a shelter in this ample womb many a time before tonight. He still continued to speak as he descended, but the sound of his voice became lost in the vast space of the hollow vaults. My curiosity was excited. I still kept my sabre drawn, prepared for any sudden surprise or act of treachery, and continued to descend some 100 steps to a depth which I afterwards ascertained to be 860 feet. This way, monsieur, on yet, exclaimed my conductor, hurrying me forward through a gloomy vault, and at that moment I heard the uproar of the multitude and the buzz of their mingled voices resounding afar off, and high above us at the mouth of the lofty staircase. The aspect of the place in which I so suddenly found myself was so strange, so novel, so grotesquely horrible, that for some moments I was unable to speak, and gazed about me in astonishment. The whole place seemed hewn out of the solid rock, and the height of its roof was about 12 feet from the floor, which was uniformly paved. In every direction caverns were seen branching off, lighted by lamps which vanished away in long lines of perspective till they seemed to twinkle and expire amid the noxious and foggy vapours of this wonderful place, which appeared like a vast subterranean city or the work of enchantment. The atmosphere was cold as that of a winter day, and I was sensible of the utmost difficulty of respiration. Myriads of human skulls, grim, bare, and fleshless, with grinning jaws and eyeless sockets, piles of human bones, gaunt arms and jointed thighs, basket-like ribs and ridgy vertebrae, were arranged in frightful mockery along the sides of the vaulted alleys or avenues of the subterranean city of death. The ghastly taste of some grim artist had arrayed all these poor emblems of mortality in the form of columns with capitals and arcades of intertwisted arches, but from every angle of which the bare jaws grinned, and the empty sockets looked drearily down upon us, producing an effect that, when viewed by the dim and uncertain light of the oil lamps, was alike wondrous and terrible. I was now in the catacombs of Paris, that place of which I had heard so much. To me, who had but recently left the peninsula, the appearance of these remnants of the men of other years was less striking than it would prove to visitors generally, for many a time and oft I had bivouacked where the dead of France and Britain lay unburied, and I thought of Albura and the plains of Salamanca, where we had encamped within 12 months after battles had been fought there, and pitched our tents and lighted our campfires on ground strewn for miles and miles with the half-buried skeletons of the brave who had fallen there, producing an effect that was never to be effaced from the memory. There the triumphs of death were calculated to impress the mind with melancholy, but here it was too grotesquely grim and horrible. Scraps of verses from Ovid, Virgil, and Anacreon appeared over the entrances of these caverns or crypts, in gilt letters that glimmered through the gloom, while with a strange incongruity, but in true keeping with the morbid taste of the French, large red and yellow bills, the advertisements of the theatres, the fashionable hotels, concerts, and tailors, etc., appeared on different parts of the walls. At a little distance there bubbled up a sparkling fountain, the plash of which rang hollowly in the vast vaults as it fell into a large basin where a number of goldfish were swimming. Over it shone the legend, in gilded letters, "This is the water of oblivion." "They are strange and frightful places, these catacombs, Monsieur Saint Florian," said I. "True, mon ami," he replied, pausing to take breath, "but famous for the growth of asthmatic coughs and all diseases of the lungs. Peste, what an uproar these bourgeois make! The affair has quite sobered me, for I was somewhat unsteady before. My face is scratched, I think. Does it seem so? Rather. Mille Bazonet, do you say so? And I shall be for garde tomorrow at the chateau, and with this swollen face. Morbleu, what will the ladies think? I regret very much, Monsieur le Capitaine, that for me. Foh, my dear fellow, no apologies. I care not a sou about it," said my new friend, whom I could now see to be a tall and handsome fellow, whose scarlet uniform, faced and lapelled with blue, fitted him to admiration. His face was prepossessing in its contour, and was very much set off or enhanced by his sparkling dark eyes, his jet moustache, and smart red forage cap. But he had quite the air of a roué, and the unmistakable bearing of a man about town. "Ha, ha!" he continued, "how messieurs the bourgeois were rolled over each other! That was indeed a coup de grâce, the trick of an old routier. Ah, 'twas poor Jacques Chataigneur taught me that." "How hollow our voices sound in these vaults," said I, after a pause, for the Frenchman's merry tones and light remarks seemed strange to me amid the death-like stillness of a place so sad, so gloomy. The echoes seemed to come from an amazing distance. "Oui, I will vouch for it, monsieur never saw a place like this before. The Parisian dead of a dozen centuries are piled about us, and afford fine scope for philosophy and moralizing. Diable, what an uproar there will be among all these separated heads, legs, and arms, when the last trumpet sounds, and many a hearty malediction will be bestowed on Monsieur Lenoir of the Correctional Police, who, to please the morbid taste of the good bourgeoisie of Paris, made all this ghastly display. Corpnerf, the skulls are all piled up like cannon balls in the arsenal. There were more than 2 millions of them at the last muster. But hark!" At that moment we heard a distant cry of "Allons, lanterne, death to the Englishman," and a rush of footsteps down the long staircase followed. "We'd better secure our retreat," said the French captain. "All the avenues are closed save that at the Val de Grace, and if messieurs the gendarmes possess themselves of it, we shall be captured like mice in a trap." The lieutenant general ordered all the other outlets to be closed, because they afforded safe and sudden retreats for chevaliers d'industrie and other worthies, who, after nightfall, become thick as locusts in the streets of this pious and good city of Paris. Nombril de Belzebub, behold, our friends have been reinforced. I looked back and could see a party of about 20 gendarmes advancing but at a great distance, and their fixed bayonets flashed like stars in these misty caverns. The mob were in hundreds behind them, and the clatter of their feet and their cries rang with 1,000 reverberations through the vast vacuity of these echoing catacombs. We could see them all distinctly, for though a quarter of a mile distant, the lamps burned brightly where they were passing. "I have my sabre, and will confront these rascals," I exclaimed, becoming inflamed with sudden passion. "They dare not lay hands on me as a British officer." "Peste," he replied, laughing. "I think you have seen whether they will or not. 'Tis better not to trust them. A bayonet stab I do not mind, but think how unpleasant for a gentleman to be captured at the instance of a few rascally citizens. 'Twill never do. We are not far now from the Val de Grace. This way up the steps, and I will lead you to a secret doorway near a nice little house that I know of, and where a pretty face will welcome us with smiles." By the hand he conducted me up several flights of steps along an excavated corridor, where the cold wind blew freely in my face, and from thence by a doorway, the exact locality of which seemed well known to him, ushered me into a dark and quiet street in a part of Paris quite unknown to me. "My friend, we are safe. That is the Val de Grace," said my frank captain, pointing to a large massive building. "There is the Rue Marionette, and that large street still full of open shops, light and people, is the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Jacques, which leads straight across the river. We can mingle with the crowd, and there all traces of us will be lost." "Any way you please," I replied, never having been in this part of Paris before. "I'm quite bewildered. Lead on, if you please. It is a dark place, this." The Russians have probably been passing this way. It is well known in Paris that these piggish Muscovites never return to their camp from a ball or café without drinking up the contents of every lamp within their reach, nor can all the alertness of the gendarmerie prevent them. On gaining the main street of the faubourg, the blaze of the lighted shops, the long lines of lamps, the gaiety and bustle which were seen on every side, together with the free healthy breath of the upper air, were a pleasant exchange for the dark and silent caverns we had quitted, where breathing was almost impossible, and the mind was oppressed by the gloom of surrounding objects. Vive la joie! Exclaimed Captain Saint-Florian, almost dancing as he took my arm. How delightful is the free air of the streets after leaving that pestilent pit! Oof, I shall never trust myself down there again. But now we must sup together at a restaurateur's. Come to the Oriflamme. 'Tis down the Rue de Bondy. Merci, there's a pretty waitress there, a perfect Hebe. Her smart lace cap and braided apron, her red cheeks and roguish eyes will quite vanquish you. Well then, the Oriflamme be it. You will behold teeth and eyes that some of our dames in the great world of fashion would give 50,000 francs to possess. Turning down the street, we entered a restaurateur's, on whose sign the eagle of Napoleon had lately given place to the ancient ensign of the Bourbons. A very pretty girl who sat within the bar with a handkerchief over her head, tied en marmotte, arose and welcomed us with a smile. Ah, entrez, Antoine Saint-Florian, said she, raising her arched eyebrows with a true Parisian expression of pleasure and familiarity. Entrez, monsieur. Saint-Florian called her his belle Jeannette, and saluted her cheek with all the freedom of an old friend as she ushered us along a corridor, on each side of which were neat little chambers or cabinets, each having a single table and 2 chairs. That appropriated for us had a lustre with 2 lights, and the walls were decorated with coloured prints of Jena, Marengo, Leipzig, and other hard-fought battles on which Saint-Florian soon began to comment, with all the ardour and enthusiasm of a French soldier, and by a sentiment soon revealed that, though poverty or policy had compelled him to assume the scarlet trappings of King Louis's guards, his heart was still with the fallen emperor, the idol of 100,000 soldiers. And so your old regiment was the 23rd, said I. Ah, the 23rd of the emperor, he replied with a sigh, while his eyes lighted up at the name. I remember that we charged your regiment at the passage of the Neve, where I was on the very point of sabring a young officer, before I fortunately perceived that the poor fellow's sword arm was tied up in a sling, and that he was quite defenceless. Indeed, how singular! And you saved him from your troopers, and conducted him out of the press, for which he gave me a draught of a country wine from his canteen. The same, ah, monsieur, my friend, I'm that officer, and I owe you eternal thanks. We shook hands with ardour. I'd been severely wounded by the poniard of a villainous Spanish peasant, and was still suffering from its effects. Ah, it was quite a story, that affair. My evil eye brought it all about. Your evil eye? Ah, he replied, laughing, you would not think I had one to look at me. I seem so innocent, but so I have, or at least had when I was in Spain. Ha, ha! You have often heard the Spaniards speak of the evil eye, the malocchio of the Italians, and how the women will veil themselves, cover up their children, and mutter a prayer if a stranger but glances at them. I've heard of that superstition when on the borders of Estremadura, but your affair, listen and fill your glass with the champagne. I call it the evil eye. 'Tis a perfect romance, and was well known to many a brave fellow of the 23rd, who has found his grave at the foot of Mont Saint-Jean. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Widow, or The Adventures of a Knight. I was quartered with my company of grenadiers at El Puerto, a wretched village in Andalusia. A poor place it was, that had been rifled by our foragers a dozen times, and we very unwisely made it still more miserable by burning the best cottages before we were ordered to quit it. I quartered myself on the best casa in the village, a red-tiled hut that belonged to a strange-looking fellow, whose long visage and long legs, great black eyes, yellow trunk breeches, green doublet, and sugar-loaf hat made him seem half muleteer, half gitano. I believe from his superstitious observances that he was the latter wholly. You will know, doubtless, how famous Andalusia is for its women and horses. Ha! I wish you had seen the wife of my long-legged patron. She had the beautiful eyes and olive skin of her native province, with teeth like pearls, lips like cherries, and a face full of the sweetness of the mildest Madonna. Ha, ha, I'm growing quite poetical, but wine or love always make me so. You will never see, even on our boulevards, and that is a bold assertion, a pair of more superb ankles than the short red petticoats of that Andalusian woman revealed to the pure gaze of your most obedient servant. Peste! I was quite enchanted with my pretty Petrona, and determined on sending her husband tied across a mule as a spy to the British lines, that so I might be rid of him for a time or for ever. They had a child too, a merry little brat, with which I often played and toyed, to please its mother, whose heart was quite won by the bonbons I gave it, while her tall ghostly Don of a husband stood sullenly aloof, smoking a paper cigar, and regarding me from beneath his broad sombrero with eyes full of jealousy and malice. Now, as the devil would have it, the little brat had long been ailing, and seemed very likely to die at the time we came to El Puerto, and as she watched her sleeping infant, the mother's eyes were often suffused with tears. This, you may be aware, served but to make the charming Spaniard more interesting, for her melting black orbs seemed to be ever steeped in the most delicious languor. One evening I became very much aware of this, and after toying a little with the sickly infant, by tickling its neck with a braid of the mother's long black hair, while I lisped soft nothings from time to time, I departed to look for Jean Gros, my sergeant, to hold a consultation about the safe transmission of the Senior Patron to the British lines, and with my compliments to the officer commanding the nearest out piquet. The evening was rather gloomy. I missed my way, and strolled into one of those underground vaults, bodegas as they are called, where the peasants keep their wine in Andalusia. There I amused myself probing the pigskins with my sword, and imbibing the cool balmy wine from the orifice, till somehow a heaviness stole over me, and I fell fast asleep. About midnight I awoke, and found myself alone in the dark bodega, drenched with the wine that had flowed from the wounded skins, and feeling very cold, with the agreeable accompaniments of an aching head and sore bones. By the moonlight, which struggled through a grated window, I sought my way out of the vault, up the stair, and gained the street of the silent Puebla, where I stood still for some time to rally my scattered faculties and recollect where I was. Well, this past, a man who had been concealed under the shadow of a vine trellis rushed upon me and furiously struck at my breast with a knife or dagger. My shoulder belt saved me from the stroke. 'Twas lucky that I had it on, otherwise I should not have been enjoying monsieur's society and this glorious wine tonight. Ah, mouchard vagabond, I exclaimed, and closing in a desperate struggle with the would-be assassin, succeeded in striking him to the earth, where, holding my sword at his throat, I demanded his reasons for assailing me thus. To have slain you, he growled. For what, you base rascal? To have revenged the loss of my child, replied the fellow, whom I now recognized to be no other than my worthy patron, the long-legged paisano. Oof, said I, dog of a Frenchman, on the day you first came into my poor cottage, the child was well and strong, for it was under the protection of the Blessed Virgin, but you turned an evil eye upon it, and lo, it sickened, day by day it grew worse, and tonight it died. Not even Romero at its neck, nor the aqua bendita on its brow, could shield it from your evil influence. Son of Satan, I spit upon you. A pest upon your brat, you insolent madman, said I, almost laughing, for the wine of the bodega had still its influence over me. Had you said that I cast evil eyes on your wife, there might have been some truth in the matter, but your child, ha, 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 and I laughed till the street of the Puebla rang again. Halloo, Sergeant Gros, quarter guard, ho there, and a dozen of my grenadiers rushed from a tavern to my assistance. To Jean Gros's care I recommended the seigneur, and in 5 minutes, at the end of a tent cord, he swung from the chimney of a neighbouring house. Now, Signor Rascal, said I, making him a mock bow, on leaving him in the grasp of the soldiers, I will go and console your pretty wife for the loss of her child, and more particularly that of her amiable spouse. Both are so easily replaced, that I would recommend you to die in peace, my jovial pagan. My wife, said he in a terrible voice, striking his breast and looking upwards. El Santo de los Santos, Holy of Holies, forgive me. Console yourself, my friend, said I, while Jean Gros and the soldiers laughed till their belts nearly burst. Console yourself, Signor Paisano, for your little wife shall laugh and be merry tonight. She waits you, said he with a frightful smile. Diable, methinks I can see his white face, as he grinned like a shark in the moonlight. She awaits you. Groel dragged him off. I hurried to the cottage of the paisana, but mon Dieu, what a sight awaited me! On her bed, a miserable mat, lay the beautiful Andalusian girl, stone dead, stabbed by a poniard thrice in the neck, and her little infant, also dead, lay in her arms, pressed to her crimson bosom. In the first gust of my fury, I rushed out to slay the jealous perpetrator of this horror, but he had, as I have already said, paid the debt of nature, and his dying form was wavering in the moonlight from the gable end of a neighbouring house. Bah! there is always something in this reminiscence that makes me dismal, but let me think no more of it. And draining his glass of champagne, the gay Saint Florian began to hum an old camp song, beating time with his fingers on the well-polished table. Though this episode of his life rather decreased my admiration for this gay fellow, still the jaunty manner in which he related it somewhat amused me. With the pretty Jeanette he appeared to be an old established friend, and a great deal of flirting and that kind of conversation which consists of pretty trifles ensued each time she appeared on the ringing of the bell. But the ci-devant grenadier of Napoleon was doubtless on the same easy footing with all the waitresses and shop-girls in every warehouse, cabaret, and café in and about Paris. As the night was rather chilly, I proposed that we should have some mulled port, spiced with cloves and sugar, in a mode I'd often had it prepared at Madrid by an old Patrona on whom I was billeted. Saint Florian's countenance changed at the mention of the mulled wine, and with ill-concealed disgust and precipitation he protested against it, swearing by the head of the Pope that although he never drank water when anything better could be had, he would rather drink it out of a ditch after a brigade of horse had passed through it than taste mulled wine of any kind. And why so? I asked, astonished by his vehemence. Sacré nom, it's another long story, but Chataigneux of the 23rd and I were as nearly brought to the threshold of death as may be by some muddy liquor called mulled port, and I never could look upon it or think of it with any degree of patience. You will find the story in all the French and Spanish newspapers. Oof, it made a devil of a noise in the army. I should be glad to hear it, said I, touching the bell rope, but in the meantime we will have some more champagne. Yes, the champagne of the Oriflamme is delicious. I've drunk a ton here, I believe. I, in this very room, with Jacques Chataigneux. There are some caricatures of Monsieur Belanton, which he chalked on the wall. Poor Jacques, a shot from that cursed chateau of Hougomont passed through his heart when, sword in hand, he was leading on the grenadiers of the great emperor to conquest or to death. He fell within a yard of me, prone over his horse's crupper, and his last words were, to the charge, vive l'empereur. If true courage and bravery are rewarded in heaven, but ma foi, I am growing quite pathetic. Where is the wine, Jeanette? He cried down the passage. Jeanette, my princess. Ah oui, monsieur, me voilà, replied the girl, running in. My dear girl, let us have some champagne, a few more cigars, and a nice little tray of grapes or bonbons, but let the wine be bright as your own eyes. My wanton. The girl was tripping away. But halt, Jeanette, he added, catching her by the skirt. How long is it since a rough moustache has been pressed to that pretty cheek of yours? Monsieur Saint Florian, you are pleased to be very rude. Come, coquette, do not affect to mistake pure admiration for rudeness. No, you owe one salute, my pretty Jeanette, for remember how you fled from me last night on the Quai de la Conférence. Well, then only one, said she, tendering her cheek, which was slightly rouged. Saint Florian stole 3. Ah, treacherous, exclaimed the girl, striking him playfully with her hand and skipping away. Perez, said the captain, twirling his moustache, but your little finger's smart, my pretty one. Now for the other story, Monsieur Saint Florian, said I, when the bright wine sparkled in the tall glasses, and our fair attendant had withdrawn. I would fain learn why an old soldier dislikes any sort of wine. I've often drank ditch water on the line of march, and have gladly filled my canteen from the ruts of the artillery wheels. And so have I 1,000 times. My dislike to mulled port arises from something more than mere prejudice. Bob, this is worth an ocean of a muddy drench, boiled in a kettle with sugar and cloves. See how it sparkles when the glass is raised to the light. Ma foi, 'tis like a glass full of diamonds. We shall drink to the emperor. I have no objection. I hope the door is closed, though. Paris is such a city for espionage, police, and informers. Ouf, but vive l'empereur Napoleon. And he drained his long glass, while his dark eyes flashed with enthusiasm. Long life to him, said I, with a frankness that won the Frenchman's heart. And now let me know the cause of this horror of mulled wine. Perhaps you have already heard it. I well remember that it made a deuced noise at the time it occurred, and save the maid of Zaragoza, there never was a woman so extolled by the Spaniards as she of whom I am about to speak, the widow of Madrid, for so he named the following story. It was in the month of December, when the immortal emperor and the victorious army of France captured Madrid, that Jacques Chantaigneur, 4 officers of the imperial guard, and myself were quartered, or rather, according to the unceremonious custom of war, in the like cases took the liberty of quartering ourselves on a house in one of the most fashionable streets in the city. Every place within the walls was full of our troops. Horse and foot were swarming in tens of thousands. The red rosette and the banner of Castile and Leon had disappeared. The French eagle soared in triumph over the capital of the Spaniards. Every house, from the great palace of the Duke d'Assuna to the poorest casa on the margin of the Manzanares, was undergoing a strict investigation to discover where messieurs the Spaniards had hid their doubloons and other valuables for which the pouches and haversacks of our soldiers were yawning. Our fellows were rather riotous, especially about the cafes and wine houses, where every man drank his fill without being at the expense of a single sou. The city was involved in chaos and uproar. Merci, 'twas such a hubbub as you in all your service can never have witnessed, for what with disarming the men, and running after pretty women, searching for wine, provisions, and plunder, our soldiers had quite enough of business on their hands. The house which we honoured with our presence on this auspicious occasion was a handsome mansion with broad balconies and lofty saloons, having gilded ceilings, tile floors, and rich furniture, and you may imagine how acceptable the splendid bedchambers were to us who had been under canvas for months. It belonged to Donna Elvira de Almeria, whose family had just been reduced to 1 daughter by the unexpected deaths of her husband and 3 sons who had fallen on the previous day, sword in hand, as she told us, like true cavaliers, defending the palace of the Retiro, which had been breached by the cannon of the Marshal Duke of Beluna. But the ghastly gap had been defended with admirable resolution and bravery by the Spaniards, so the soldiers of the emperor, petulant at all times, were somewhat exasperated in consequence. We ourselves were ripe for mischief, and I cannot rehearse all the fine things we did in our ramble through the city that night. I beseech you to suppose them. The household of the Donna Elvira were, as may be imagined, overwhelmed with terror and grief by the misfortune which war had brought upon them, and their condition was in no way soothed or ameliorated by our appearance among them, blackened with powder and smoke, and bespattered with blood and dust, for we had hewn our way in by the breach at the Retiro. The ladies were both handsome, but more especially the daughter of Virginia, a timid girl of about 15, and at these years a Spaniard is almost a woman. Her tears, I blush to say, made little impression on me, but her beauty had a great effect on us all. However, drunk as we were, we remembered Chataigneur was our senior officer, and that his pleasure must be known before the officer next in rank presumed to open the trenches, or in other words, address the ladies in the language of gallantry. Jacques was a child of the Revolution, an iron-hearted soldier, penetrable only to steel and lead, half fox, half wolf, to anything soft or sentimental. He was immovable as a cannonball. It was said in the 23rd that he had done some terrible things in La Vendée, and certainly his more recent campaigns in Holland and Italy had taught him to view with the coolness of a stoic the blood of the bravest men and the tears of the most beautiful women. Peste, he was a true philosopher, and one might march from Dunkirk to Damascus without meeting such another. He was never troubled with any unpleasant qualms of conscience, not he, because like most of those fierce soldiers who had been trained and nurtured amid the horrors of the Revolution, he believed in neither God nor devil, heaven nor hell, and consequently cared not a straw for any of them. A pretty picture of your friend and comrade, said I with a smile. Peste, yes, he should have appointed me to write his epitaph. Chataigneur was the man it was a pleasure to follow to the breach or battlefield, for he cared as little for riding headlong on the charged bayonets of a solid square, or manoeuvring his regiment under a storm of grape shot, as for handing his partner through the figures of a quadrille. But to return, the ladies, on perceiving us enter their mansion uninvited, gave us a specimen of Spanish hauteur by retiring to a distant apartment, and leaving us to provide for ourselves. This we were not long in doing. The servants had fled, but Chataigneur ordered 3 grenadiers of the 23rd, who were in attendance upon us, to break down the doors of the cellars and other repositories, Thus, in the twinkling of an eye, we had the sherry, the Malaga, and the Ciudad Real of the old belle dame in abundance. We installed ourselves in the finest saloon of the mansion, while messieurs, our servants, possessed themselves of the kitchen, piled half a dozen shutters, a door, and a chair or two on the hearth, and so zealous were they in preparing a repast for us that the rascals nearly set the house on fire. All the pantries were laid under contribution, and large conscriptions were levied on the poultry yard, and we were soon as merry as magnificent quarters. A plenteous supper and wine ad libitum, without having a sou to pay for them all, could make us. We drank deadly bumpers in honor of the emperor, to the success of his armies, to ourselves, to the continuation of the war, to the girls we had left behind us in beautiful France, and the devil alone knows what more. Oh, the exquisite delights of living at free quarters in an enemy's country. Vive la joie! I need not expatiate upon them to you, for I heard of your pretty doings after Badajoz fell. They could not compare with yours at Madrid. You shall hear, in the ardor of our attack upon the savory viands, said the Chevalier de Vivancourt, a gay sub-lieutenant of the guard. We are quite forgetting the ladies. Mon Dieu, yes, what negligence, said one or two ironically. I shall make amends for our ungallantry, said Chataigneur, starting up and staggering unsteadily, for he had enough of Ciudad Real under his belt to have served even a German. Hola, Pierre, Jean Gros, where are the ladies just now? Eh, the sour-visaged madam, and plump little mademoiselle. Shall I have the honour of conducting them to the presence of monsieur? Said our sergeant, giving his military salute. The mother, oh, the devil take the mother, or you may have her yourself on a Jean. The sergeant bowed and grinned. But sabre de bois, 'tis the little daughter I want, said Chataigneur. They are at prayer in their little oratory, I believe, urged the chevalier, who was the least wicked among us. Praying, reiterated Jacques with intense disgust. I shall soon change their cheer. Are there any guitars or mandolins here? The girl, what's her name, Virginia, shall bear us company in a merry course, or shall ride the cheval de bois with a vengeance. Let us have her by all means, said one of the imperial guardsmen. We must teach this young creature the first rudiments of love and coquetry. Will some of you lend a hand to undo the clasp of this infernal sword belt? Grumbled Jacques, who was very tipsy. Avant, Jean Gros, thou art drunk, man. Vivant corps, most redoubtable chevalier of the immortal Legion of Honor, lend me thine aid. Corberf, I'm swollen like a huge tortoise with Quidal Real. Now, messieurs, remember that I am the senior officer here, and that whoever follows me does so at his peril. And half dancing, half staggering, he swaggered out of the room, accompanied by Jean Gros. We continued to enjoy ourselves with supreme nonchalance, for the Imperial Guard and the 23rd Grenadiers were the most reckless routiers in the army. Believe me, we were too much accustomed to storming to trouble ourselves much about the little Spanish girl. But I'm forgetting that you are not a Frenchman, so fearing to shock your cold British prejudices, I will, as the novelists say, draw a veil over what passed. And Monsieur de Saint-Florian smiled complacently as he emptied and refilled his glass. Is it possible, I exclaimed with something of incredulity in my manner, is it possible that brave soldiers and gentlemen of France, once so famous for its spirit of honour and chivalry, could behave thus? Monsieur, my word is never doubted, replied the other good-humouredly. How could you expect us to behave like saints or apostles, or perhaps like the cool stoics that compose a regiment of kilts? Chataigneur was absent with Jean Gros about an hour, during which time we scarcely missed him, so closely did we pay court to the glittering decanters and bloated pigskins which we laid under contribution without mercy. The wax lights were becoming double, the saloon was beginning to swim around us, and we were in the very midst of singing the Carmagnole in full chorus at the utmost pitch of our lungs, each having his drawn sabre in his right hand and a mantling cup in his left, when the door was dashed open and Jacques Chataigneur entered with Dona Elvira supported on one arm, and her daughter Dona Virginia on the other. With a triumphant and scornful air he led, or rather half dragged them in, and forced them to sit down at table with us. Although being so tipsy that I could scarcely know whether my head or heels were uppermost, I can still remember the terrible expression depicted in the faces of these two ladies. The mother's wore the fury and rage of a tigress. The blood seemed to boil in the swollen veins of her temples, and her large black Spanish eyes shot fire from time to time as she surveyed us. Her daughter's appeared the very reverse, and her face expressed only the darkness of despair. She was very beautiful. Her long black hair was loosened from its braids, and hung matted in disorder about her shoulders, and half concealed her face, which was pale as death. Her eyes, you remember the splendid eyes of the Spanish girls, her eyes were bloodshot and red with weeping. Their expression was wild, wandering, insane, and there was a chilling air of desolation and abandonment in her grief that had indeed a very considerable effect on me, for I am not altogether such a bad fellow as monsieur may suppose me, although her utter despair had none on Chantaneur and my more intoxicated companions. Her lips were quivering, and her graceful Spanish dress, her long veil particularly, was torn to ribbons. Messieurs, said Chantaneur, bowing with an air of mock politeness, I am permitted to have the high honour of introducing you to the notice of Dona Elvira de Almeria, widow of a very brave caballero y procurador of New Castile, and her daughter, the enchanting Virginia, whom, as I have two ladies who equally claim the title of Madame la Colonel, I shall advance to the ancient Spanish dignity of being my baragana, which will square all matters between us. So viva la joie, let us drink and be merry. The eyes of the Spaniards absolutely glared as he spoke. The scoundrel, I exclaimed, becoming excited by this revolting narrative. Would to heaven that I had been there with a few of my English hussars. That would have availed little, replied Saint Florian, pouring out his wine with slow sang-froid. Every street and house within the trenches was swarming with our soldiers, and such scenes as that I have described were innumerable. Excuse me, monsieur le capitaine, but I must pronounce your comrade to have been a finished rascal. Peste, muttered the Frenchman, half angrily, and then he continued, while laughing and twirling his moustache, opinion is the queen of the world. 'Tis a proverb we have, and a true one, but poor Chantaneur is gone now, and I must not hear him abused. But to continue, the excitement of the preceding day's fighting, and the quantity of wine we had drunk, rendered us insensible to the distresses of these poor women, and with shame and sorrow I now remember that we permitted Chantaneur, by dint of many a savage threat, to compel them to assume their guitars, and sing in accompaniment, while we chanted a bacchanalian ditty suited only for the meridian of the lowest cabaret in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. What they sang, heaven only knows, for nom d'un pape, my comrade, the horrible catastrophe to this little supper has fairly driven all minor incidents from my memory, and there they sat and sang to us, sang with shame on their brows, and rage and grief and agony in their hearts, while a husband and 3 sons, a father and 3 brothers, were lying dead in their harness by the walls of the Retiro. We drank bumpers to Virginia, and made the ceiling shake with our mad laughter and revelry. In the midst of this, unluckily, the Chevalier de Vivancourt called for a bumper of Malport. What fiend prompted a request so useless, I cannot imagine, but we all joined in his demand vociferously, and the old dame, who appeared to have somewhat recovered her equanimity, desired her daughter to prepare it. She spoke in Basque Spanish, which we did not understand, but which should have been sufficient to kindle our suspicions, and I could perceive that a wild and almost insane expression flashed in the eyes of the little Dona Virginia as she flung aside her guitar and rose to execute the order. With some trouble she extricated herself from Chantaneur, whose arm was round her waist. He was very angry and growled like a bear at the Chevalier, swearing by the sabre de bois that he would put him under arrest for the trouble he occasioned. While he was yet speaking, Virginia returned with the prepared wine in a crystal vase, from which, with her own fair hands, she filled our long carved glasses. We drank to her, draining them to the dregs, and with a grim smile on her pallid lips, our youthful cupbearer replenished our glasses. The flavour of the wine was so exquisite that Chantaneur embraced Virginia with drunken ardour, and desired her to bring us more. You will require no more, she cried with a shriek, as she flung the vase from her hands, and it was dashed into 100 pieces. We rose in alarm, but instantly sank again on our seats, and at that moment a peculiar and horrible sensation came over me. Sacre, methinks I feel it yet. I looked upon my companions of the carousal, but read in their faces an expression that yielded me anything but comfort. 3 had dropped their glasses, and reclined upon their chairs with open mouths and fixed eyes, which gleamed with the vacant wildness of insanity. The Chevalier de Vivancourt sank prostrate on the floor, while Chantaneur, who seemed also about to sink, turned and stared with a powerless aspect of rage and alarm at Dona Elvira. Virginia had sunk upon her knees, and hid her face in the skirt of her torn dress, but her mother stood erect, and with her arms outstretched towards us, shrieked in a frightful voice between a moan and a yell, while a murderous rage, alike fiendish and terrible, caused her tall form to tremble, her proud nostrils to dilate, and her large dark eyes to gleam like those of a rattlesnake. At last we have avenged ourselves, Perez y Ladrones. Frenchmen, dogs, and murderers, let me scream into your dying ears that we are Castilian women, and have avenged our wrongs. I've lost my brave husband and his noble sons. By numbers you destroyed them, and side by side they fell on the palace threshold of the kings of Castile. O bloodhounds, worse than devils in the form of men, ye murdered them, and now, my daughter, her voice became choked, my innocent little daughter, but we are revenged, revenged, revenged. O Santa Maria Virgin, ye Madre de Jesu, let us be forgiven, but fiends, the sure, cold hands of death are upon you. You are dying, for the wine you have drunk is poisoned. Mon Dieu, said Saint Florian, pausing while the perspiration almost suffused his forehead. Still the screech-owl voice of the detestable hag seems to ring in my tingling ears. Inspired by terror and rage, I made an effort to spring up, to draw my sabre, to run her through the heart, but the moment my hand touched the hilt, a deadly numbness crept over me. I staggered backward, and while sleep and despair came over my soul, sank prone and insensible on the corpses of my comrades. Saint Florian paused again for an instant, for he really seemed considerably excited by the recollection of the adventure. Parbleu, 'twas a most unpleasant denouement, a devil of a winding up. Next morning I found myself lying prostrate on the chilly floor of the Church of the Conception, which with many others had been converted into a temporary hospital for the sick and wounded. I was sick for 17 days, and my head ached as if it had been crushed in a vice, while my miserable throat was skinned by the stomach pump and other engines of the medical science, which the staff surgeon had kept at work on me, as they afterwards said, for 2 consecutive hours. Poor Jacques Chatanier was in the same wretched condition, and lay opposite to me, kennelled on a bed of straw under the Gothic canopy, which covered the grave perhaps of some long-bearded hidalgo of old Castile. We alone recovered. The gay Chevalier de Vivancourt and his 3 comrades of La Garde Imperiale died. So did poor Jean Gros and all his servants, for the little fury Virginia had administered part of her infernal potion to them too. So to this hour, my friend, I entertain such a horror of all kinds of prepared wine, that I may safely say 'tis not in the power of man, or even woman with all her superlative cunning and witchery, to make me taste a single drop that is not pure as when it came from the wine-press. And the ladies, what became of them? Dona Elvira, continued my garrulous friend, disappeared from Madrid on that very night, taking with her the unlucky Virginia, and for a time we heard no more of them, save in the columns of the Moniteur and El Espagnol, where the Lord knows our malheur made more than noise enough. May mischief dog their heels as 2 revengeful vixens, but I afterwards learned that the girl assumed another name, and bestowing her hand on a certain hidalgo of Alava, actually had the happiness to give me shelter one night on the retreat from Vittoria. My whiskers had grown, and she did not recognize me, sacre bleu. If she had, I was never discovered, and blessed my stars that I was sound, wind and limb, when I left her mansion in the morning. Oof, let me think no more of it, for altogether 'tis a story that makes me shudder. Excuse me, Captain Saint Florian, said I when he had ceased, but on my honour you make me blush for the army of France. Morbleu, said he, they were only Spaniards. But I've heard many an episode of horror, blacker even than that of Dona Elvira, for I was one of those who followed up the retreating army of Messina from the frontiers of Portuguese Estremadura, through desert fields and desolate cities, marked by fire and blood, and all that the wantonness and wickedness your devastators could inflict on a poor, a prostrate, and a defenceless people. I am warm, monsieur, but I pray you pardon me. Ah, he was a stern old routier, Messina, and handled the Dons so roughly that the Emperor named him rightly the child of rapine. I care not for being his apologist, as I never either loved or admired him, and once positively hated the old pagan for reprimanding me in general orders, because, on our retreat from the lines of Torres Vedras, I neglected to destroy the house of a poor old hidalgo near Satara, who had been so kind to me that I omitted him in the list of devastations to be made by my foragers. Oof, I got a lecture that was printed in the Moniteur, and read at the head of every regiment in the division. But in revenge, that very night I fixed a scroll to the door of the marshal's quarters, saying, "This is the residence of the mighty Messina, Prince of Essling and Duke of Rivoli, who has made more noise in the world by beating the drum than by beating the British." Corberv, what a frightful rage the old Turk was in, but he could never discover the author of the pasquill, which made him the laughing-stock of the whole army. But the sparing of that hidalgo's mansion and family was a most fortunate circumstance for me, as it was the means of saving my life 3 days after. In what manner? He ransomed me for $100 from some rascally frontier guerrillas who had captured me and were on the point of putting me to death. Oof, 'twas a devil of an adventure, that. Shall I tell it you? If you please, said I, lighting a fourth cigar. Well then, listen, though perhaps it is not so much my story as that of a poor peasant whom the Estremadurans named Perez the Potter. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Perez the Potter, or The Adventures of a Knight. When Messina retired before the impetuous advance of Lord Wellington and left behind the boasted lines of Torres Vedras, you may remember that he selected the position of Santarem as one admirably adapted to keep in check the advance of your troops through the Portuguese frontier, while his division occupied their trenches on the hill above the Tagus. I was one day dispatched on duty to the officer commanding the Cuirassier Brigade at Torres Novas, a town 5 leagues from Santarem, situated in the middle of a beautiful plain. It is surrounded by walls and is overlooked by the castle with the 9 towers from which it takes its name. I rode without an orderly or other followers, for the whole country was covered with our troops, and I had no dread of molestation, though desired by Marshal Messina to take with me a section of dragoons, as part of the country through which I had to pass was rendered very unsafe by the residence and outrages of a certain Don Julian Daviero, a half-mad student of Alcala, who had gathered a band of deserter guerrillas and become a captain of robbers in the woods of Santarem. There his name had become terrible through all the Spanish and Portuguese Extremaduras, Alentejo, and Beira. His midnight expeditions and attacks upon the detached houses and solitary quintas of friend and foe were characterized by singular and wanton cruelty, and in a state of warfare where the country was possessed by 2 hostile armies, the pretexts of treason and espionage were never wanting. A wild yell informed the inmates that their dwelling was surrounded by the banditti of Don Julian. The doors were dashed in, the men, half starting from their beds, were hewn to pieces, their wives and daughters were dragged away to suffer worse than death. The houses were pillaged and then reduced to ashes, and many of these atrocities were doubtless attributed by us to you, and by you to us. Captives were carried off daily, but they were generally ransomed, if not, a shot from a carbine or a stab from a poniard, and all was over. I thought of all these things as I pursued my solitary way by the foot of the mountains that skirt the plain of Torres Novas, but it was with less of alarm than pleasure. To me there seemed something charming in the lonely and knight-errant-like fashion in which I had thus ridden forth in a strange country among dangerous ways and unscrupulous people, with neither friend nor ally save my sabre and horse. The sun was verging towards the darkening mountains of Alentejo, but the atmosphere was still exceedingly close and sultry, for hot and bright The rays of the western sun were poured from a clear and cloudless sky, scorching with their warmth the waving corn and the myriads of wild flowers that covered the beautiful plain of Taurus Novus. I was still far from the lines of Messina. The country seemed desolate and depopulated. I had no guide, and became apprehensive of losing my way and wandering towards the British outposts. Once or twice I questioned a passing peasant, but was provoked by their sullenness and ignorance of their own locality. "Signor," said I to a paisano, whom I met driving 2 mules harnessed in a rude cart, which was simply composed of the rough stem of a tree, from which 2 branches in the form of a fork rested, one on each wheel, and formed the axle. "Signor, how many leagues is it from this place to Santarem?" 3, Signor Caballero, replied the man, holding up 3 fingers. "Bueno, are they long or short?" "Short, signor." There is, I know not why, a difference in the length of the Spanish leagues, as many a time and oft we found on the long line of march. After riding 4 or 5 miles further, and being still uncertain on meeting another peasant driving a borrico, an ass, laden with kid skins of the mountain wine, I inquired of him the distance from Santarem on the Tagus. 5 long leagues, signor, he replied, displaying 4 fingers and a thumb. Diable, I muttered, and spurred on, for the sun had now sunk behind the blue waving line of the western Sierra. Near a roadside fountain I passed the bodies of 3 or 4 French soldiers who had been wounded in a recent encounter with the outlaws of Julian Aviero, and had crawled there to quench their thirst and die. They had been completely stripped by the Spaniards, and their gory but honorable scars were blackening in the heat of the sultry day. On the velvet turf that bordered the road, I softly drew up my horse, on observing behind the pedestal of the fountain a villainous son of Israel, practising dental surgery by robbing the jaws of the dead. For the soldiers being generally young men, their teeth brought a good price in the dentist shops of Paris and Madrid. I had frequently heard of this revolting practice, but never till that moment had ocular proof that such existed. The operator was a man about 40, lean and hollow-visaged, with the brow of a villain, the eyes of a snake, the nose of an eagle, and beard like a Cossack. He was enveloped in a loose blue gown, and his head was surmounted by a steeple-crowned sombrero that had long lost every trace of its original color. Near him lay a square mahogany box, like a peddler's wallet, in which he carried his instruments and stock of dental wares. He was so busy with the relaxed jaws of a young soldier that he did not perceive my approach. You know how jealous we soldiers are of the treatment given to the remains of our dead comrades. Maledetto, my blood boiled. Dashing spurs into my horse, I plunged him right upon the dog of an Israelite. A kick from a hoof laid bare his skull, and stretched him prostrate on the earth. As he fell backwards, I obtained a glimpse of his wallet, which bristled with poniards and pistols, from which I concluded him to be a robber of the living as well as of the dead, and I soon discovered my conclusions to be just. This rencontre occurred near a great olive wood, which was known to be the haunt of Aviero, and I rode as fast as possible to leave it behind before nightfall, but I had not gone half a mile from the fountain when a sharp rifle shot whistled from a grove of olives on my right. My horse gave a snort of agony and fell heavily forward, stone dead. A bullet had pierced his brain. I disengaged myself from the stirrups and drew my sabre, but ere I could strike one blow in my defence, 100 hands were upon me, and I was a prisoner in the power of a band of savage frontier guerrillas, half soldiers, half robbers, and holy demons. Diable, my life hung by a hair. Some wore broad hats, embroidered jackets, and yellow scarfs with plush breeches. Others had little other garment than their olive skins, and wore their flowing hair of the deepest black gathered in netted cauls. But all were armed with rifles, daggers, and pistols, or with all manner of military weapons gathered from the fields of those battles which were every day fought in their vicinity. Oh, monsieur, what a moment of misery was that when I found myself so completely at the mercy of those ruffian Spaniards, whom I equally despised and abhorred. Many a knife was drawn and many a blow struck at me, but in their very fury and anxiety to destroy me, these wretches retarded, impeded, and wounded each other. Down with him, down with the Frenchman, death to the Bonapartist, maledetto was the cry on every side. Caramba, cried one in a voice of thunder, I will blow out the brains of the first that injures him. Frenchman and dog as he is, our laws must be respected. Away with him to the mountains, for Don Julian d'Aviero must decide his fate. Aviero, my heart sunk, I was then quite in the power of the devil. Amid a storm of growling and swearing, and even fisticuffs, I was conducted through the wood, which was almost pathless and covered the face of the Sierra, by which we ascended to an old and ruined villa belonging to the Duke of Aviero. It stood on the edge of a precipice that overhung the Tagus, and there Don Julian had for the present established his headquarters. A recent attempt had been made by a detachment of ours under Jacques Chataigneur to dislodge him. These had been repulsed with great slaughter, and on approaching the villa I could discern vivid traces of the conflict, traces which its amiable and philosophical inmates cared not to trouble themselves as yet in removing. This noble residence of Don Julian's ancestors, with its marble vestibule and stately portico, its fresco chambers and arcades of columns round which the vine and the rose were clambering, had been no way improved by his occupation thereof. A balustraded terrace encircled it, and within and around it the dead French and guerrillas were lying across each other in scores, many of them yet grasping their adversaries just as they had fallen, without their hold relaxing or the fierce expression which distorted their features at the hour of death passing away. Many of these men were my comrades, grenadiers of the 23rd, whom I could recognize, notwithstanding the alteration of their features. In the assault and defense, the doors and windows of this beautiful villa had all been blown to pieces. The walls were studded with bullets and spattered with blood, which appeared to have run like a rivulet down the staircase, to mingle with the waters of a shattered jet d'eau in the vestibule. At the head of the stair a barricade had been formed by a sideboard, a piano, and other furniture, wedged with bolsters and pillows and books, and this point of assault had been fought for, like any breach in the glacis of Badajoz. Everywhere the bills and axes of the pioneers had been at work, but Chataigneur had been repulsed, and Don Julian remained impregnable and triumphant. In a noble apartment, the windows of which overlooked the Tagus and the vast plain that spread in its beauty towards the castle and the city of Torres Novas, the ramparts of which were tipped with the last gleam of the set sun, Don Julian, with several of his desperadoes, sat over their cups of country wine, muffled in their mantles and enjoying paper cigars, while their feet rested on a great copper brasero of charcoal that stood in the center of the marble floor. Don Julian, a remarkably handsome young man, but with a bold, reckless, and ferocious cast of features, received me with a low bow, which I could perceive to be partly ironical. His jacket of green velvet was richly brocaded and fastened with silver clasps. His breast was displayed by an open shirt, and had a crucifix engraven on it by gunpowder. He wore yellow breeches girt by a sash, red stockings, and a parkas, but had no weapons save his sabre. When he addressed me, I expected to hear but my death warrant. Judge how agreeably I was surprised by his saying, Signor, though you are a Frenchman, and I might this moment put you to death as an invader of Spain, and as a revenge in some sort for the recent attempt made by your ruthless marshal on my residence here, I know you to be the officer who spared the mansion of old Don Juan Lerma, when empowered by your orders to destroy it. Don Juan is the only man for whom a lingering feeling of humanity has left in my breast an atom of regard, for he loved the old cavalier, my father, well. Being anxious to requite to you the kindness so lately done to him, and to prove whether his gratitude surpasses that of a robber, I request that you will write to him from this, my villa of Aviero, and beg the ransom of $100 to free you from my troop, as I question very much if the state of Messina's commissariat will enable you to have so much loose cash about you. You are right, Signor, $100, diable, I never had so much money at any time. But what if the Cavalier Lerma refuses? You must die. Morbleu, said I, shrugging my shoulders, such is the law of capture to which we have bound ourselves by such oaths as men seldom hear. You will be accommodated with writing materials. Address a letter to the Cavalier Don Juan Lerma, and one of my people will convey it immediately to the city of Santarem. Upon this I wrote a hurried but anxious note to the old hidalgo, begging him to consider the kindness I had done him, the danger by which I was menaced, and pledging my honour to repay the 100 duros out of my first prize money. This system of kidnapping and extortion had become so common that, being doubtful of the answer, I saw the messenger depart with an anxiety which I laboured in vain to conceal by folding my arms and planting my feet on the brasero, by smoking a cigar, sipping the Lisbon vino, and joining in the half-frivolous and wholly ruffian chit-chat of Don Julian and his squalid myrmidons. In the midst of this I was a little startled to find my acquaintance, the Jew dentist, enter with his box under his arm, a bloody cloth encircling his head, and half concealing his basilisk eyes, which bent on me a demoniacal scowl of recognition, and I discovered to my consternation that this worthy, in virtue of being a greater fiend than his fellows, was no other than the lieutenant of Julian d'Aviero. But without seeming to observe me, he advanced to the side of the latter, and whispered a few words in his ear. Ha, said Don Julian, is it so? Then our hellish compact must be observed. I'm sorry for the little paisana, but there is no remedy. Ho, there, camarados, bring in the prisoners of Santarem, the potter Perez, and the girl, who was captured with him last night by our worthy Teniente Isaco Zendano. The girl is his sister, growled the Jew robber in husky Spanish as he threw off his blue gown and revealed his gaudy Spanish dress and sash bristling with pistols and knives, and a fair sample of Mother Eve's flesh. She is bueno. Curses blast you, bring them in, and Julian, who always assumed the blustering ruffian to his own people, grasped a pistol. The lieutenant quitted his presence, but almost immediately returned, dragging in a stout peasant about 23 years of age. He had all the lofty air, the well-knit and erect figure of those peasantry on frontiers where the Portuguese are improved by intermarriage with the Spaniards. He wore a brown vest with loose sleeves and breeches of bright yellow cotton, tied about the middle by a red silk scarf. His long raven hair was gathered in a wide silk netting, and hung in a heavy mass upon his neck. His hands were tightly pinioned by a cord, but he gazed about him with an air of reckless defiance, which, however, failed to intimidate the thieves or to encourage his sister, a pretty-looking girl of 16 or thereabout, who clung to his arm in the utmost terror. Her coal-black hair was plaited somewhat after the fashion of the Basque women into gigantic braids, and reached below the flounces of her yellow skirt, which was short enough to expose halfway up to the knee her very handsome legs, encased in bright scarlet stockings, which were elaborately covered with white braiding. Her little feet and ankles were equipped with open-cut abarcas, interlaced with thongs of Morocco leather, like the hose of your Highland soldiers. Her teeth and lips were a miracle, and her terror made her dark eyes glitter like diamonds. Ah, merci, monsieur, she was excessively captivating, that little paisana. Though such a little beauty is not uncommon in Spain, the robbers of Don Julian gazed upon her with gloating eyes of evil admiration and longing. Many of them licked their huge blubber lips with grim and grotesque glee, as if anticipating kisses, while the poor sinking girl shrunk from their bold and villainous gaze, as she would have done from the eyes of so many serpents or fiends. Teresa, hold up your head, my dear girl, do not droop before these base ladroons, stained as they are by 1,000 atrocities. Dios, should innocence quail before guilt, said the young peasant, with a fearlessness that at once gained him my sympathy and admiration, and for a time I forgot my own troubles and those of the strangers. Be bold of heart, my sweet sister. We are possessed of that which can touch even the hearts of these bad men and unlock the doors of their prison house. You are mistaken in this idea, Senor Perez el Cantarero, said Don Julian with a quiet sneer, while his band crowded round with lowering brows and gloating eyes. Quite mistaken, allow me to inform you. Your honest uncle, the abogado, almost honest lawyer of Santarem, has refused to ransom you. Our messenger, the very Reverend Rabbi Isacco Zendono, has come back just now empty-handed. The girl shrieked and hid her face in the bosom of her brother, who gazed around him with a look of rage, astonishment, and stupefaction. Isacco the Jew burst into an uncontrollable fit of laughter, in which Don Julian and his comrades joined. Out upon ye, villains! Exclaimed Perez the potter, shaking his clenched hand at them. O Perez, por amor de mi, urged his sister in a breathless voice. Teresa, my poor Teresa, muttered the brother through his hard-set teeth. I had doubts, dreadful doubts, but I expected not this. Answer, Senor Don Julian Davero, does this black-hearted slave of Mammon, this villain of an abogado, forget that he retains in his repositories the inheritance left us by old Gil Perez, the alcalde of Santarem? In truth, most blustering Senor, most valiant cavalier of crocks and cans, your father's honest brother has not forgotten that important fact, replied Julian Daviero in his cool, dry way. The abogado will act true to his trade by deceiving those who trust him. His trade, may the great devil confound it, for it has stripped me of as fair an heritage as ever came from a miserly sire to a spendthrift son. Well, Senor Perez, in short, to possess himself of your $2,000 and practice a little profitable conveyancing, your relative the lawyer has stoutly declined to ransom you, saith our messenger, swearing by the bones of St. James he would not yield the 100th part of a peso to save you from the jaws of hell. Be it so, muttered Perez between his clenched teeth. In the world that is to come he will meet with his reward. Were it but to provoke the abogado, I would willingly set you free, Senor Potter, but the laws of this free community say nay. But my sister has found no more favor than yourself. Santos, you are a strange fellow, Senor Perez. Who the devil ever expects to find an apostle in the carcass of an abogado? Madre de Dios, my poor Teresa, said the young man, folding his sister to his breast, while she responded by an agony of grief and terror, such as I had never before witnessed. On her knees she bent before Julian Daviero, imploring him to spare her only brother, and to slay her if he pleased. But her piteous cries and supplications, rendered yet more plaintive by the beautiful language of Spain, were drowned by the brutal jests and whoops and yells of the Portuguese robbers. When the hubbub subsided, Senor Cantarero, said Don Julian, in his wonted cold and sarcastic manner, I've said that your ransoms are refused. And what then, Senor Ladrone? Asked the paisano sternly. You must die, that is all, replied the captain, quietly knocking the ashes from his fragrant Cuba. Die? Si, morir, mise, Perez el Cantarero, said he with an ironical bow. 'Tis hard to die thus and unrevenged, said the peasant, looking round as if for a weapon, but I am content so that you release my sister, and swear upon the crucifix that she shall receive no harm. At this demand there was another horrid laugh, and the Jew, turning up his eyes, swore something in Hebrew at a request so unreasonable. Keep your mind quite at ease, Perez, amigo mio, said Julian Daviero, whose potations were now affecting his brain, and imparting to his manner a strange mixture of ferocity and jocose cruelty. Do not be alarmed. Your sister shall not die. Maledetto does think we have no taste or discrimination. The Holy Virgin thank you, said the potter with an odd mixture of fervor and ferocity. My dearest Teresa will fall to the lot of the fortunate rascal to whom the happy dice assigns her, said the Jew lieutenant of the gang, pushing forward and jostling me with such insolence that I had some difficulty in keeping my hands from his throat. Hark you, Master Potter, he continued in his husky Spanish, which I cannot imitate. We cast lots for the women we capture, if they be young and handsome. The men we poniard, if they cannot ransom their heads and hides, and then we bury them honorably in the chasm of the Tagus. The bones of some stout fellows are bleaching there, so you will find yourself in good company. I promise you, I owe you a grudge for the stroke your cujata dealt on my pate yesterday, and so claim the first blow today. Arroyars, camarados, fall on. He unsheathed his poniard and grasped the Potter by the collar of his buckram doublet, but the descending blow was arrested by the uplifted arms of Teresa, who hung upon the villainous dog of Israel with the determination, if not with the strength, of a tigress, and poured forth a succession of cries and threats, which astonished even the intended assassin. Then, sinking upon her knees, the winning girl pressed the murderer's hideous paw to her beautiful lips, beseeching him, in those accents to which a woman in deadly terror can alone give utterance, to spare her brother, her Perez, her dear and only brother, and she would become the servant, the slave of the robber for her whole life. O spare my brother, spare him, O Senor Judio, O Senor Don Julian, caballeros, gracias, benditos, por nuestra Senora Santissima, my slave, demonios, chuckled the ruffian Jew, that you may be at all events, or I may make short work with you, and so disappoint some honest fellow here. Off, off with you. And he shook her from him with so much violence that on sinking to the floor the blood gushed from her mouth and nostrils. The Jew again raised his dagger, but Perez, filled with fury at the treatment of his sister, snapped, as if it had been a straw, the cord that bound him, and grappling with the athletic ruffian, dashed him on the floor, where he placed a foot upon his breast, and trod him down as one would do a serpent. The blood of the Potter was up. Grasping another by the sash, he hurled him back with such force that the bandit was instantly slain, for, on staggering, his head came so violently in contact with an angle of the wall that in a moment his brains were dashed out, and he presented a dreadful spectacle as he lay, breathless and quivering, with his battered skull empty, as if struck by a grape shot, and his blood and brains forming an oozy pool beside him. Even the banditti seemed struck with horror for a moment, and a stillness ensued. They glared at their dead comrade, and at each other, heedless of the groans and struggles of the half-stifled Zendono. The voice of the girl was again heard, supplicating, for I had raised her up, and she implored me to save her brother, for he had done no wrong, for shed blood only in his own defence, and now remained motionless and terrified at his own temerity. The faint and half-articulate voice of Teresa recalled the band from the spell which, as I have said, their comrade's death had cast around them, and simultaneously they rushed with their knives upon the poor Potter, and pierced at once by innumerable and reiterated wounds, he sunk lifeless among their feet, and long after the last vital spark had fled, they continued to stab and slash, and otherwise mutilate the corpse until its bloody garments hung about it in tatters. Tornere, thought I, if my friend the Hidalgo had neither the cash nor the inclination to ransom me, I shall be in a bad way. By order of Don Julian, who had watched this scene of butchery with folded arms and an immovable aspect, the body was tossed over the window, from whence I heard it falling heavily from rock to rock, before it reached the deep dark water of a tributary of the Tagus that struggled through a chasm of the cliffs 200 feet below. While the half-drunken banditti cursed and yelled like fiends, they cast the dead body of their comrade after that of the unfortunate Potter, then wiped and sheathed their poniards, and all traces of that horrible occurrence disappeared, save the red blood gouts upon the floor, which these European thugs never thought of cleansing, but trampled to and fro among that frightful puddle as heedlessly as if it had been so much spring water spilt by accident. Teresa had swooned and hung on my arm in a happy state of insensibility. Isacco Zendano had suffered severely in the melee during his prostrate position on the floor, now scrambled up, his heart burning with fury and his body smarting with pain. He was blasted with the gore of the slain men, and its stripping from his sable beard and matted hair no way improved his personal appearance or increased the benevolence of his features. Growling at the weight of his comrade's heels, he demanded in a stentorian voice that lots should be cast for possession of the Senora Teresa, a proposition at once acceded to. Dice were produced, and the beetle-browed banditti crowded round a table where they rattled and threw the dice in succession. The Jew uttered a yell. He had won. Diable, how like a victorious fiend he seemed, as with a shout of villainous joy he snatched the poor insensible victim from my arms, and with his poniard, menacing any man who dared to follow, bore her off, bent double over his left arm as easily as he would have done a folded mantle. Poor Teresa, she was so slight and young. Monsieur, I'm not quite such a bad or wild fellow as perhaps you may think me, and I do assure you that I then felt my impetuous blood tingling in every vein. I sprang after the dog Zendano, but was restrained by the powerful and perhaps friendly arm of Don Julian d'Alviero. Signor, he exclaimed in a whisper, are you mad? Remember your life is at stake, and ponder well on the helplessness of your condition among us. The truth of this came bitterly home to my heart. I gave the speaker a fierce and reproachful glance, and folded my arms in silence. My heart bled for the unhappy girl. Frequently in that long and dreary night, when the mountain blast howled drearily through the shattered villa of Aviero, and moaned in the gorge through which the Tagus wound, I heard the cries and lamentations of the miserable girl, and the oaths and revelry of those to whom she was now abandoned. Ere daybreak her cries had ceased. Mia, bayonets! They nearly drove me mad. What became of her I know not, as I never saw her again. Next day an old padre of Santarem came with a message from the hidalgo, Don Juan Lerma, whose mention I had spared. The priest had volunteered on this errand of mercy, as no other man in Santarem would venture within the reach of the terrible Aviero, to whom he paid 200 pillared dollars, and I was conducted to within a few toises of the advanced sentinels of our alpiques by Don Julian in person, and we bade each other adieu with a very good grace, but without either tears or regret on my side, as may well be assumed, and so ended my maladventure in the wood of Santarem. The Captain Saint Florian concluded his story. Parbleu, said he, how dry my throat is with speaking so long, and I dare say I've tired you to death, but let us have one more bottle of Janette's champagne, and then we shall decamp soberly to look for more adventures. But I must be cautious, being foreguard at the chateau tomorrow. You cannot mean to return to Lagny tonight. I must, and 'tis high time we were off, Captain Saint Florian. Besides, I see Jeanette is decidedly sleepy. Ah, poor girl, yes. My horse is at an hotel in a street leading from the Champs-Élysées. Oof, a devil of a way from this. There is a church clock striking 5. Nombril de Beelzebub, 'tis morning. We hurriedly rose to depart. Jeanette had fallen fast asleep in the bar, and Saint Florian kissed her brow as he passed and deposited the reckoning in her lap. The portière of the cabaret let us out, and we sallied through the street to find my hotel. At the chateau, as the Parisians name the palace, I bade adieu to the captain, and getting forth my horse, rode off. The trumpets of the Austrian cavalry and the English drums were ringing on the early morning wind, as the reveille roused the soldiers of the allied host in their several camps and cantonments. The patrols of the gendarmes were retiring to their quarters. The sun was coming up in his glory, and ruddily in his morning light, amid the morning smoke of Paris, shone the huge façade of Notre Dame and the burnished dome of the Hôtel des Invalides. Paris, with its tented parks and guarded barriers, was left behind, and I dashed at full gallop along the dusty road that, under the shadow of many a vine trellis and many an apple bower, led to my cantonments at Lagny on the Marne. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Major's Story. On the Colonel concluding, there arose a contention between our surgeon, Mac Leachy, and the senior major as to who should tell his story first. For the steam was now fairly up, but the matter was adjusted by seniority, like choice of quarters, or having the best bed in a billet, and the right of first mounting a breach, and other little contingencies of a military life. I was once nearly hanged by Wellington, said the doctor, to tempt us to listen, for when I first joined the service, it was as an ensign, though I had my diploma of M.D. Hanged, said Slingsby. Then you proved a king's bad bargain, doctor? Not half so bad as you, Jack, retorted our old medico. But I'll tell you in a few words how it came to pass. When our troops were falling back from Quatre Bras upon the village of Waterloo on that stormy 17th of June, which preceded the great battle, I was sent forward with 16 men of the Scots Brigade to take possession of the principal inn as quarters for the great Duke and his staff, and to save the house from being plundered or forcibly seized by anyone else. We entered the village double-quick. I soon found the inn, and after posting my sentinels in front and rear, proceeded to investigate, from motives of personal interest, the contents of the pantry before the Duke arrived. In 20 minutes afterwards we heard musket shots. I rushed out of the kitchen, where I had been consoling the terrified landlady and deviling a drumstick, to find my fellows firing at the French tirailleurs, who were now at the end of the village where they had lined a stone wall. We peppered them briskly, but 4 of my men had just fallen, when a Belgian officer, all covered with stars and lace, galloped up to me, crying as he took the road to Brussels, fall back, Waterloo is surrounded and you will be cut off. I drew out my men and left the village double-quick. At the other end of it I passed a mounted general officer with his staff, who were sitting quietly and composed in their saddles, but he called to me with a loud voice, "Halt, sir, halt your men, and come here." I obeyed and lowered the point of my sword. Oh, there was no mistaking the keen, grey, eagle eyes, the high nose and white neckcloth, the little blue cloak and brass sabre of this personage. It was Wellington himself. "In God's name, sir," said he fiercely, "why have you abandoned your post? The village is surrounded." "It is not surrounded. A few sharpshooters fired a shot or 2 at our cavalry, but they have been all killed or taken." "A Belgian officer. Cowardice, rank cowardice," said Wellington. "And at a time like this, Provost-Marshal, where are the Provost-Marshal and his guard? A rope, get a rope, and hang this young fellow from the nearest tree." I was in deadly terror, for I was then a raw lad, and did not perceive that this was perhaps only to frighten me. But at that moment Sir Dennis Pack dashed up with some intelligence which was of more importance to Europe than the hanging of Ensign Macleachy, so Wellington troubled himself no more about me. I shrunk away to pick my half-devilled bone, and to rejoin the Scots Brigade, who were bivouacked in a field near the Brussels road. Soon after Waterloo I exchanged my ensign's commission for a medical one, and have never since been in terror of being hanged by a provost or shot by a court-martial. "Tush," said the major, "I was once nearer being hanged than you, doctor, for I was tried and sentenced, and moreover only escaped one noose to be caught by another, for I got my wife by it." Our major was a jolly and cosy old fellow, who was addicted to a little flirtation when married dames of mature age, and to making downright love to widows, if his good lady was absent, and invariably opened the trenches by affecting to consider them the sisters of their handsome daughters. He was a great favourite with us all, but, being married, he never dined at mess, unless when specially invited by some one. Thus we warmly welcomed our old major's story, which he began without further preamble. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Estella. "I entered the service," quoth the major, "when the Peninsular War was at its height, and my commission was signed by the first gentleman in Europe, then Prince Regent. Truly we had queer ideas of what constituted a gentleman in those days. In my hot youth, when George III was king, I joined our first battalion in Spain, and had more than enough of marching, fighting, and starving in the desolate province of Estremadura, where Marshal MacDonald and General Foy never gave us a moment to spare. I was wounded at La Nava and at the storming of Almarez, when I scrambled over the palisades with my sword-arm in a sling. I remember a Voltigeur officer rushing upon me with his sabre uplifted, but on perceiving my wound he lowered his weapon gracefully in salute, and passed on to encounter another. We took the garrison prisoners, blew up the works, and threw the guns into the Tagus. At night, when we buried the dead by flinging them into their own trenches, I was shocked to perceive my generous and gallant Voltigeur among them, cold and stiff, slain by a shot in his heart, and with his right hand still grasping the hilt of the same sabre with which he had threatened and so chivalrously spared me. I was at the defence of Alba, and with the covering army at Badojos, and I fought at Victoria, where our colonel, the gallant Cadogan, was killed, and where we put up a statue to his memory, but so unlike him that I'm sure if the good man ever looks at it out of heaven, he will never recognize himself. We had always hard fighting, for I belonged to the light troops, and so far as the head was concerned in those days, I was very well adapted for that branch of the service. My regiment, the Highland Light Infantry, belonged to the 1st Brigade of the 2nd Division of Infantry, Sir Rowland Hill's, and at the time when this little narrative opens, was quartered at Aranjuez, a small town of Toledo, about 20 miles south of Madrid, on the left bank of the Tagus. Though we had been for some months in quarters of refreshment on the Portuguese frontier, and had there received several supplies of clothing, etc., from Britain, in consequence of the rapid movements of the army, which by turning the positions on the Ebro and Douro had driven back the French under Joseph and Jourdan, making them to traverse the whole length of Spain in one short month, and the incessant activity of the light troops, my uniform was reduced to a mere mass of rags, my cap a kind of Highland bonnet, checkered but without feathers like that still retained by the 71st and 74th regiments, was worn into many holes, and the rain came through upon my head. My epaulets or wings were reduced to black wire, my coatee turned to purple and black, was, like my tartan trews, patched with cloth of every hue, my sash had shrunk to a remnant, the pipe clay had long disappeared from my shoulder belt, and the sheath of my claymore was worn away until 6 inches of the bare blade stuck through it, and such was the general appearance of the officers of our regiment, as with our canvas haversacks, our blankets and cloaks slung in our sashes, and carrying wooden canteens similar to those of the privates, we marched into Aranjuez, and defiled with pipes playing and drums beating towards the great summer palace of Philip II, which occupies a little island formed by the Tagus and the Zarama, and is surrounded by the most beautiful pleasure grounds. In one hand I carried my sword, in the other ham, which I picked up when overhauling a French caisson. My lieutenant had a small wine-skin and my ensign a round loaf under his arm. Thus we, the officers of the 1st Company, looked forward to what we deemed in those hard times a sumptuous repast on halting in the quadrangle of the vast and silent palace from which Joseph and his court had fled but a few hours before, leaving behind many a sign of their hasty departure. Here lay Turkey carpets half torn up, there velvet hangings but half torn down, and in one room where bales of furniture, ornaments, and plate, packed but abandoned, in another lay the remains of a sumptuous feast. The wine was yet in the half-empty glass. The fork remained in the breast of the turkey, the ashes of a large fire yet mouldered in the vast kitchen, and in each apartment of these long and magnificent suites which traversed the whole palace of Philip II were splendid Parisian clocks with their gilt pendulums yet wagging under crystal shades, and all remaining in statu quo, just as the French fugitives had left them on the approach of our advanced guard. We chose our apartment, seized utensils, and after a bath in the sandy Zarama, to refresh us after our long and dusty march, we sat down to a supper on my ham, the ensign's loaf, and the lieutenant's skin of the country wine. Fresh from the royal gardens, we took fruit in abundance, for the season was summer, and the purple grape, the golden apple, and the ruddier orange, with the ripe pomegranate, were all to be had at arm's length from the tall painted windows. Nor were cigars wanting, for when investigating the contents of a certain press, I found several boxes from which we supplied ourselves, and gave the remainder to the men of our company, who were solacing themselves in the adjacent apartments, and lounging on the velvet sofas, down ottomans, and satin fauteuils, on which the fair damosels of the usurper's court had sat but the day before. The quarter guards were set. The out-pickets had been posted in the direction of the enemy. In the palace court, our 10 pipes had sounded for the tattoo, and wearied to excess, we lay down, some on beds and some on benches, but many more on the hard floor, where we slept soundly, and heedless of the advancing, the marching and skirmishing of the morrow, for we light troops had always our full share of the latter. I was in this luxurious state, for dry quarters and a sound sleep after a hearty meal are great luxuries to the campaigner, when I was shaken by the shoulder, and I heard the devilish voice of our sergeant major saying, "I beg your pardon, Captain. The first officer for duty is required to take convalescents to the rear. They march an hour before daylight, and the adjutant sent me to warn you, sir, and say the piper will blow the rouse in 20 minutes." He retired, having delivered his orders, and then, as a pleasant sequel to them, I heard the rain, the heavy rain of Castile, where every drop is the size of a walnut, pattering on the long range of palace windows which face the east. No man ever left a warm down bed more unwillingly than did I, the hard tiled floor of the sala. I rolled up my cloak and blanket, slung them with my haversack and canteen, and then groped about for a small portmanteau which contained all my goods and gear, and without disturbing my 2 comrades to bid them good-bye, for, poor fellows, after so long a march as that of yesterday, to have done so would have been positive inhumanity. With half-closed eyes I hurried along, stumbling over the sleeping soldiers, muskets, knapsacks, and broken furniture with which the vast halls and suites of chambers were encumbered, after losing myself for a time in that famous apartment of mirrors, where Godoy and the Queen were wont to perform fandangos. I reached the bridge of Toledo, as it is named from the road which crosses it, and there I found the convalescents assembling in the dark of a cold and rainy morning, for the daylight was yet an hour distant, and I heard the heavy drops battering the tarred canvas covers of the wretched caissons wherein the sick and wounded lay. I heard the rain also lashing on the parapets of the bridge, and raising bubbles on the rapid stream which swept below its arches. There were not less than 30 wagons or bullock cars filled by officers alone, many of them sick or suffering from diseases produced by hardship and starvation, others from wounds and the amputation of legs and arms by the stupid apothecaries' boys, who composed almost wholly our medical staff in the peninsula. In rags and misery, almost shirtless and shoeless, they lay, closely packed in the caissons among a little straw, and one, the weakest and most reduced, was the famous Irish assistant surgeon, Maurice Quill, of the 31st Regiment, and one officer of the 1st Dragoon Guards, who, being mad as a March hare, had an entire wagon to himself, and I heard him bellowing like a wild bull above the rushing rain and the howling wind as I approached this mournful assemblage on the old bridge of Toledo. I received the lists and commissariat papers, etc., in the dark, from the brigade major, who carried a lantern under his cloak, and in bidding me adieu, bade me beware of Barbarossa, a red-bearded Sancho, a thief whose exploits were then making some noise in Toledo and La Mancha. The few soldiers who accompanied me were also convalescents on their way home to be discharged, and consequently were barely able to carry their arms. I had a French troop horse captured in the scramble at Arroyo del Molino, and by my side rode the only effective man in the detachment, my orderly dragoon, who, for the good service he rendered me by his inborn bravery and fidelity, I shall ever remember with gratitude, Darby Croghan, a private of the 4th or Royal Irish Dragoon Guards, and when I say he was every inch a true Irish soldier, further comment is needless. Though we had enough and to spare of fighting, I own that it was with no ordinary feeling of dissatisfaction I departed on this duty, leaving my comrades to push on towards the south, to fight and win the great battle of Vittoria, and drive the French from Spain, while I had the foreknowledge that there was never an instance known of an officer leaving the army in charge of convalescents without being involved in the most serious quarrels with the Spanish authorities, both civil and military. But there was no alternative for me. So, muffling myself in my cloak, after sharing with Darby Croghan a glass of brandy from a certain convenient flask which hung at my waist belt, and after a good deal of galloping to and fro, swearing at muleteers and bullock drivers, the cars were put in motion, and the march began just as the first streak of dawn glimmered dimly above the distant Sierras. A company of les chasseurs Britanniques, who, though French deserters and ragamuffins of every kind, wore the British uniform under a Captain H. marched also for Ciudad Real, and nearly at the same time, but were ordered to pursue a route apart from mine by Santa Cruz de la Zarza, and down the other side of the mountains by Corral de Almoguer and Madrid de Yos. The morning had broken clear and cloudless when, passing through an open tract of country, we reached Ypres, and the summer sun of Castile came up in all his burning glory. I generally rode about 50 yards in front of my party to avoid the incessant complaints and cries of the sick and wounded, whose ailments or sores were exasperated by the increasing heat and pitiless jolting of the bullock cars, which had neither springs nor iron axles. The day was cloudless and scorching, the plain hot, dry, and dusty, all vegetation being burned out of it. No breeze came from the distant mountains, but a vast swarm of black flies, which floated like a vapor about us, gave incredible annoyance. A poor young officer, lieutenant in an English light cavalry regiment, expired under the pain of his mortifying wounds and accumulated sufferings. This event caused a temporary halt. By the side of the mule track which crossed that arid plain, we hastily made a little grave about a foot deep and laid him down, yet warm in his uniform and coffinless. A little of the blood-stained straw from the wagons was spread over his face, and then we covered him up, heaping the dry, dusty soil over him by our feet, by the butts of muskets and blades of bayonets, to keep the wolves from disturbing his rest. Near this lonely grave there flowed a little fountain from a rude stone duct which had been made in the days of old, en tiempo antique, as a mule driver told me. In 20 minutes after we were all again en route, with the mule bells dangling on the wheels, jarring as if nothing had happened, but his place in the wagon was soon supplied, as every hour some of my convalescent guard became unable to endure the weight of their trappings and had to be placed among the sick. Thus our progress was so slow that night was closing before we entered La Guardia, a small town about 16 miles from Aranjuez. As we clambered and toiled up the rocky ridge which it crowns on the right bank of the Cedron, Croghan and I, who rode in front, were surprised to find the little town almost deserted, and that a few of the inhabitants who had lingered until we were close at hand were retiring from it on the other side, some on foot and others on mule, but all bearing away their goods and chattels, beds and furniture. Entering, we found it empty, and as there were neither alcalde nor alguazils to go through the farce of distributing billets, we quartered ourselves wherever we best could. After conveying all the wounded from the wagons into the great convent, I carried Dr. Quill on my back, for he was weak as a child. There we laid them in rows on the tiled floors, and after filling their canteens with water, left them to warm themselves the best way they could, for we were wearied almost to death by the slow loitering march of the past day under a scorching Castilian sun. LaGuardia is surrounded by a strong but ruinous fortified wall, which was built in the olden time to defend the district from the incursions of the Moors, and at each end it had a gate, whereon I posted a guard of a corporal and 3 men, for as the whole country swarmed with thieves and guerrilla deserters, I knew not what picaros might be lurking in the old gypsum quarries near the Cedron. Darby, Croghan, and I took possession of a deserted house in the main street. He lighted a fire, and being scarce of fuel, made pretty free use of the doors and shutters, chairs and tables, and we broiled on a ramrod, or boiled in a camp kettle, our poor ration beef, sprinkling it with flour and eating it without salt, for that was a commodity extremely scarce among us in Spain. Hence the flavour of our commissariat beef, after being carried in a canvas haversack on a long day's march under a burning sun, would have driven Sawyer or his Majesty of Oude into fits. We had scarcely concluded this miserable meal, which we shared fraternally, for in service, though discipline is never forgotten, the officer and private are more blended together, as real soldierly sentiment replaces empty etiquette, when we were startled by the report of 2 or 3 muskets in our immediate vicinity. "Hullo!" cried Croghan, springing to the door of the house. "The enemy 'll be on us before we can say peace." "Some guerrillas or picars, or perhaps Barbarossa," said I, sitting down my flask of aguardiente to listen. "Darby Roxy, sure it'll be pleasant to meet a namesake." "Not if he beats up our quarters when we are in so poor a condition to resist any who might attempt it, and the watches and rings, etc., of so many sick officers are booty enough for a few enterprising Spaniards, who might try to knock the guard on the head. Look to our pistols, Croghan, bring up the horses, and we will ride forth to reconnoitre." "Right, your honour, I'm the man," replied the active Irishman, as he looked to the priming of our pistols, loaded with carbine, and hurried to the shed close by, but where our horses were chewing their rations of chopped straw. He saddled and brought them to the door, and thus in 3 minutes we were both mounted. Meanwhile the guards at each gate of the little town had turned out, and leaving word to get the whole party under arms in the street, accompanied by Croghan, I rode at a rapid trot towards the direction in which the flashes had been seen by our sentinels. LaGuardia lay buried in obscurity. The night was dark, and a thin vapour veiled the stars, but no moon was visible, though at times a red meteor flashed across the sky. As the warm night wind passed over the vast tracts of waste and untilled land, it was laden with the rich aroma of those innumerable little plants like mignonette which flourish by the wayside in all the wild parts of Spain. Soft ground, sir, said Croghan, as his horse stumbled among the dry, scorched soil. By the holy, this is just like still hunting, only the bog, bad luck to it, is as dry as a bone. Hush, said I, reining in my horse, do you not hear something? By my troth, I do, replied Darby, and as he spoke a musket flashed about a quarter of a mile distant, and then we heard a faint cry like a woman's. There are no French in this neighbourhood, said I, surprised, but plenty of thieves and robbers, sir, and a nice meetin' it'd be for us. Forward, said I, we must just take them like our wives, Croghan, for better or worse. And like the wives, a sorry taken it may be for some of us, said Darby with a reckless laugh as we rode on in the dark, and reaching the skirt of a cork wood, found a large Spanish coach drawn by 2 mules, such a turnet as one might have met in those days on the prados of Seville or Madrid, being ransacked by 5 or 6 ruffians armed with pistols, knives, and carbines. A man lay dead among the long grass near the trees. The mules were kicking and plunging in the traces, and while one ruffian dragged out 2 ladies, the others were cutting open and emptying their portmanteaus. I drew my sword. Make your horse rear, sir, the moment we are fired at, cried Croghan, who was a practised trooper. 'Twas by my not doing so that Corporal Lanigan of ours got a ball in his chest at Talavera, his first battle too. Forward, cried I, cut them down. Whoop, hubbaboo, this bast of mine, let clear the rock of Cashel at one spring, exclaimed Croghan, who uttered an Irish yell as we fell suddenly on the marauders, and though we were but 2 to 6, routed them in a moment. 3 shots were fired at us. I cut one fellow across the hand, and severed his fingers, which grasped the barrel of his musket. Darby stretched another among the grass, and whether scared by his Irish shout, our sudden onset, or the dread that there were more of us, I know not, but in a twinkling they had vanished into the wood, and we sprang from our horses to assist the ladies. Ay de mi, Senor Oficial, cried the younger, grasping me by the left arm, 1,000 prayers and thanks. Ay me, Senor Caballero, muchas gracias, added the elder, making a stately but profound curtsy to Croghan. Why, man, you make a regular Irish dip, said he, raising his hand to the peak of his helmet, but sure you've dropped something, he added, picking up a flask. Oh, it can't be this at all. Aguardiente, the thief, hurroo, it's like rail cork, but out of a brand new cask. The old lady now turned to me, perceiving that I was the officer, and prayed El Santo de los Santos, and all the saints in heaven might bless us for our courageous and timely succor. We are on our way to Ciudad Real from Madre de Dios, and were attacked in the wood. My Senor Escudero was shot, our outriders fled, and the ladrones would undoubtedly have maltreated me. Not that I cared for myself, Senor, but my dear little goddaughter, La Nina, the child, La Nina Estella. It was all for her that I trembled, and so forth. By the moon, which glinted for a time through the hazy clouds, I could perceive that the speaker was a middle-aged lady, very dark-complexioned, and though not handsome, possessing a tolerably good, even stately presence, and that her goddaughter, whose features were blanched by terror, had fine dark Spanish eyes and a graceful figure, though somewhat undersized. I begged of them to be no longer alarmed. Senora, said I, my detachment is at La Guardia, close at hand. Allow me to offer my escort to you, so far as Ciudad Real, for that also is my destination. We owe you 1,000 thanks, Senor Oficial, replied the gentle voice of La Nina Estella, who seemed to be somewhere about 18. Oh, I shall never forget that fellow's red beard. Madre de Dios, what a size and colour it was. Oh, ho, then our friend was Sancho himself. Ah, Senor, said the old lady, how happily we will avail ourselves of your kind offer. Good, I shall have pleasant companions for the remainder of this most unpleasant journey, thought I, beginning to repack the half-rifled mails. We are travelling in great haste, said the Senor. Is your detachment composed of horse or foot, Caballero? It partakes of both, Senora, being 30 wagons of sick and wounded. Sick and wounded, oh Madre de Dios, 'tis quite a travelling hospital, 30 wagons, a lazaretto, and I've lost my priceless relic of Saint Margarita, the Scot. Oh, Senor Valoroso, we owe you 1,000,000 of favours, but we'll rather proceed alone, and here is this rogue Pedro come back with his mule. Ah, false coward, to leave your young mistress in such peril! I will have you well beaten when we reach Ciudad Real. I will, sir. What would have become of us but for the miraculous arrival of the Senor Oficial? While I assisted the trembling Pedro to restrap the portmanteaus and put the mules in order, a colloquy was proceeding between Darby Croghan and the Spaniard whom he had levelled when the fray first began. Silence now, I heard him say while striking the butt of his carbine to shake the priming. It will soon be all over with you, so die aisy. Do and don't be bothering me. Ay, por amor de Dios, Senor Inglés, implored the Spaniard on his knees. Senor Inglés, indeed, said Darby testily as the aguardiente mounted into his brain. Is it an Englishman you'd call me, you rascally Spaniard, and I, praise God, a dacent Irishman, like my father and mother before me? Ay de mi, Senor Dragon. Dragon is it now? I have a name, Mr. Spaniard, as good as your own, for lack of a better, and that is Darby Croghan. Ood would a Croghan's boy at the 4 crossroads near the bog of blank, but what am I prating about? To make a long story short, prepare for your wooden surtout, and make a clean breast, you spalpeen of the earth, you. Come, come, Darby, said I, let him go. He is only a poor rascal of a Mercian. It's only making game of him I am, your honour. But sure I am that his being, as you say, a merchant won't make him feel dying a bit more, replied Darby, uncocking his carbine with an air of discontent. Richly he deserves to die, for he fired his pistols at me twice. The curse of Cromwell be on him. Away now, said I, pointing to the wood. Vayan usta con Deus, or demonic, if it suits you better, and see, villain, that we meet no more. With a dark gleam in his eye, the disarmed robber slunk away, and I saw that his face, where not streaked with blood from Darby's sword cut, was ghastly pale with hate, fear, and fury. We placed the ladies in their antique caravan-looking coach, buckled their baggage on the pyramidal top thereof, furnished Pedro and another servant with the arms and ammunition of the 2 robbers, promised to see the unfortunate Escudero interred, a promise which we never performed, and after escorting them some miles beyond the Cork wood, bade them adieu, receiving a pressing invitation to visit them at Ciudad Real, where every one knew Doña Emeronciana de Alcala de los Gazules, which name I give myself no small credit for remembering, when we returned to La Guardia, and for a time thought no more of the affair. I had ordered the drum to be beaten before daylight, but it was not until 2 hours after that the whole of the sick and wounded were again stowed into their wagons and en route, for in the back garden of the convent we had to bury those whom we found dead. Then again began that melancholy chorus of groans and cries of pain, mingled with curses in English and Spanish, the cracking of whips and jingle of bells, as the obstinate mules and lazy bullocks which drew the rude cars were urged to motion, and over wretched roads we departed from La Guardia towards the mountains. Passing over the ground of the last night's adventure, Croghan picked up something which glittered amongst the grass. It proved to be the portrait of a young lady, in a veil flowing over her high comb, and in her well-arched eyebrows, fine dark eyes, roguish mouth, and fascinating smile, I recognized Doña Estella. Bravo, a delighted souvenir of La Guardia, said I, and after admiring it for a time, consigned it to my breast-pocket. Darby, I will owe you $1 for this when I draw on the paymaster. I gazed at it frequently on the march, and every time I did so, my interest in the original increased. Baba, do not think I was a fool enough to fall in love with a mere miniature, and I resolved that if she was to be found in Ciudad Real, I would certainly discover and visit her. Again, a black cloud of flies covered the whole of us. Several cars broke down, and such was the terrible nature of the road that one fell entirely over a precipice, bullocks wounded and all. And then so great was the delay occasioned by the various casualties that evening came on before we reached Mora, which is only 10 miles from La Guardia, so the reader may have some idea of the tedium of our progress. Mora I found also abandoned by its inhabitants, who fled at our approach, carrying with them all provisions and everything else which could be borne away. Many of the houses appeared to have been recently burned, for flames were yet smouldering in 3 of them, and in another 2 men were lying dead, one shot, the other bayoneted. Being certain that there were no French in the neighbourhood or near than Burgos or Navarre, I was at a loss to comprehend the source of this terror and outrage, but influenced by anxiety to be near Ciudad Real and to have my defenceless detachment disposed of for that night, I pushed on in hope of reaching a small village, which, as my route indicated, lay about 10 miles further off. Descending from Mora, we traversed a plain which lies between 2 sierras that terminate at Porzuna in La Mancha, and if our progress was slow by day, it was slower still by night. The heat was yet excessive. A thick, impalpable dust floated about us. The air was close and still. There was not a breath of wind. Our thirst was intense, and a murmur of satisfaction arose from my mournful cavalcade when the blackened sky and the croaking of the frogs announced rain. And when it did come, it came in torrents. Then, raising the covers of the wagons, the wretched patients thrust out their pallid faces and trembling hands to catch the heavy drops. The dusty plain soon became transformed into a sea of mud, and the poor convalescent guard sank above their ankles at every step, while deeper still the mules went above their fetlocks. Anxious and impatient, accompanied by my orderly, I rode forward a few miles, but failed to discover the said village. The whole district was desolate, and being without a guide, I feared that we had lost the way. On returning, I found matters still worse, for taking advantage of my absence, the villainous Spaniards, by a preconcerted arrangement, had simultaneously cut the traces of their mules and bullocks, and though my guard shot a few of them in the attempt, had fled, leaving the sick and wounded to die in the wilderness. I cannot say whether anger or despair was my prevailing emotion, but to be left thus with 24 wagons, for their number was now reduced, full of sick and dying men, among the mountains of Toledo, without provisions and without a medical officer, was not very pleasant. Though the rain was still falling, as it falls only in Spain, like one ceaseless and tremendous shower bath, Croghan and I departed at a gallop after the runaways, but could only overtake one, and as he would neither halt nor obey us, we fired at him with our pistols, and breaking his leg, left him in the same condition he had left so many of our comrades. Aware that not a moment should be lost in procuring a fresh team, we turned in the direction of Toledo, and ascended the Sierra, half blinded by the rain which lashed in our faces, and by swelling the streams from the hills was fast making the valley between them a sheet of water. A fine thing it would be, your honour, said Croghan, for I am just in the mood to be savage, if we fall in with the Raparies that rummaged over the old lady last night and sacked Mora and LaGuardia. Never mind, Darby, my boy, you will die in the bed of honour then. Divil of one of me cares, though by my soul, he added as our horses plashed fetlock deep in water, I would like that same bed of your honour's to be a dry one. So would I, Darby, but remember, why should we be melancholy boys, whose business 'tis to die? By the hokey, that ditty sounds very like as if the man that made it, sir, had been up to his neck in a bog at the time. But there are lights, and the rain is abating too. To be brief, after a 10 miles ride, we reached Almanacid de Zorita, a small town of New Castile, where we roused at the alcalde from his bed. He summoned his alguazils, and they, after an infinite deal of trouble, collected by impress all the cattle in the place, amounting to about 20 mules and as many bullocks. The alcalde assisted us with ill-concealed reluctance, and told me that he and the alcalde of Mora had that morning transmitted to the commandant of Ciudad Real an account of certain outrages and lawless impressment of mules committed by a British detachment at Mora and LaGuardia. You must mistake, Senor Alcalde, said I angrily, for I was drenched to the skin at the time. The only plunderers of LaGuardia, if I may judge from personal experience, are true Castilians. The Marquis of Santa Cruz shall judge, said the alcalde, showing us to the door. Adieu, senors. Goodbye, old gentleman, and bad manners to you, said Croghan as we leaped on our horses, and recrossing the Sierra reached the wagons about daybreak, and though sleepless and exhausted, I was but too happy when the new team was traced to them, and the whole were once more on their way towards La Mancha. Slowly and wearily we toiled on by the banks of the Algador, and again crossing the mountains near a lake into which it flows, reached Guadalhorce, all but overcome by heat and fatigue. I remember that near the lake, which was literally alive with adders and small snakes, there stood a solitary convent, and as we passed its walls, the fair recluses waved their handkerchiefs from their narrow gratings, with many a cry of Viva los Inglesos, so long as we were within hearing. From Guadalhorce, fortunately, the inhabitants had not fled, and they answered promptly and readily the piteous cries of our sufferers for water, which was supplied to them in crocks and jars that were filled and emptied as if to quell a conflagration. The village of Fuentel Fresno, which overlooks those sands from whence the Guadiana is supposed to spring, was our next halting place, but its miserable and impoverished inhabitants were totally unable to afford us rations of any kind, and there several of the wounded whose sabre cuts or gunshot wounds by the jolting of the wagons had broken out afresh expired. There were 2 officers and 4 soldiers whom we buried in one hole, alas, I cannot call it a grave, under an old orange tree near the Jarama, Finding that it was useless to halt in a place where we were in danger of starving, we went further on and bivouacked 9 miles beyond it, near a little runnel of spring water on a fine green plain. The soundest sleep that ever closed my eyes was enjoyed there, on that soft grassy sward, beside my horse's heels, but I cannot omit to mention the terror by which it was broken. My charger snorted, reared, and tried madly to break away from the peg to which I had picketed him. I raised myself on either elbow and looked around me. The wagons were all closely drawn up, side by side. The escort were sleeping among their piled arms, and muffled in their grey coats. Our 4 sentinels stood motionless, about 300 yards distant. The moonlight was clear and beautiful. Suddenly something reared its head close beside me. I shrunk under my blanket, and lo, a frightful snake, nearly 15 feet long, passed over the whole bivouac, hissing and gliding, but fortunately without biting anyone. It disappeared into a little thicket of laurels and underwood which grew near us. "Och, this Spain snake's too divil mended," I heard Croghan muttering in his sleep. "More of it yet, and I've never had a rail good potato down my throat since I came into it." Next day the sunburnt plains of La Mancha lay before us, but ere the intense heat of noon we reached Fernancaballero in the partida of Piedra Bueno, and there, so exhausted were my soldiers, and so terrible the complaints of the wounded, though my route permitted me to tarry but one night, I was compelled to halt for 2 additional days, an indulgence which nearly cost me my life. In the early morning, when visiting the quarters of the sick and wounded, to render them any assistance in my power before marching, I became aware that a person was following me through the dark, muddy, and unpaved streets of the mountain Puebla. As a soldier habitually cautious, and as a campaigner aware of the Spanish character, I grasped the hilt of my Highland sword and walked watchfully on. This man, by whom I had certainly been dogged and followed for some time, was now joined by 2 others, and the 3 accompanied my steps, remaining close behind. Croghan was looking after our horses, and I had no other orderly or attendant, but resolving that if their intentions were bad, to anticipate them, I halted, and confronting the trio said, as if without suspicion, "Señores, que hora es?" "Son los 4, caballero," replied one, gaping at me with surprise on being so suddenly accosted. But I saw the ominous gleam of 2 knives as they were secretly drawn from the broad worsted sashes of his companions, who skilfully endeavoured to conceal the act. Quick as lightning, drawing a pistol from my belt, I fired a bullet right at the head of one, whose enormous red beard the flash revealed to me. The ball tore open his cheek and carried away his left ear. His comrade rushed upon me, but I received him by thrusting the muzzle into his mouth and hurling him furiously back. On this they all took to flight, but not before I perceived that the wounded man had left his hand swathed in a bandage. "Oh, Señor Sancho la Barbaroxa," said I, recognizing the robber whom I had maimed at La Guardia. "I thought your voice was not unfamiliar to me." I hurried to the muster place in a frame of mind that struggled between wrath at my narrow escape and triumph at the victory I had won. But in 10 minutes after the drum beat and replacing the sick in the wagons, we moved off. Our march of 15 miles from Fernancaballero we got rapidly over, for Croghan and I, having found no less than 25 mules grazing near the Alzuer, which there flows through a fertile plain, many of them bridled, as if just abandoned by their riders, we yoked them to the wagons, and entering Ciudad Real, the capital of La Mancha, passed at a rapid pace through its broad, straight, and well-paved streets to the great plaza, or principal square. The Lord be praised, thought I, as the train halted, and I gave in my papers to the Spanish town major, Don Jose Gonzalez y Llano, a field officer of that regiment of Leon, which fled en masse from the field of Vittoria. My duty and my troubles are over together. But I was grievously mistaken, as I might have augured from the manner of the town major, who curled his moustaches and shifted from one foot to the other, like a man who has something unpleasant to say but dares not. While the occupants of the wagons were being conveyed to hospital by fatigue parties of Spanish soldiers, and my guard joined a detachment of convalescents who under another officer were on their march toward the castle of Belem, I soon became aware that I was an object of marked attention to the denizens of Ciudad Real. A vast crowd had gathered in the plaza, and I saw many men, particularly paisanos, gesticulating violently and pointing to me, while the muttering gradually rose into shouts of "Maldito, mueran los ingleses, pero ladrón, bandito." What the devil is the meaning of all this, thought I, and indignantly pushed my horse right through them. On this the cries redoubled, and the crowd increased so fast that I was fain to ride at a trot towards the house of a guantero, a maker of those gloves for which Ciudad Real is famous throughout Spain, on whom I had billeted. There I found Darby Croghan awaiting me, breathless, exasperated, and carbine in hand, for he too had been followed in the same manner by a mob, who shouted, yelled through mud, stones, and rotten melons, with every missile which the unclean streets so readily afforded. We were perfectly at a loss to comprehend the cause of treatment so unusual and so unmerited. El Guantero, our patron, is as cross as 2 sticks or a bag of old nails. Devil mend him, and unless your honour has a coin about you, it's but a cold supper we'll have, said Croghan as we entered the sala, or principal apartment of the house. I've not had a puseta since we left Mora, said I, but here is the patron at supper on a cold fowl too. We are just in time. Sure, he'll ask us to ate with him. Och, for the smallest taste in life, sighed poor Darby, for our food had been principally roasted castanos. During the 2 previous days, so miserably was the Spanish commissariat conducted. The patron was certainly at supper, but instead of welcoming us to his house as the deliverers of Spain, who had driven the usurper from Torres Vedras to the Douro, from the Douro to the Ebro, and from thence towards the Pyrenees, he barely bestowed a bow upon us and desired his servant to conduct me to one room and Croghan to another, amazed at the coldness of this reception within, which corresponded so exactly with the ungenerous treatment of the mob without. A storm of indignation gathered in my heart, and being aware that a strong Spanish garrison occupied the citadel, and that the Dons were lads who did not stand on trifles, I pocketed my wrath and turned away, resolving on the morrow to discover Dona Emerenciana and La Nina Estella. Blue blazes, grumbled Darby. Are we not to have a ration of something tonight? Lord, sir, you don't know how hungry I am, for the 2 insides of me are sticking together. I wish he had hold of that darling pullet. So do I, Croghan, and that the old Guantero had hold of the horns of the moon. With his fingers well greased, the old thief. Never mind, sir, wait till they're all asleep, and if I leave a place unransacked, I am not the boy of old witty Croghan at the 4 crossroads. The sulky looks of the glover were reflected by those of his wife and servant, a buxom Basque woman, who wore her coal-black hair plaited into one long tail, which overhung her thick woolen petticoat of bright yellow. Her stockings were scarlet, and I saw Croghan squinting at her well-turned ankles, cased in their neat leather abarcas, as she tripped before us up the steep wooden stair that led to my apartment. The brown-cheeked Basque bade us good night in bad Spanish, set down the light, and on being told that one room would do for the sojourn myself, withdrew. Croghan placed a few chairs against the door, and near them lay down on the floor with his carbine loaded and half-cocked. Without undressing, I threw myself on the bed, with my drawn sword beside me, for the uproar still continued in the street, but long before its din had died away, we were both buried in profound sleep, the deep and dreamless slumber of long weariness and toil. From this happy state I was aroused about midnight by a loud noise. Sword in hand, I sprang up, and Darby's promise to overhaul the patron's pantry flashed upon my mind. But lo, a lantern glared into my eyes, and I saw the brown uniforms, red facings, silver epaulets, bronze features, and enormous mustaches of several Spanish officers, who surrounded me with drawn swords. Among them I recognized Don Jose Gonzalez y Llano, the town mayor, by whose orders I was roughly seized and disarmed. The lantern was held rudely before my face, then to my belt plate and the buttons of my coat. The 71st Regimento Infanteria de Escotos, said one. La Division de San Don Roland Hill, said another. Signores, what is the meaning of this intrusion, and how dare you lay hands thus upon me? The Marquis of Santa Cruz de la Zarza will tell you that, said the little major insolently. Then where is the Marquis? Asked I furiously. At this palace, where he waits you and requires your presence, said a young officer who wore the cross of St. James and the splendid uniform of an ayudante de campo. Come with us, Signor, he added politely. I beg to assure you that a resistance is worse than useless, so permit me for the present to receive your sword. I handed the young aide-de-camp my belt and scabbard. Gentlemen, I beg you to remember that I am an officer bearing His Britannic Majesty's commission, and without saying more, I accompanied them from the house of the Glover under escort of 4 Spanish soldiers who surrounded me with fixed bayonets. In silence we traversed various streets which were buried in darkness and obscurity, and I saw nothing of Croghan, for I had been seized while he was on his exploring expedition. Yet, though anxious and perplexed, I maintained a haughty silence and disdained to question my conductors. The bell of the cathedral tolled midnight as we entered the great plaza and saw before us the stately palace of the Marquis, brilliantly illuminated, for he was giving a magnificent fete in honor of his patron saint, whose festival had occurred on the day that had passed. From the lofty latticed windows 24 lines of variously colored light fell across the great plaza of the bullfights and shed their prismatic hues on its splashing fountains. A flight of marble steps led us to the vestibule, where a Spanish guard of honor was under arms with fixed bayonets, and passing between their ranks we ascended to the grand saloon of the palace. In that magnificent apartment, decorated in the florid and profusely gilded style of Charles V's time, filled with a deluge of light from crystal chandeliers and over a slippery floor of clear and tessellated marble, I was led by my conductors through the glittering crowd of guests. On every hand I saw the brown uniforms, red facings, and silver epaulets of the Spanish line, the blue and silver of the Portuguese, the green of the Cazadores, and the black velvet suits of old-fashioned cavaliers wearing the crosses of St. James and of Calatrava. The ladies wore, almost uniformly, dresses of black or white, but with a profusion of the richest lace. Many of them looked like beautiful black-eyed brides, for their brows were wreathed with flowers, or they had one fresh red rose among their dark glossy hair, placed just beside the comb from which fell that sweeping veil which, like a gauzy mist, floated about their superb figures. For years I had not looked on such a scene. Madre de Dios, what an officer! O Santos, that a British officer! Morte de Dios, he a cavalier! Were the exclamations in every varying tone. I was led along the saloon. The music ceased in the gilded gallery. The dancers paused, mingled, and crowded about us. Then, reflecting that I had come straight from the camp and field where my comrades were facing danger and death for these same Spaniards, I thought the exhibition made of me by the Major Don Jose Gonzalez of the Regiment of Leon alike scurvy and ungrateful. Our division of the army had not received a farthing of pay for 6 months at that time, and many a brave fellow fell at Vittoria and the Pyrenees without receiving his hard-won arrears, which more than probably his relations never obtained either. I was in the same plight in which I had marched from Aranjuez, by wings worn to black wire, coat purple and patched with grey and blue at the elbows, my tartan trews a mass of darns, scabbard, as I have said, 6 inches too short for the claymore, shoes all gone at the toes, and my last shirt all gone too, save the wrists and collar. But I was weather-beaten and as a smuggler, and I looked more like a soldier than the pomatumed dons of the Spanish line or the cavaliers of Calatrava, who turned up their moustaches and muttered "Basta" as I passed them to where the Marquis stood, with a lady leaning on his arm. Don Cristobal of Santa Cruz was a tall, gaunt man, with a long Castilian visage, black, lacklustre eyes, and a solemn air of lofty pomposity. His moustaches were curled up to his ears. He had an enormous basket-tilted Toledo depending from a sling-belt, and carried his handkerchief stuffed into the hilt thereof. He wore the uniform of a Spanish lieutenant-general, and had various little gold and silver ornaments sparkling on his breast. I was aware that a graceful and bright-eyed young girl, in white lace, with her head wreathed by a superb tiara of brilliants, leaned on his arm, but so solemnly severe was the brow of the Marquis, and so brief his greeting, though in the old style of Castilian courtesy, that he riveted my whole attention. Besides, I was not a little indignant at the unceremonious manner in which I had been brought before him, and made a spectacle to his guests. Signor Don Cristoval, said I, for what am I brought? I may say dragged hither from my billet, after a tedious march, and after having duly delivered over my detachment, according to my orders from headquarters. Signor Official, replied the Marquis, with a look of grave severity, you are charged with murdering 2 Spaniards, carrying off 20 mules from La Guardia, and levying other contributions in the partida. Who dare to be my accusers? I asked, thunderstruck at such a charge. The alcalde of La Guardia, whose brother is one of the slain, and Alonso Perez, a master muleteer of Fuentelfresno, whose mules you carried off. Marquis, on my honour as a British officer and gentleman, I deny this. The Marquis smiled coldly as he replied, tomorrow we will confront you with the worthy alcalde, and as for the mules, the owner recognized them this morning, drawing your wagons into Ciudad Real. Each animal has a private notch in its ears. Marquis, I beg to assure you, sir, no more. Here I cannot listen to explanations. I might place a guard over you, but nevertheless consider yourself a prisoner, and believe that any attempt to escape will be deemed but a proof of guilt. Retain your sword, partake of our hospitality, and I hope, Signor, that the morrow will find you prepared to refute these dark charges. He waved his hand with such an air as a Castilian noble could alone assume, and with a lofty gait strode away. Then, in his daughter, who swept on by his side, for the first time I recognized the young lady I had rescued at La Guardia, the original of the portrait Darby had found, and which at that moment I had upon my person. Her large dark eyes dilated with astonishment, and then sparkled with the recognition which the punctilio of the place, or her father's pride and severity, together with my tatterdemalion aspect, prevented her avowing. And thus, though I had saved her life, yea, more than her life, at the risk of my own, this dazzling creature passed away and left me without a word of thanks or courtesy. I do not remember that I felt either the alarm, horror, or astonishment that might be supposed consequent to an accusation so startling as murder and marauding. I can only account for this by the deadness of feeling and of all sense of danger which results from actual service and warfare. But there was one emotion which I felt deeply, an angry pride, aware that I was an object of aversion and suspicion to the gay guests of the Marquis, among whom the fat and ferocious little town major made himself very conspicuous in laying down the Spanish military law on the enormities I had committed. The hidalgos gazed at me indignantly through their eyeglasses, the dark-eyed donias peeped timidly through the openings of their veils, and matador borrachio inglese ladrone were the gentlest of the epithets I heard muttered by many a pretty lip. My heart swelled with rage, and instead of joining the dancers or aiding in the onslaught made upon the viands, which covered the long tables of an adjoining saloon between lofty epergne and vases of crystal and silver filled with summer flowers, I stood aloof with folded arms and felt the smarting of a wound received but a few months before, and that wound was received for Spain and on Spanish ground. At a little distance I saw that Dona Estella whispering to her father's aide-de-camp. A minute afterwards he approached me. "Signor," said he, "if you will pardon the advice of a friend, I beseech you to retire to your quarters, for all here view you with hostile eyes, and as a brave soldier to whom my little cousin owes, as she has told me, her life, I cannot afford to see you thus misused. Tomorrow I hope will see these clouds dispelled. Meantime allow me to accompany you. I have here a spare apartment to which you are welcome." All places were alike to me. I accepted his offer with gratitude, and as we descended to the vestibule, the first person I met was honest Darby Croghan, with his sword under his arm and his keen grey Irish eyes sparkling with rage, and he pushed the laced lackeys right and left. "I've heard it all, sir," said the brave fellow who had been anxious about me, "and mighty hard it will go with you. It was all the doing of that captain of the Chasseurs Britanniques, who came out of his own route into ours, ransacked La Guardia, and carried off the mules. Bad cess to them. They were found with us, and the owner is ready to swear by this and by that, and by everything else, that you are the man, and these are his mules, as he knows by the holes punched in their ears, and to these holes he is as ready to swear as to his own 2 eyes. True, Darby, but how is all this to be explained to these hostile and obstinate Spaniards? Keep your mind easy, sir. There are 4 good hours till daybreak yet, and if I don't astonish them thriving dons, I'm not Darby Croghan of the 4th Dragoon Guards. On the terrace of the palace, which had anciently been the headquarters of that celebrated fraternity, the Santa Hermandad, founded in 1249 for the suppression of robbers, I walked to and fro for half an hour with the aide-de-camp, enjoying a cigar, talking of the war, my own mishap, and longing to ask a few questions about his dark-eyed cousin, with whom her miniature had made me so intimately acquainted. The glorious moon was rolling through an unclouded Spanish sky, pouring a flood of silver light into the plaza and court of the palace. On the towers of the great church and the magnificent hospital of Cardinal Lorenzana, the good and wise Archbishop of Toledo, the gardens of the Marquis were all lighted up by the same white radiance. The foliage of the citron trees was edged with silver and laden with perfume. The rose trees hung their dewy blossoms over the marble fountains, the clear waters of which plashed and sparkled in the moonlight. After a pause I ventured to ask, "What is the name of the Marquis's daughter?" "My cousin, La Niña Estella de la Zarza. A pretty one enough, and she is about to change it, I presume." "Change it," reiterated the Ayudante de Campo, who did not perceive that I was fishing for a certain information. "Oh, I see, married. She is about to marry Corpo de Bacco. Yes, but our Spanish ladies do not change their names when they marry." "And who is the happy man? Yourself, Signor?" "Nay, nay, we Catholics cannot marry our cousins. Next week she is to wed old Don Jose Gonzalez." "What, the old beer-barrel, the town major?" "Si, Signor," replied he, twirling his moustaches with a doubtful look, while I felt that I was beginning to abhor that town major immeasurably. About 8 o'clock next morning I saw 16 Spanish officers in full uniform, with their swords and belts, preceded by the said Don Jose, marching in file through the court of the palace, at the side door of which they entered. A few minutes afterwards my friend the aide-de-camp came to acquaint me that the court-martial by which I was to be tried was constituted and awaited me. Without any futile protestation against the illegality and rapidity of this measure, I followed him to a spacious apartment, having 4 large windows which opened down to the floor and overlooked a grass park, which lay behind the palace. The members of the court, over which the town major, who from the first had constituted himself my deadly enemy, presided, were solemnly sworn across their swords. They promised to administer justice according to the laws of war, and so forth, and then the prosecution proceeded. I was charged with murdering or causing to be shot 2 peasants, robbery, in levying contributions, blasphemous sacrilege, in destroying the statue of the Blessed Virgin. My horizon was now black as it could be. I knew very little of the language, save Croghan, who remained beside me in court. I had not a friend or a comrade near me, for the whole of my guard had marched for Bellum 4 hours before, while Maurice, Quill, and the other sick officers could neither defend nor succour me. I perceived in a moment that, as Croghan said, I had been accused of outrages committed by les chasseurs Britanniques, who wore a scarlet uniform, but I resolved that, unless matters went hard with myself, not to criminate their officer who, by leaving his own proper route and relaxing his discipline, had become guilty of the acts for which I was that day to suffer. The 3 principal witnesses against me were the alcalde, the muleteer, and a farmer from the partida of La Guardia. The first, old, stupid, half-blind, and obstinate, swore to my face that I was the officer who had ordered his dear brother Vincentio, the abrogado, to be shot on his own threshold, and another man to be bayoneted. In vain I drew his attention to the Highland cap of the 71st and to my tartan trews, assuring him that I was an escoto. He shook his head. I wore a red coat. I was the very man. Then came the muleteer, a sturdy Catalonian, clad in a fur jacket and yellow cotton breeches, wearing a broad sombrero under which his black hair hung in a red net. He too swore across his knife that I had carried off his train of mules, or at least that at the bayonet's point my soldiers had done so to travel more at their ease. He did not see me, neither did he then see any wagons of sick, but he knew his mules as well as if he had been the father of them the moment they appeared in the streets of La Ciudad Real. You will swear to your mules, hombre, by the marks in their ears, Don Jose, as readily as I would swear to my own nose. Lead forward some of those mules to the window, and let the witness see them. Uproar of voices was heard in the park, and the witness, who went to the window, uttered a cry of dismay. The ears of his 20 mules had been shred off close by the bone. Morte de Dios, growled the officers, twirling their moustaches. These Inglosos are devils. It was Mutherin cruel for the poor bastards, whispered Darby Croghan, but it will all to save your honour's life I crop them, and sure it is worth a bushel of mules' ears, for it was a good bushel of 'em I buried this blessed morning. The Lord reward Mr. Quill, for it was his best doctor's knife he lent me to make croppies of them all. The little Major Don Jose was bursting with wrath. Call the next witness, he exclaimed furiously. A tall, powerfully formed, and fair, complexion man, who, contrary to the Spanish custom, was closely shaven, now came forward and stated himself to be a farmer or jardinero at Mora and La Guardia. He had a large patch on his cheek and kept one hand constantly thrust into the red and yellow sash which girt his waist. Confronting me boldly and vindictively with all the glare of hate a cold grey eye can pour, he accused me of destroying for firewood a statue of the Virgin of Mora, and swore to having seen the act committed. A growl of anger followed his evidence, and I found that shooting an alcalde's brother and carrying off 20 mules were mere jokes compared to this. I was startled by his voice, which assuredly I had heard before, but what could be the origin of a charge so false, so strange as sacrilege? I turned to question him, but he was at that moment ordered to withdraw. Senor Ayudante de Campo, said Don Jose, read from the recopilacion of the military penalties the first article, El que blasfemare el sante nombre de Dios, de la Virgen a de los Santos será inmediatamente presi castigado por la primera vez con la, etc. Read the fourth article concerning outrage to divine images, for the prisoner has been alike sacrilegious and blasphemous. El que con irreverencia y deliberación cano quita desprecio allare de obra las sagradas imágenes ornamentos o quella piquera de las casas dedicadas al divino culto o las hotare sawar horrocado, etc. The plot thickens, thought I. In short, they sentenced me to be hanged. The Marquis, as governor of Ciudad Real, dared to confirm this unjust sentence, which he directed should be put in execution in the plaza at 8 o'clock on the following morning. Far, far from aid in my comrades, wholly at the mercy of men whose hearts the cunning charge of the last witness had totally closed against me, aware of the futility of denial and defiance, and the hopelessness of rescue or escape, I sat in a grated room of the public carcel, or jail of the town, almost stupefied by the suddenness, the shame, and opprobrium of my impending fate. Poets and painters, says a certain writer, have ever made the estate of a man condemned to die one of their favourite themes of comment or description. By heavens, I never met one of either which came within 1,000 degrees of the agony I endured that night at Ciudad Real. I, a gentleman, a soldier, bearing on my person 3 wounds, one on that accursed Spanish soil, innocent of all they alleged, young with a long life of and rapid promotion before me, to be cut off thus, strangled like a garroted villain, hanged like a dog, to glut the noonday frenzy of a Spanish rabble, horrible. I had often faced death without shrinking, but now, like a coward's, my whole soul shrunk from such a death as that which these Spaniards meted out to me. The night came on. I sat in darkness, revolving a myriad futile plans of escape. I was to die tomorrow, and the conviction that seemed palpably before me. I heard it, saw it, felt it. There was a dull sound humming in my ears, a tingling in my heart. I recollected with remorse and shame how coldly, calmly, and unmoved I had seen the provost marshal's guard hang 6 soldiers on the retreat from Burgos. I remembered their struggles, their agonies, and wondered how they felt. I passed a hand over my throat, compressed a little, and shuddered. I knew now, in the man who had accused me of sacrilege, I suddenly remembered Barbara Roxe, the robber, and the hand I had maimed was that which he retained in his sash. Fool, fool that I am, I exclaimed bitterly. Where were my eyes, my ears, my faculties that knew him not before? This is his revenge, his Spaniard's triumph. Even my friend the aide-de-camp seemed to have abandoned me, and could it be that the pretty daughter of the Marquis had not pleaded or said one kind word to save the poor officer who had so freely risked his life for hers? All at once my stupor left me. I sprang to the bars of the window, and from their solid sockets madly strove to wrench them with a tiger's strength. I felt every corner, the vast iron lock of the door itself moveless as a wall of adamant. Vain, vain, I was to die tomorrow, and my swollen heart almost burst with emotion when I thought of my friends, my family, and my regiment, all canvassing the various causes of a death so ignominious. A face appeared suddenly at the window, which was raised. Don't be alarmed, your honour, it's only me, said a voice. Grogan, you, I exclaimed in the confusion of my thoughts. Are you not dead? In heaven? In heaven? The Lord forbid. I'm here, standing on my 2 feet. Not that I think people there stand on their heads, but don't be spaken in that doleful way, sir, at all, for you must prepare to lave this place in less than no time. Do you hear the knocking of hammers? It's them thieving Spaniards putting up the dancing post in the plaza. Blazes, take that same. Leave this, Grogan, but how? By the door, to be sure. It will be opened in 10 minutes, and horses are waiting for the 3 of us, I hope, at the corner of the street. The 3 of us, Darby? Aye, sir, just the 3 of us, for isn't there a darling young lady going too? But I must be after looking to the girths and straps of our cattle. He was scarcely gone when the door of the room opened, and the daughter of the Marquis stood before me, together with a man bearing a light, and in that man I recognized the under carcelero or turnkey. Oh, Senora, I exclaimed, my heart bounding with gratitude and joy, you have not forgotten me, or abandoned me to this cruel and unmerited death. Hush, Senor, not a word of thanks or of transport, for that would spoil all, she replied with calmness and decision. I do indeed owe you a debt of gratitude, but the mention of that to my father, and more than all to Don Jose, you shudder at that name. Would but accelerate your fate. I have bribed the carcelero, she whispered, and he will sleep sound. His deputy is about to join the guerrillas of the great Don Julian Sanchez, and for $20 will guide you to Madrid, sent by my cousin, the Ayudante. Your horses are waiting at the corner of the plaza. No more, she added shortly, when I attempted to kiss her hand, which the thick folds of her ample veil concealed. In a minute we had left the detested prison-house and crossed the garden which lay between it and the plaza. Again the glorious moon was rolling in its silver splendour over Ciudad Real, and as I gazed on my fair companion, the interest I felt for her returned vividly, and became stronger as the moment approached when I should leave her for ever. I saw her magnificent eyes sparkling through her veil. Signora, said I, with hesitation, as our attendant, by hurrying on before, had left us for one instant alone. Signora, I continued, urged by a grateful and a stronger impulse than I could at that time analyze, though to remain here is remaining but to die. I leave Ciudad Real with the most sincere sorrow. And why? Because I may never see you again. But I also am going to Madrid, and this night too. I remembered the words of Krogan. I knew Alia Spanish love was capable of. My heart leaped within me. Madrid, I reiterated, with you and your brave dragoon. Ah, senor, do not refuse to escort me. My father is bent on marrying me to Don Jose. What? That rascally old town major? My dear senor, I beg you not to think of it. Ah, I thought a great deal of it, and wept for it too. Then said I, drawing my breath more freely, and seeing a prospect of vengeance on the pot-bellied major, do you not love him? Oh, no, I hate, abhor, detest him, and to avoid him, am about to retire to Madrid, where my aunt lives. She is Reverend Mother at Our Lady of Atocha. You know the great convent where the little Jesus is that works the miracles and looks so beautiful, the love of an infant on the altar of the 100 lamps. My aunt will save me from this detested union, if you, senor, will but afford me your escort. I'm friendless, she continued, weeping, for such is the terror of my father's name, that there is not a man in Ciudad Real whom I can trust, yet I shall confide in your goodness. Indeed, I am sure, I know, I think, I may. The British officer has a high sense of chivalry and honour, but I, de mi, el Español, no tiene nada. Madam, said I, touched to the heart by the compliment and her confiding nature, trust to me, and while life remains, by heaven and that honour, I will see you safely to Madrid. Grogan, with 3 saddle horses, stood at the gate. We mounted, the fair Estella springing on her Jeanette, a la cavalier, in the fashion of old Castile. We left Ciudad Real by the northern gate, and then put our horses to their mettle as we avoided the direct route to Madrid, and struck off into the mountains towards Carrion de Calatrava. I might spin my story beyond the limits allotted to me, but surely it requires no conjurer to guess the sequel, the interest begun by the miniatures so fortunately found, the charming society, confidence, and generous spirit of the original, strengthened and confirmed. In 4 days we reached Madrid, and 4 more we were married in the convent chapel of Atocha. The Marquis sent the Major Don Jose expressly to Wellington, requesting him to hang and behead me. His Grace declined to accede, but the name of Captain of Les Chasseurs Britanniques was struck out of the army list. My head is still safe on my shoulders, though somewhat powdered by time. Thanks to His Grace of Richmond, I have got my medal with a clasp from La Senora Estella, now known by another name, is, though somewhat old like myself, one of the dearest and most affectionate wives in the world, and I crave a bumper in her honour, gentlemen. Such was the story of our worthy major, whose toast I need scarcely say was drunk with enthusiasm. Our doctor was the next, and like every one who has a story to tell, he had listened with considerable impatience to the adventures of the major, and the moment his toast had been duly honoured and silence was restored, he began his tale without further preface, and was then followed by our rough old Highland quartermaster. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Legend of Fife. I can only give you an old Scottish story of the last century, with the incidents of which I became familiar in my student days when attending the ancient University of St. Andrews, where I worked my way manfully through the classes of chemistry, anatomy, and natural philosophy, and felt as proud of my academic gown as I've done in later years of my red coat and epaulettes, and perhaps as happy too, for some of the most joyous days, and certainly the most uproarious nights of my past life have been spent in the old East Nuke of Fife. God bless it. And now for my legend. It was a cold night in the March of the year 1708. The hour of 10 had tolled from the old Gothic collegiate church. Beating on his drum, the drummer, in the livery of the burgh, had proceeded from the market cross to the ruins of St. David's Castle, and from thence to the chapel of St. Rufus, and having made one long roll, or flourish, at the point from whence his peregrination began, he adjourned to the Fane of Fife to procure a dram, while the good folks of Crail composed themselves for the night, and the barring of doors and windows announced that those who were within had resolved to make themselves comfortable and secure, while those unfortunate wights that were without were likely to remain so. Hollowly the German sea was booming on the rocks of the harbour, and from its hazy surface a cold east wind swept over the flat, bleak coast of Crail. A star peeped at times between the flying clouds, and even the moon looked forth once, but immediately veiled her face again, as if one glance at the iron shore and barren scenery, unenlivened by hedge or tree, were quite enough to prevent her from looking again. The town drummer had received his dram and withdrawn, and Master Spigot, the good man or landlord of the Thane of Fife, the principal tavern, the only inn or hostel in the burg, was taking a last view of the main street, and considering the propriety of closing for the night. It was broad, spacious, and still overlooked by many a tall and gable-ended mansion, whose antique and massive aspect announces that, like other Fifeshire burgs before the Union in the preceding year, it had seen better days. Indeed, the house, then occupied by Master Spigot himself, and from which his sign bearing the panoplied Thane at full gallop on a carapacened steed, swung creaking in the night wind, was one of those ancient edifices and in former days had belonged to the provost of the adjoining kirk, but this was, as Spigot said, in the old world times of the papistry. The good man shook his white head solemnly and sadly as he looked down the empty thoroughfare. There was a time, he muttered, and paused, silent and desolate as any in the ruins of Thebes. The street was half covered with weeds and rank grass that grew between the stones, and Spigot could see them waving in the dim starlight. Crail is an out-of-the-way place. It is without thoroughfare and without trade. Few leave it, and still fewer think of going there, for there one feels as if on the very verge of society, for even by day there reigns a monastic gloom, a desertion, a melancholy, a uniform and voiceless silence, broken only by the croak of the gleeds and the cawing of the clamorous gulls nestling on the old church tower, while the sea booms incessantly as it rolls on the rocky beach. But there was a time when it was otherwise, when the hum of commerce rose around its sculptured cross, and there was a daily bustle in the chambers of its town hall, for there was a portly provost and bailies with a battalion of 17 corpulent councillors sat solemnly deliberating on the affairs of the burg, and swelling with the municipal importance that was felt throughout the whole east nook of Fife, for in those days the bearded Russ and red-haired Dane, the Norwayer and the Hollander, laden with merchandise, furled their sails in that deserted harbour, where now scarcely a fisher boat is seen, for on Crail, as on all its sister towns along the coast, fell surely and heavily that decay trade which succeeded in the Union in 1707. On the sad changes a year had brought about, Spigot pondered sadly, and was only roused from his dreamy mood by the sudden apparition of a traveller on horseback standing before him. For so long and so soft was the grass of the street, that his approach had been unheard by the dreamer, whose mind was wandering after the departed glories of the East Nook. "A cold night, landlord, for such I take you to be," said the stranger in a bold and cheerful voice as he dismounted. "A cold night and a dreary too," sighed poor Boniface, as he bowed, and hastened to seize the stranger's bridle, and buckled it to a ring at the door cheek. "But the sight of a visitor does good to my heart. Step in, sir. A warm posset that was simmering in the parlour for myself is at your service, and I'll set the stall boy to corn your beast and stable it." "I thank you, good man, but for harnessing it matters not, as I must ride onward. But I will take the posset with thanks, for I'm chilled to death by my long ride along this misty coast." Spigot looked intently at the traveller as he stooped, and entering the low arched door, which was surmounted by an old monastic legend, trot into the bar with a heavy clanking stride, for he was accoutred with jack-boots and gilded spurs. His roquelaure was of scarlet cloth, warmly furred, and the long curls of his Ramillies wig flowed over it. His beaver was looped upon 3 sides with something of a military air, and one long white feather that adorned it floated down his back, for the dew was heavy on it. He was a handsome man, about 40 years of age, well sunburned, with a keen dark eye, and close-clipped moustache, which indicated that he had served in foreign wars. He threw his hat and long jewelled rapier aside, and on removing his roquelaure, it discovered a white velvet coat, more richly covered with lace than any that Spigot had seen even in the palmiest days of Crail. According to the fashion of Queen Anne's courtiers, it was without a collar, to display the long white cravat of point d'Espagne, without cuffs, and edged from top to bottom with broad bars of lace, clasps, and buttons of silver, the whole length being compressed at the waist by a very ornamental belt, fastened by a large gold buckle. "Your honour canna think of riding on tonight?" urged Boniface, "and if a Crail capon done just to perfection, and a stoup of the best wine at least, sic-end wine as we get by the East Seas since that vile incorporating union." "Vile and damnable, say I," interrupted the stranger. "True for ye, sir," said Spigot with a kindling eye, "but if these poor viands can induce ye to partake of the hospitality of my poor hostel, that like our good Borotoon is no just what it has been. Good man, 'tis impossible, for I must ride so soon as I have imbibed thy posset. As ye please, sir, your honours will be done. Our guests are now even as the visits of angels, unco, few and far between, and thus when one comes we are loath to part with him. There is a deep pitfall in an ugly gully hole where the burn crosses the road at the town head, and if ye miss the path the rocks by the beach are steep, and in a night like this, host of mine, laughed the traveller, I know right well every rood of the way, and by keeping to the left near the Audless may avoid both the Black Pit and the sea beach. Your honour kens the country here away, then? Said Spigot with surprise. Of old, perhaps, I knew it as well as thee. The good man of the Thame scrutinized the traveller's face keenly, but failed to recognize him, and until this moment he thought that no man in the East Nook was unknown to him, but here his inspection was at fault. And hast thou no visitors with thee now, friend host? He asked of Spigot. One only, good sir, who came here on a brown horse about nightfall. He is an unco foreign-looking man, but has been asking the way to the castle of Balcomie. Ha! And thou didst tell of this plaguy pitfall, I warrant? Assuredly, your honour, in kindness I did but hint of it. And thereupon he stayed. Balcomie, indeed, and what manner of man is he? By the corslet which he wears under his coat, and the jaunty cock of his beaver, I would say he'd been a soldier. Good again, give him my most humble commendations, and ask him to share thy boasted posset of wine with me. What name did you say, sir? Thou inquisitive varlet, I said no name, replied the gentleman with a smile. In these times men do not lightly give their names to each other, when the land is swarming with Jacobite plotters and government spies, disguised Jesuits and Presbyterian tyrants. I may be the devil or the Pope for all thou knowest. Might ye no be the Pretender? Said Spigot with a sour smile. Nay, I've a better travelling name than that, but say to this gentleman that the Major of Marshal Orkney's dragoons requests the pleasure of sharing a stoup of wine with him. Sir, it mattereth little whether you give your name or no, replied the host bitterly, for we are a nameless now. 12 months ago we were true Scottish men, but now our king is an exile, our crown is buried for ever, and our brave soldiers are banished to far and foreign wars, while the grass is growing green in the streets of our capital, aye green as it is at this hour in your burg of Crail. But hence to the stranger, yet say not, added the traveller bitterly and proudly, that in his warmth the Scottish cavalier has betrayed himself. While the speaker amused himself with examining a printed proclamation concerning the Tiend commissioners in transplantation off Parrock Kirkis, which was pasted over the stone mantelpiece of the bar, the landlord returned with the foreign gentleman's thanks, and an invitation to his chamber, whither the major immediately repaired, following the host up a narrow stone spiral stair to a snugly wainscoted room, against the well-grated windows of which a sudden shower was now beginning to patter. The foreigner, who was supping on a Crail capon, in other words a broiled haddock, and stoup of Bordeaux wine, arose at their entrance, and bowed with an air that was undisguisedly continental. He was a man above 6 feet, with a long straight nose, over which his dark eyebrows met and formed one unbroken line. He wore a suit of green Genoese velvet, so richly laced that little of the cloth was visible, a full-bottomed wig, and a small corselet of the brightest steel, over which hung the ends of his cravat, as well as a pair of silver-mounted cavalry pistols that lay on the table, together with his unmistakable bearing, decided the Major of Orkneys that the stranger was a brother of the sword. Fair sir, little introduction is necessary between us, as I believe. We have both followed the drum in our time, said the Major, shaking the curls of his Ramillies wig, with the air of a man who has decided on what he says. I have served, monsieur, replied the foreigner, under Marlborough and Eugene. Ah, in French Flanders, landlord, Goodman, harkee, a double stoup of this wine. I have found a comrade tonight. Be quick and put my horse to stall. I will not ride hence for an hour or so. What regiment, sir? I was first under Grovestein in the horse of Driesburg. Then you were on the left of the second column at Ramillies, on that glorious 12th of May, said the Major, drawing the high-backed chair which the host handed him, and spreading out his legs before the fire, which burned merrily in the basket grate on the hearth, and latterly under Vandenberg. Ah, an old tyrannical dog. A dark cloud gathered on the stranger's lofty brow. I belong to the Earl of Orkney's grey dragoons, said the Major, and remember old Vandenberg making a bold charge in that brilliant dawnfall when we passed the lines of Monsieur le Maréchal Valliere at Point à Vendôme. and pushed on to the plains of Blanc. That was before we invested Douai and Fort des Sharp, where old Albergati so ably commanded 10,000 well-beaten soldiers, and then Villars drew off from his position at sunset and encamped on the plain before Arras. Thou forgettest, comrade, that previously he took up a position in rear of Sharp. True, but now I am right into the very melee of those old affairs, and the mind carries one on like a rocket. Your health, sir. By the way, I'm still ignorant of your name. I have such very particular reasons for concealing it in this neighborhood that do not think me inquisitive in these times. Men should not pry too closely. Monsieur will pardon me, I hope. No apology is necessary, save from myself, for now my curiosity is thoroughly and most impertinently whetted to find a Frenchman in this part of the world, here in this out-of-the-way place, where no one comes to and no one goes from, on a bleak promontory of the German Sea, the east nuke of Fife. Monsieur will again excuse me, but I have most particular business with a gentleman in this neighborhood, and having travelled all the way from Paris expressly to have it settled, I beg that I may be excused the pain of prevarication. The circumstance of my having served under the great Duke of Marlborough against my own king and countrymen is sufficiently explained when I acquaint you that I was then a French Protestant refugee, but now, without changing my religion, I have King Louis's gracious pardon and kind protection extended to me. And so you were with Vandenberg when his troopers made that daring onfall at Pont à Vendin, and drove back the horse piquets of Villars, said the major, to lead the conversation from a point which evidently seemed unpleasant to the stranger. 'Twas sharp, short, and decisive, as all cavalry affairs should be. You will, of course, remember that unpleasant affair of Vandenberg's troopers, who were accused of permitting a French prisoner to escape. It caused a great excitement in the British camp, where some condemned the dragoons, others Vandenberg, and not a few our great Marlborough himself. I did hear something of it, said the stranger in a low voice. The prisoner whose escape was permitted was, I believe, the father of the youths who captured him, a circumstance which might at least have won them mercy from the baron. I forget me, he was indeed merciless. But as I left his dragoons, and indeed the army, about that time, I shall be glad to hear your account of the affair. It is a very unpleasant story, the more so as I was somewhat concerned in it myself, said the major, slowly filling his long-stemmed glass and watching the white worm in its stalk so intently as he recalled all the circumstances he was about to relate, that he did not observe the face of the French gentleman, which was pale as death, and after a short pause he began as follows. In the onfall at Pont à Vendin, it happened that two young Frenchmen who served as gentlemen volunteers with you in the dragoon regiment of Vandenberg had permitted, how or why, pretend not to say, the escape of a certain prisoner of distinction. Some said he was no other than Monsieur le Maréchal Villars himself. They claimed a court-martial, but the old baron, who was a savage-hearted Dutchman, insisted that they should be given up unconditionally to his own mercy, and in an evil moment of heedlessness or haste, Marlborough consented and sent me, I was his aide-de-camp, with a written order to that effect, addressed to Colonel the Baron von Vandenberg, whose regiment of horse I met en route for Saint-Venant about nightfall on a cold and snowy evening in the month of November. Snow covered the whole country, which was all a dead level, and a cold leaden-coloured sky met the white horizon in one unbroken line, save where the leafless poplars of some far-off village stood up, the landmarks of the plain. In broad flakes the snow fell fast, and directing their march by a distant spire, the Dutch troopers rode slowly over the deepening fields. They were all muffled in dark blue cloaks, on the capes of which the snow was freezing, while the breath of the men and horses curled like steam in the thickening and darkening air. Muffled to the nose in a well-furred roquelaure, with my wig tied to keep the snow from its curls, and my hat flapped over my face, I rode as fast as the deep snow would permit, and passing the rear of the column, where, moody and disarmed, the two poor French volunteers were riding under care of an escort, I spurred to the baron, who rode in front near the kettle-drums, and delivered my order. As I did so, recalling with sadness the anxious and wistful glance given me by the prisoners as I passed them. Vandenberg, who had no more shape than a huge hogshead, received the dispatch with a growl of satisfaction. He would have bowed, but his neck was too short. I cannot but laugh when I remember this strange aspect. In form he looked nearly as broad as he was long, being nearly 8 feet in girth, and completely enveloped in a rough blue roquelaure, which imparted to his figure the roundness of a ball. His face, reddened by schiedam and the frost was glowing like crimson, while the broad beaver hat that overshadowed it, and the feathers with which the beaver was edged, were encrusted with the snow that was rapidly forming a pyramid on its crown, imparting to his whole aspect a drollery at which I could have laughed heartily, had not his well-known acuteness and ferocity awed me into a becoming gravity of demeanour, and delivering my dispatch with a tolerably good grace, I reined back my horse to wait any reply he might be pleased to send the Duke. His dull Dutch eyes glared with sudden anger and triumph as he folded the document and surveyed the manacled prisoners. Thereafter he seized his speaking trumpet and thundered out, "Routers, halt! Form open column of troops. Trot!" It was done as rapidly as heavily armed Dutchmen on fat, slow horses, knee-deep among snow, could perform it, and then wheeling them into line, he gave the orders. "Forward the flanks, form circle, sling musketoons. Trumpeters ride to the centre and dismount." By these unexpected manoeuvres, I suddenly found myself enclosed in a hollow circle of the Dutch horsemen, and thus, as it were, compelled to become a spectator of the scene that ensued, though I had his Grace of Marlborough's urgent orders to rejoin him without delay on the road to Ayr. And you saw such a specimen of discipline as neither the devil nor de Montenay ever dreamed of, but thoroughly Dutch, I warrant you. I've said it was intensely cold and that the night was closing, but the whiteness of the snow that covered the vast plain, with the broad red circle of the half-obscured moon that glimmered through the fast-falling flakes as it rose behind a distant spire, cast a dim light upon the place where the Dutchmen halted. But deeming that insufficient, Van Vandenberg ordered half a dozen torches to be lighted, for his troopers always had such things with them, being useful by night for various purposes, and hissing and sputtering in the falling snowflakes, their lurid and fitful glare was thrown on the close array of the Dutch dragoons, on their great cumbrous hats, on the steeple crowns of which, I've said, the snow was gathering in cones, and the pale features of the two prisoners altogether imparting a wild, unearthly, and terrible effect to the scene about to be enacted on that wide and desolate moor. By order of Van Vandenberg, 3 halberts were fixed into the frozen earth, with their points bound together by a thong, after which the dismounted trumpeters laid hands on one of the young Frenchmen, whom they proceeded to strip of his coat and vest. Disarmed and surrounded, aware of the utter futility of resistance, the unfortunate volunteer offered none, but gazed wistfully and imploringly at me, and sure I am that in my lowering brow and kindling eyes he must have seen the storm that was gathering in my heart. "Dieu vous bénisse, officier," cried the Frenchman in a mournful voice, while shuddering with cold and horror as he was stripped to his shirt. "Save me from this foul disgrace, and my prayers, yea, my life, shall be for ever at your disposal." "Good comrade," said I, "entreat me not, for here I am powerless." "Baron," he exclaimed, "I am a gentleman of old France, and I dare thee to lay thy damnable scourge upon me." "Ach Gott, dare, do you say dare? Wie will see," laughed Van Vandenberg, as the prisoner was dragged forward and about to be forcibly trussed to the halberts by the trumpeters, when, animated to the very verge of insanity, he suddenly freed himself, and rushing like a madman upon the Baron, struck him from his horse by one blow of his clenched hand. The horse snorted, the Dutch troopers opened their saucer eyes wider still, as the great and corpulent mass fell heavily among the deepening snow, and in an instant the foot of the Frenchman was pressed upon his throat, while he exclaimed, "If I slay thee, thou hireling dog, as I have often slain thy clod-pated countrymen in other days," and the Frenchman laughed fiercely, "by Saint Denis, I shall have one foeman less on this side of hell." "Gott den Himmel, ach, mein Teufel, mein Gott," gasped the Dutchman as he floundered beneath the heel of the vengeful and infuriated Frenchman, who was determined on destroying him, till a blow from the baton of an officer stretched him almost senseless among the snow, where he was immediately grasped by the trumpeters, disrobed of his last remaining garment, and bound strongly to the halberts. Meanwhile the other prisoner had been pinioned and resolutely held by his escort, otherwise he would undoubtedly have fallen also upon Van Vandenberg, who, choking with a tempest of passion that was too great to find utterance in words, had gathered up his rotund figure, and with an agility wonderful in a man of his years and vast obesity, so heavily armed in a buff coat and jack boots ribbed with iron, a heavy sword and cloak, clambered on the back of his horse as a clown would climb up a wall, and with a visage alternating between purple and blue, by the effects of rage and strangulation. He surveyed the prisoner for a moment in silence, and there gleamed in his piggish grey eyes an expression of fury and pain, bitterness and triumph combined, and he was only able to articulate one word: flog. On the handsome young Frenchman's dark curly hair, glistening with the whitening snow that fell upon it, and on his tender skin reddening in the frosty atmosphere, on the swelling muscles of his athletic form, on a half-healed sabre wound, and on the lineaments of a face that then expressed the extremity of mental agony, fell full the wavering light of the uplifted torches. The Dutch, accustomed to every species of extrajudicial cruelty by sea and land, looked on with the most grave stolidity and apathetic indifference, while I felt an astonishment and indignation that rapidly gave place to undisguised horror. Flog! The other prisoner uttered a groan that seemed to come from his very heart, and then covered his ears and eyes with his hands. Wielded by a muscular trumpeter, an immense scourge of many knotted cords was brought down with one fell sweep on the white back of the victim, and 9 livid bars, each red as if seared by a hot iron, rose under the infliction, and again the terrible instrument was reared by the trumpeter at the full stretch of his sinewy arm. Monsieur will be aware that until the late revolution of 1688, this kind of punishment was unknown here and elsewhere, save in Holland, and though I have seen soldiers run the gauntlet, ride the mare, and beaten by the martinets, I shall never, oh, no, never forget the sensation of horror with which this, to me, new punishment of the poor Frenchman inspired me, and sure I am that our great Duke of Marlborough could in no way have anticipated it. Accustomed, as I have said, to every kind of cruel severity, unmoved and stoically the Dutch looked on, with their grey, lacklustre eyes, dull, unmeaning, and passionless in their stolidity, contrasting strongly with the expression of startled horror depicted in the strained eyeballs and bent brows of the victim's brother, when after a time he dared to look on this revolting punishment. Save an ill-repressed sob or half-muttered interjection from the suffering man, no other sound broke the stillness of the place, where 1,000 horsemen stood in close order, but the sputtering of the torches, in the red light of which our breaths were ascending like steam. Yes, there was one other sound, and it was a horrible one, the monotonous whiz of the scourge as it cut the keen, frosty air, and descended on the lacerated back of the fainting prisoner. Sir, I see that my story disturbs you. A corpulent provost marechal, with a pair of enormous moustaches, amid which the mouth of his meerschaum was inserted, stood by, smoking with admirable coolness, and marking the time with his cane, while a drummer tapped on his kettle-drum, and 4 trumpeters had, each in succession, given their 25 lashes and withdrawn. Twice had the knotted scourge been coagulated with blood, and twice had it been washed in the snow which now rose high around the feet of our champing and impatient horses, and now the 5th torture approached, but still the compressed lips and clammy tongue of the proud Frenchman refused to implore mercy. His head was bowed down on his breast, his body hung pendant from the cords that encircled his swollen and livid wrists, his back from neck to waist was one mass of lacerated flesh, on which the feathery snowflakes were melting, for the agony he endured must have been like unto a stream of molten lead pouring over him, but no groan, no entreaty escaped him, and still the barbarous punishment proceeded. I have remarked that there is no event too horrible or too sad to be without a little of the ridiculous in it, and this was discernible here. One trumpeter, who appeared to have more humanity or perhaps less skill than his predecessors, and did not exert himself sufficiently, was soundly beaten by the rattan of the trumpet major, while the latter was castigated by the provost marechal, who in turn for remissness of duty received sundry blows from the speaking trumpet of the baron, so they were all laying soundly on each other for a time. Morbleu, said the Frenchman with a grim smile, 'twas quite in the Dutch taste, that. The provost marechal continued to mark the time with the listless apathy of an automaton. The smoke curled from his meerschaum. The drum continued to tap, 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 until it seemed to sound like thunder to my strained ears, for every sense was painfully excited. All count had long been lost, but when several hundred lashes had been given, Van Vandenberg and half his Dutchmen were asleep in their saddles. It was now snowing thick and fast, but still this hideous dream continued, and still the scourging went on. At last the altered sound of the lash, and the terrible aspect of the victim, who after giving 1 or 2 convulsive shudders threw back his head with glazed eyes and jaw relaxed, caused the trumpeter to recede a pace or 2 and throw down his gory scourge, for some lingering sentiment of humanity which even the Dutch discipline of King William had not extinguished made him respect when dead the man whom he had dishonoured when alive. The young Frenchman was dead. An exclamation of disgust and indignation that escaped me woke up the Baron, who, after drinking deeply from a great pewter flask of Schiedam that hung at his saddle bow, muttered "Skelms" several times, and rubbed his eyes, and then bellowed through his trumpet to bind up the other prisoner. Human endurance could stand this no more, and though I deemed the offer vain, I proposed to give 100 English guineas as ransom. "Ah, Gott," said the greedy Hollander, immediately becoming interested, "but where you get so much gilder?" "Oh, readily, Mynheer Baron," I replied, drawing forth my pocket-book. "I have here bills on his Grace the Duke of Maryborough's paymaster, and on the Bank of Amsterdam for much more than that." "But I cannot let off the prisoner for so little. £100, dat ver small, say too." "If one is not enough, Mynheer Baron, I will refer to the decision of his Grace, the Captain General." "Ach, der Teufel will you," said the Dutchman, with a savage gleam in his little eyes, which showed that he quite understood my hint. "Vel, me want quarrel vid you. Give me de bills, and de schelm is yours." Resolving, nevertheless, to lay the whole affair before Marlborough the moment I reached our trenches at Ayr, I gave a bill for the required sum, and approaching the other Frenchman, requested him to remain beside me, but he seemed too much confused by grief and cold and horror to comprehend what I said. Poor fellow, his whole soul and sympathies seemed absorbed in the mangled corpse of his brother, which was now unbound from the halberts and lay half sunk among the new-fallen snow, while he stooped over it and hastily but tenderly proceeded to draw the half-frozen clothing upon the stiffened form. The orders of Van Vandenberg were heard hoarsely through his speaking trumpet as they rang over the desolate plain, and his troopers wheeled back from a circle into line, from line into open column of troops, and thereafter the torches were extinguished and the march began. Slowly and solemnly the dragoons glided away into the darkness, each with a pyramid of snow rising from the steeple crown and ample brims of his broad beaver hat. It was now almost midnight. The red moon had waned, the snowstorm was increasing, and there were I and the young Frenchman, with his brother's corpse, left together on the wide plain without a place to shelter us. "Proceed, monsieur," said the Frenchman, as the narrator paused, "for I am well aware that your story ends not there." "It does not. You seem interested, but I have little more to relate, save that I dismounted and assisted the poor Frenchman to raise the body from the snow, and to tie it across the saddle of my horse. Taking the bridle in one hand, I supported him with the other, and thus we proceeded to the nearest town. "To Armentières, on the Lys," exclaimed the Frenchman, seizing the hands of the major, as the latter paused again. "To Armentières, 10 miles west of Lisle, and there you left them, after adding to your generosity by bestowing sufficient to inter his brother in the Protestant church of that town, and to convey himself to his native France. Oh, monsieur, I am that Frenchman, and here from my heart, from my soul, I thank you." And half kneeling, the stranger kissed the hand of the major. "You!" exclaimed the latter. "By Jove, I'm right glad to see you. Here at Crail too, in the East Unco Fife. 'Tis a strange chance. And what in heaven's name seek ye here? 'Tis a perilous time for a foreigner, still more a Frenchman, to tread on Scottish ground. The war, the intrigues with Saint Germain, the popish plots, and the devil only knows what more, make travelling here more than a little dangerous." "Monsieur, I know all that. The days are changed since the Scot was at home in France, and the Frenchman at home in Scotland, for so the old laws of Stuart and Bourbon made them. A few words will tell who I am and what I seek here. Excuse my reluctance to reveal myself before, for now you have a claim upon me. Oh, believe me, I knew not that I addressed the General Chevalier, who, in that hour of despair, redeemed my life, and more than my life, my honour, from the scourge, and enabled me to lay the head of my poor brother with reverence in the grave. You have heard of Monsieur Henri Le Mercier?" "What, the great swordsman and fencer, that noble master of the science of defence, with the fame of whose skill and valour all Europe is ringing?" "I am he, of whom monsieur is pleased to speak so highly." "Your hand again, sir, zounds! But I dearly love this gallant science myself, and have even won me a little name as a handler of the rapier. There is but one man whom Europe calls your equal, Monsieur Le Mercier." "My superior, you mean, for I have many equals," replied the Frenchman, modestly. "You, doubtless, mean Sir William Hope, of Hope Toun." "Ah, mon Dieu, yes, he has indeed a great name in Europe, as a fencer and master of arms, either with double or single the falchion, case of falchions, back sword and dagger, pistol or quarterstaff, and it is the fame of his skill and prowess in these weapons, and the reputation he has earned by his books on fencing, that hath brought me today to this remote part of Scotland. Zounds, said the Major, shaking back the long powdered curls of his Ramillies wig, and looking remarkably grave, you cannot mean to have a bout with Sir William? He hath a sure hand and a steady eye. I would rather stand a platoon than be once covered by his pistol. Monsieur, I have no enmity to this Sir William Hope, nor am I envious of his great name as a fencer. Ma foi, the world is quite wide enough for us both, but here lies my secret. I love Mademoiselle Athalie, the niece of Madame de Livry. How, the old flame of the great Louis? Oui, said Le Mercier, smiling, and many say that Athalie bears a somewhat suspicious resemblance to her aunt's royal lover, but that is no business of mine. She loves me very dearly, and is very good and amiable. Diable, I am well content to take her and her 30,000 louis d'or, without making any troublesome inquiries. It would seem that my dear little Athalie is immensely vain of my reputation as a master of fence, and having heard that this Scottish chevalier is esteemed the first man of the sword in Britain, and further, that report asserts he slew her brother in the line of battle at Blenheim, fighting bravely for a standard, she declared that ere her hand was mine, I must measure swords with this Sir William, and dip this her handkerchief in his blood in token of his defeat and of my conquest. A very pretty idea of Mademoiselle Athalie, and I doubt not Hopetoun will be overwhelmed by the obligation when he hears of it, said the Major of Orkneys, whose face brightened with a broad laugh. And so much would I love to see two such brisk fellows as thou and he yoked together at cut and thrust, that, if permitted, I will rejoice in bearing the message of Monsieur Le Mercier to Sir William, whose castle of Balcomie is close by here. Having no friend with me, I accept your offer with 1,000 thanks, said Le Mercier. Sir William did indeed slay an officer, as you have said, in that charge at Blenheim, where the regiment of the Marquis de Livry were cut to pieces by Orkney's Scots Greys, but to be so good and amiable, and to love you so much withal, Mademoiselle Athalie must be a brisk dame to urge her favourite chevalier on a venture so desperate. For mark me, Monsieur Le Mercier, said the Major impressively, none can know better than I the skill, the long and carefully studied skill of Sir William of Hopetoun, and permit me to warn you. It matters not. I must fight him. Love, honour, and rivalry, too, if you will have it so, all spur me on, and no time must be lost. Enough I should have been in my stirrups an hour ago, and dark though the night be, I will ride to Balcomie with your message. 1,000,000 of thanks. You will choose time and place for me. Say tomorrow at sunrise, be thou at the standing stone of Sochope. 'Tis a tall, rough block in the fields near the castle of Balcomie, and doubt not but Sir William will meet thee there. Thanks, thanks again, said the Frenchman, pressing the hand of the Major, who, apparently delighted at the prospect of witnessing such an encounter between the two most renowned swordsmen in Europe, drank off his stoup of wine, muffled himself in his roquelaure, and with his little cocked hat stuck jauntily on one side of the Ramillies wig, left the apartment and demanded his horse and the reckoning. Then your honour will be full hearty, and tempt Providence, said the landlord. Nay, good man, but you cannot tempt me to stay just now. I ride only through the town to Balcomie, and will return anon. The Hopetoun family are there, I believe. Yes, but saving my lady at the preachings. We see little of them, for Sir William has been at Edinburgh, or elsewhere, since his English gold coughed the old tower from the balconies of that ilk, the year before the weary Union. Divil mend it. Amen, say I. And what callest thou English gold? The dutiful compensation of workmen say he had his share. Man, thou liest, and they who say so lie, for to the last moment his voice was raised against the traitorous measure of Queensberry and Stair, and now every energy of his soul is bent to its undoing, replied the Major fiercely, as he put spurs to his horse, and rode rapidly down the dark and then grassy street, at the end of which the clank of his horse's hoofs died away as he diverged upon the open ground that lay northward of the town, and by which he had to approach the tower of Balcomie. The Frenchman remained long buried in thought, and as he sipped his wine, gazed dreamily on the changing embers that glowed on the hearth, and cast a warm light on the blue delft lining of the fireplace. The reminiscences of the war in Flanders had called up many a sad and many a bitter recollection. I would rather, thought he, that the man I am to encounter tomorrow was not a Scot, for the kindness of tonight, and of that terrible night in the snow-clad plain of Arras, inspire me with a warm love for all the people of this land. But my promise must be redeemed, my adventure achieved, or thou, my dear, my rash Athalie, art lost to me. and he paused to gaze with earnestness upon a jewel that glittered on his hand. It was a hair-ring, bound with gold, and a little shield-bearing initials clasped the small brown tress that was so ingeniously woven round it. As he gazed on the trinket, his full dark eyes brightened for a moment as the mild memories of love and fondness rose in his heart, and a bright smile played upon his haughty lip and lofty brow. Other thoughts arose, and the eyebrows that almost met over the straight Grecian nose of Lemercier were knit as he recalled the ominous words of his recent acquaintance. Mademoiselle Athalie must be a brisk dame to urge her favourite chevalier on a venture so desperate. One bitter pang shot through his heart, but he thrust the thought aside and pressed the ring to his lips. "O Athalie," he said in a low voice, "I were worse than a villain to suspect thee." At that moment midnight tolled from the dull old bell of Creil, and the strangeness of the sound brought keenly home to the lonely heart of Lemercier that he was in a foreign land. The hour passed, but the major did not return. Morning came. With grey dawn Lemercier was awake, and a few minutes found him dressed and ready. He attired himself with particular care, putting on a coat and vest, the embroidery of which presented as few conspicuous marks as possible to an antagonist's eye. He clasped his coat from the cravat to the waist, and compressed his embroidered belt. He adjusted his white silk roll-up stockings with great exactness, tied up the flowing curls of his wig with a white ribbon, placed a scarlet feather in his hat, and then took his sword. The edge and point of the blade, the shell and pommel, grasp and guard of the hilt were all examined with scrupulous care for the last time. He drew on his gloves with care, and giving to the landlord the reckoning which he might never return to pay, Lemercier called for his horse and rode through the main street of Creil. Following the directions he had received from his host, he hastily quitted the deserted and grass-grown street of the burg, the very aspect of which he feared would chill him, and proceeded towards the ancient obelisk still known as the Standing Stone of Sochaux, which had been named as the place of rendezvous by that messenger who had not returned, and against whom Monsieur Lemercier felt his anger a little excited. It was a cool March morning. The sky was clear and blue, and the few silver clouds that floated through it became edged with gold as the sun rose from its bed in the eastern sea, that burnished sea from which the cool fresh breeze swept over the level coast. The fields were assuming a vernal greenness, the buds were swelling on hedge and tree, and the vegetation of the summer that was to come, the summer that Lemercier might never see, was springing from amid the brown remains of the autumn that had gone, an autumn that he had passed with Athalie amid the gaieties and gardens of Paris and Versailles. At the distance of a mile he saw the strong square tower of Balcony, the residence of his antagonist. One side was involved in shadow, the other shone redly in the rising sun, and the morning smoke from its broad chimneys curled in dusky columns into the blue sky. The caw of the rooks that followed the plough, whose shining share turned up the aromatic soil, the merry whistle of the bonneted ploughboys, the voices of the blackbird and the mavis, made him sad, and pleased was Lemercier to leave behind him all such sounds of life, and reach the wild and solitary place where the obelisk stood, a grim and time-worn relic of the Druid ages or the Danish wars. A rough, misshapen remnant of antiquity, it still remains to mark the scene of this hostile meeting, which yet forms one of the most famous traditions of East Nuke. As Lemercier rode up, he perceived a gentleman standing near the stone. His back was towards him, and he was apparently intent on caressing his charger, whose reins he had thrown negligently over his arm. Lemercier thought he recognized the hat edged with white feathers, the full-bottomed wig, and the peculiar lacing of the white velvet coat, and on the stranger turning he immediately knew his friend of the preceding night. "Bonjour, my dear sir," said Lemercier. "A good morning," replied the other, and they politely raised their little cocked hats. "I had some misgivings when monsieur did not return to me," said the Frenchman. "Sir William has accepted my challenge." "Yes, monsieur, and is now before you," replied the other, springing on horseback. "I am Sir William Hope, of Hoop Toon, and am here at your service." "You!" exclaimed the Frenchman, in tones of blended astonishment and grief. "Ah, unsay what you have said. I cannot point my sword against the breast of my best benefactor, against him to whom I owe both honor and life. Can I forget that night on the plains of Arras? Ah, my God, what a mistake, what a misfortune! Ah, Athalie, to what have you so unthinkingly urged me? Think of her only, and forget all of me, save that I am your antagonist, your enemy, as I stand between thee and her. Come on, Monsieur Lemercier, do not forget your promise to mademoiselle. We will sheathe our swords on the first blood drawn." "So be it then, if the first is thine." And unsheathing their long and keen-edged rapiers, they put spurs to their horses, and closing up hand to hand, engaged with admirable skill and address. The skill of one swordsman seemed equal only by that of the other. Le Mercier was the first fencer at the court of France, where fencing was an accomplishment known to all, and there was no man in Britain equal to Sir William Hope, whose complete fencing master was long famous among the lovers of the noble science of defence. They rode round each other in circles. Warily and sternly they began to watch each other's eyes, till they flashed in unison with their blades. Their hearts beat quicker as their passions became excited and their rivalry roused, and their nerves became strung as the hope of conquest was whetted. The wish of merely being wounded ended in a desire to wound, and the desire to wound in a clamorous anxiety to vanquish and destroy. Save the incessant clash of the notched rapiers, and as each deadly thrust was adroitly parried and furiously repeated, the straining of stirrup leathers as each fencer swayed to and fro in his saddle, their suppressed breathing, and the champing of iron bits, Le Mercier and his foe saw nothing but the gleam, and heard nothing but the clash of each other's glittering swords. The sun came up in his glory from the shining ocean. The mavis soared above them in the blue sky. The early flowers of spring were unfolding their dewy cups to the growing warmth, but still man fought with man, and the hatred in their hearts waxed fierce and strong. In many places their richly laced coats were cut and torn. One lost his hat and had received a severe scar on his forehead, and the other had one on his bridle hand. They often paused breathlessly, and in weariness lowered the points of their weapons to glare upon each other with a ferocity that could have no end but death, until at the sixth encounter, when Le Mercier became exhausted, and failing to parry with sufficient force, a fierce and furious thrust was run through the breast so near the heart that he fell from his horse, gasping and weltering in blood. Sir William Hope flung away his rapier and sprang to his assistance, but the unfortunate Frenchman could only draw from his finger the ring of Athalie, and with her name on his lips expired, being actually choked in his own blood. Such was the account of this combat given by the horrified Master Spigot, who, suspecting that there was something wrong, had followed his guest to the scene of the encounter, the memory of which is still preserved in the noble house of Hopetoun and the legends of the burghers of Crail. So died Le Mercier. Of what Sir William said or thought on the occasion we have no record. In the good old times he would have eased his conscience by the endowment of an altar or foundation of a yearly mass, but in the year 1708 such things had long been a dead letter in the East Neuk, and so in lieu thereof he interred him honourably in the aisle of the ancient kirk, where a marble tablet long marked the place of his repose. Sir William did more. He carefully transmitted the ring of Le Mercier to the bereaved Athalie, but before its arrival in Paris she had dried her tears for the poor chevalier, and wedded one of his numerous rivals. Thus she forgot him sooner than his conqueror, who reached a good old age and died at his castle of Belcamie, with his last breath regretting the combat of that morning at the standing stone at Sochaux. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Quartermaster's Story. Though the continued march of intellect and education have nearly obliterated from the minds of the Scots a belief in the marvellous, still a love of the supernatural lingers among the more mountainous districts of the northern kingdom. For the schoolmaster finds it no easy task, even when aided by all the light of science, to uproot the prejudices of more than 2,000 years. I was born in Strathnairn about the year 1802, and on the death of my mother was given, when an infant, to the wife of a cotter, to nurse. With these good people I remained for some years, and thus became cognizant of the facts I am about to relate. There was a little romance connected with my old nurse, Miney, and her gudeman. In their younger days they had been lovers as a boy and girl, but were separated by poverty, and then Ewan McEwen enlisted as a soldier in the 26th or Cameronian Regiment, with which he saw some sharp service in the West Indies and America. The light-hearted young Highlander became, in time, a grave, stern, and morose soldier with the most rigid ideas of religious deportment and propriety, for this distinguished Scottish regiment was of Puritan origin, being one of those raised among the Westland Covenanters, after the deposition of King James VII by the Estates of Scotland. England surrendered to William of Orange without striking a blow, but the defence of Dunkeld and the victorious battle of Killiecrankie ended the northern campaign, in which the noble Dundee was slain and the army of the Cavaliers dispersed. The Cameronian regiment introduced their sectarian forms, their rigorous discipline and plain mode of public worship into their own ranks, and so strict was their code of morals that even the non-jurors and Jacobins admitted the excellence and stern propriety of their bearing. They left the Scottish service for the British at the Union in 1707, but still wear on their appointments the 5-pointed star which was the armorial bearing of the colonel who embodied them, and moreover retain the privilege of supplying their own regimental Bibles. After many years of hard fighting in the old 26th, and after carrying a halberd in the kilted regiment of the Isles, Ewan MacEwan returned home to his native place, the great plain of Moray, a graver and in bearing a sadder man than when he left it. His first inquiry was for Miney. She had married a rival of his 20 years ago. God's will be done, sighed Ewan as he lifted his bonnet and looked upwards. He built himself a little cottage in the old Highland fashion in his native strath, at a sunny spot where the Usk Nairn, the water of alders, flowed in front, and a wooded hill arose behind. He hung his knapsack above the fireplace, deposited his old and sorely thumbed regimental Bible with the Cameronian star on its boards, and the tin case containing his colonel's letter recommending him to the minister, and the discharge which gave 6d. per diem as the reward of 16 battles, all on the shelf of the little window, which contained 3 panes of glass with a yoke in the centre of each, and there he settled himself down in peace, to plant his own kale, knit his own hose, and to make his own kilts, a grave and thoughtful but contented old fellow, awaiting the time, as he said, when the Lord would call him away. Now it chanced that a poor widow with several children built herself a little thatched house on the opposite side of the drove road, an old Fingalian path which ascended the pastoral glen, and the ready-handed veteran lent his aid to thatch it, and to sling her kale pot on the crooks, and was wont thereafter to drop in of an evening to smoke his pipe, to tell old stories of the storming of Ticonderoga, and to ask her little ones the catechism and biblical questions. Within a week or so he discovered that the widow was Miney, the ripe, blooming Miney of other years, an old, a faded, and a sad-eyed woman now, and poor Ewan's lonely heart swelled within him as he thought of all that had passed since last they met, and as he spake of what they were and what they might have been, had fate been kind or fortune roved more true. We have heard much about the hidden and mysterious principle of affinity, and more about the sympathy and sacredness that belong to a first and early love. Well, the heart of the tough old Cameronian felt these gentle impulses, and Miney was no stranger to them. They were married, and for 15 years there was no happier couple on the banks of the Nairn. Strange to say, they died on the same day, and were interred in the ancient burying ground of Dalcross, where now they lie, near the ruined walls of the old vicarage kirk of the Catholic times. God rest them in their humble Highland graves. My father, who was the minister of Croy, acted as chief mourner, and gave the customary funeral prayer, but I am somewhat anticipating and losing the thread of my own story in telling theirs. In process of time, the influx of French and English tourists who came to visit the country of the clans, and to view the plain of Culloden after the publication of Waverley, gave to all Britain that which we name in Scotland the tartan fever, and caused the old path which passed the cot of Ewan to become a turnpike road. A toll bar, that most obnoxious of all impositions to a Celt, was placed across the mouth of the little glen, barring the way directly to the battlefield, and of this gate the old pensioner Ewan naturally became keeper, and during the summer season, when perhaps 100 carriages per day rolled through, it became a source of revenue alike to him and to the Lord of Calder and the Laird of Kilravach, the road trustees. and the chief pleasure of Ewan's existence was to sit on a thatched seat by the gate, for then he felt conscious of being in office, on duty, a species of sentinel, and it smacked of the old time when the general was beaten in the morning, and the drums rolled tattoo at night, when he had belts to pipeclay, boots to blackball, when there were wigs to frizzle and queues to tie, and to be all trim and in order to meet Monseigneur le Marquis de Montcalm or General Washington right early in the morning. And there, by the new barrier of the glen, Ewan sat the livelong day, with spectacles on nose, and the Cameronian Bible on his knee, as he spelled his way through Deuteronomy and the tribes of Judah. Slates in due time replaced the green thatch of his little cottage. Then a diminutive additional story with 2 small dormer windows was added thereto, and the thrifty Miney placed a paper in her window informing shepherds, the chance wayfarers, and the wandering deer-stalkers that she had a room to let. But summer passed away. The sportsmen forsook the brown-scorched mountains, the gay tourists ceased to come north, and the advertisement turned from white to yellow, and from yellow to fly-blown green in her window. The winter snows descended on the hills. The pines stood in long and solemn ranks by the white frozen nairn, but the room upstairs still remained without a tenant. Anon the snow passed away, the river again flowed free, the flowers began to bloom, the young grass to sprout by the hedgerows, and the mavis to sing on the fold dykes, for spring was come again, and joyous summer soon would follow. And one night, it was the 26th of April, Ewan was exhibiting his penmanship in large text and by preparing the new announcement of a room to let, when he paused and looked up as a peal of thunder rumbled across the sky. A red gleam of lightning flashed in the darkness without, and then they heard the roar of the deep, broad Nairn, as its waters, usually so sombre and so slow, swept down from the wells of Badenoch, flooded with the melting snows of the past winter. A dreadful storm of thunder, rain, and wind came on, and the little cottage rocked on its foundations. Frequently the turf fire upon the hearth was almost blown about the clay floor by the downward gusts that bellowed in the chimney. The lightning gleamed incessantly and seemed to play about the hill of Cheney and the ruins of Castlefionan. The woods groaned and creaked, the trees seemed to shriek as their strong limbs were torn asunder by the gusts, which in some places laid side by side the green sapling of last summer and the old oak that had stood for 1,000 years, that had seen Macbeth and Duncan ride from Nairn, and had outlived the wars of the Commons and the Clan Chattan. The swollen Nairn tore down its bank and swept trees, rocks, and stones in wild confusion to the sea, mingling the pines of Aberwarder with the old oaks of Calder, while the salt spray from the Moray Firth was swept 7 miles inland, where it encrusted with salted trees the houses and windows and whatever it fell on, as it mingled with the ceaseless rain, while deep, hoarse, and loud the incessant thunder rattled across the sky, as if all the cannon on earth, according to Ewan, were exchanging salvos between Cheney and the hill of Geddes. Miney grew pale and sat with a finger on her mouth and a startled expression in her eyes, listening to the uproar without. 4 children, 2 of whom were Ewan's and her last addition to the clan, clung to her skirts. Ewan had just completed the invariable prayer and chapter for the night, and was solemnly depositing his old regimental companion with Baxter's Saint's Best in a place of security, when a tremendous knock, a knock that rang above the storm, shook the door of the cottage. "Who can this be, and in such a night?" said Miney. "The Lord knoweth," responded Ewan gravely, "but he knocks both loud and late." "Inquire before you open," urged Miney, seizing her husband's arm, as the impatient knock was renewed with treble violence. "Who comes there?" demanded Ewan, in a soldierly tone. "A friend," replied a strange voice without, and in the same manner. "What do you want?" "Fire and smoke," cried the other, giving the door a tremendous kick. "Do you ask that in such a devil of a night as this? You have a room to let, have you not?" "Yes." "Well, open the door, or blood and oons, I'll bite your nose off." Ewan hastened to undo the door, and then, all wet and dripping as if he had just been fished up from the Moray Firth, there entered a strange-looking old fellow in a red coat. He stumped vigorously on a wooden leg, and carried on his shoulders a box, which he flung down with a crash that shook the dwelling, saying, "There, damn you, I've made good my billet at last." "So it seems," said Ewan, reclosing the door in haste to exclude the tempest, lest his house should be unroofed and torn asunder. Harkee, comrade, what garrison or fortress is this? Asked the visitor. That peaceable folks are to be challenged in this fashion, and forced to give parole and countersign before they march in, eh? It is my house, comrade, and so you'd better keep a civil tongue in your head. Civil tongue? Fire and smoke, you mangy cur. I can be as civil as my neighbours, but give me a glass of grog, for I'm as wet as we were the night before Monday. Where have you come from in such a storm as this? Where you'd not like to go, so never mind. But grog, I tell you, get me some grog, and a bit of tobacco. It is long since I tasted either. Ewan hastened to get a large quig full of stiff Glenvillant, which the veteran drained to his health and that of Miney, but first he gave them a most diabolical grin, and threw into the liquor some black stuff, saying, I always mix my grog with gunpowder. It's a good tonic. I learned that of a comrade who fell at Minden on the glorious 1st of August, 59. You have been a soldier, then? Right. I was one of the 25th or Old Edinburgh Regiment. They enlisted me, though an Englishman, I believe, for my good old dam was a follower of the camp. Our number was the 26th, the old Cameronian Regiment, so we were near each other, you see, comrade. Nearer than you would quite like, mayhap, said Woodenleg, with another grin and a dreadful oath. And you have served in Germany? Asked Ewan. Germany, aye, and marched over every foot of it, from Hanover to hell, and back again. I've fought in Flanders, too. I wish you'd come a wee while sooner, said Ewan gravely, for this discourse startled his sense of propriety. Sooner, snarled this shocking old fellow, who must have belonged to that army which swore so terribly in Flanders, as good Uncle Toby says. Sooner for what? To have heard me read a chapter, and to have joined us in prayer. Prayers be damned, cried the other, with a shout of laughter and a face expressive of fiendish mockery, as he gave his wooden leg a thundering blow on the floor. Fire and smoke, another glass of grog, and then we'll settle about my billet upstairs. While getting another dram, which hospitality prevented him from refusing, Ewan scrutinized this strange visitor, whose aspect and attire were very remarkable, but wholly careless of what any one thought. He sat by the hearth, wringing his wet wig and drying it at the fire. He was a little man of a spare but strong and active figure, which indicated great age. His face resembled that of a rat. Behind it hung a long queue that waved about like a pendulum, when he moved his head, which was quite bald and smooth as a cricket ball, save where a long and livid scar, evidently a sword cut, traversed it. This was visible while he sat drying his wig, but as that process was somewhat protracted, he uttered an oath, and thrust his cocked hat on one side of his head and very much over his left eye, which was covered by a patch. This headdress was the old military triple-cocked hat, bound with yellow braid, and having on one side the hideous black leather cockade of the House of Hanover, now happily disused in the British army, and retained as a badge of service by liverymen alone. His attire was an old threadbare red coat, faced with yellow, having square tails and deep cuffs, with braided holes. He wore knee breeches on his spindle shanks, one of which terminated, as I've said, in a wooden pin. He carried a large knotted stick, and in outline and his aspect very much resembled, as Ewan thought, Frederick the Great of Prussia, or an old Chelsea pensioner of the soldiers he had seen delineated in antique prints of the Flemish wars. His solitary orb possessed a most diabolical leer, and whichever way you turned it seemed to regard you with the fixed glare of a basilisk. You are a stranger hereabout, I presume, said Ewan dryly. A stranger now, certainly, but I was pretty well known in this locality once. There are some bones buried hereabout that may remember me, he replied with a grin that showed his fangless jaws. Bones, reiterated Ewan aghast. Yes, Bones. Culloden Muir lies close by here, does it not? It does. Then you have travelled this road before. Death and devil, I should think so, comrade. On this very night, 60 years ago, I marched along this road from Nairn to Culloden with the army of His Royal Highness the Great Duke of Cumberland, Captain General of the British troops, in pursuit of the rebels under the Popish Pretender. Under His Royal Highness Prince Charles, you mean, comrade, said Ewan, in whose breast, Cameronian though he was, a tempest of Highland wrath and loyalty swelled up at these words. Prince, ha, 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 laughed the other. Had you said as much then, the gallows had been your doom. Many a man I have shot, and many a boy I've brained with the butt end of my musket, for no other crime than wearing the tartan, even as you this night wear it. Ewan made a forward stride as if he would have taken the wicked boaster by the throat. His anger was kindled to find himself in presence of a veritable soldier of the infamous German butcher, whose merciless massacre of the wounded clansmen and their defenceless families will never be forgotten in Scotland while oral tradition and written record exist. But Ewan paused and said in his quiet way, "Blessed be the Lord, these times and things have passed away from the land, to return to it no more. We are both old men now. By your own reckoning, you must at least have numbered 80 years, and in that you are by 20, my better man. You are my guest tonight, moreover, so we must not quarrel, comrade. My father was killed at Culloden." "On which side?" "The right one, for he fell by the side of old Keppoch, and his last words were, 'Reich Hamish Gu Brag.'" "Fire and smoke," laughed the old fellow. "I remember these things as if they only happened yesterday. Mix me some more grog and put it in the bill. I was the company's butcher in those days. It suited my taste, so when I was not stabbing and slashing the sheep and cattle of the rascally commissary, I was cutting the throats of the Scots and French, for there were plenty of them, and Irish too, who fought against the king's troops in Flanders. We had hot work that day at Culloden, hotter than at Minden, where we fought in heavy marching order with our blankets, kettles, and provisions on a broiling noon, when the battlefield was cracking under a blazing sun, and the whole country was sweltering like the oven of the great baker." "Who is he? What, you don't know him? Ha, 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 ho, ho, ho. Come, that is good." Ewan expostulated with the boisterous old fellow on this style of conversation, which, as you may easily conceive, was very revolting to the prejudices of a well-regulated Cameronian soldier. "Come, come, you old devil-skin," cried the other, stirring up the fire with his wooden leg till the sparks flashed and gleamed like his solitary eye. "You may as well sing psalms to a dead horse as preach to me. Hark how the thunder roars, like the great guns at Cartagena. More grog, put it in the bill. Or, halt, damn me, pay yourself." And he dashed on the table a handful of silver of the reigns of George II and the Glencoe assassin William of Orange. He obtained more whiskey and drank it raw, seasoning it from time to time with gunpowder, just as an Arab does his cold water with ginger. "Where did you lose your eye, comrade?" "At Culloden, but I found the fellow who pinked me next day as he lay bleeding on the field. He was a Cameron, in a green velvet jacket all covered with silver, so I stripped off his lace as I had seen my mother do, and then I brained him with the butt end of Brown Bess, and before his wife's eyes too. What the deuce do you growl at, comrade? Such things will happen in war, and you know that orders must be obeyed. My eye was gone, but it was the left one, and I was saved the trouble of closing it when taking aim. This slash on the sconce I got at the Battle of Prestonpans from the Celt who slew Colonel Gardner." "That Celt was my father, the miller of Invernale," said Miney proudly. "Your father, fire and smoke, do you say so? His hand was a heavy one," cried Woodenleg, while his eye glowed like the orb of a hyena. "And your leg?" "I lost at Minden, in Kingsley's brigade, comrade. My leg, damn. That was indeed a loss, a warning to repentance, I would say." "Then you would say wrong. Ugh, I remember when the shot, a 12-pounder, took me just as we were rushing with charged bayonets on the French cannoneers. Smash, my leg was gone, and I lay sprawling and bleeding in a ploughed field near the Weser, while my comrades swept over me with a wild hurrah, the colours waving and drums beating a charge." "And what did you do?" "I lay there and swore. Believe me, that would not restore your limb again. No, but a few hearty oaths relieve the mind, and the mind relieves the body. You understand me, comrade? So there I lay all night under a storm of rain like this, bleeding and sinking, afraid of the knives of the plundering death hunters, for my mother had been one, and I remembered well how she looked after the wounded and cured them of their agony." "Was your mother one of those sinful—" began McEwen. "Don't call her hard names now, comrade. She died on the day after the defeat at Val, with the provost marshal's cord round her neck, a cord less ornamental than that of Saint Louis. And your father was one of Howard's regiment, but which the devil only knows, for it was a point on which the old lady, honest woman, had serious doubts herself. After the loss of your leg, of course you left the service." "No, I became the company's butcher. But fire and smoke, get me another glass of grog. Take a share yourself, and don't sit staring at me like a Dutch skin conceived of a winter night over a pot de fer, as all the world knows King William was. Damn, let us be merry together. Ha, 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 ho, 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 and I'll sing you a song of the old Whig times. O brother Sandy, hear ye the news? Lily, Bulero, Bullen, Allah, an army is coming, sans breeches and shoes. Lily, Bulero, Bullen, Allah. To arms, brave boys, to arms. A true British cause for your courage doth ca. Country and city against a kilted banditti. Lily Burlero Bullen Allah. And while he continued to rant and sing the song once so obnoxious to the Scottish cavaliers, he beat time with his wooden leg and endeavoured to outroar the stormy wind and the hiss of the drenching rain. Even McEwen, though he was an old soldier, felt some uneasiness, and Miney trembled in her heart, while the children clung to her skirts and hid their little faces, as if this singing riot and jollity were impious at such a time when the awful thunder was ringing its solemn peals across the midnight sky. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Unco Quest. Although this strange old man baffled or parried every inquiry of Ewan as to whence he had come, and how and why he wore that antiquated uniform, on his making a lucrative offer to take the upper room of the little toll house for a year, exactly a year, when Ewan thought of his poor pension of 6 pence per diem, of their numerous family, and Miney now becoming old and requiring many little comforts, all scruples were overcome by the pressure of necessity, and the mysterious old soldier was duly installed in the attic, with his corded chest, scratch wig, and wooden leg. Moreover, he paid the first 6 months' rent in advance, dashing the money, which was all coin, of the first and second Georges, on the table with a bang, and an oath, swearing that he disliked being indebted to any man. The next morning was calm and serene. The green hills lifted their heads into the blue and placid sky. There was no mist on the mountains, nor rain in the valley. The flood in the Nairn had subsided, though its waters were still muddy and perturbed, but save this and the broken branches that strewed the wayside, with an uprooted tree or a paling laid flat on the ground, there was no trace of yesterday's hurricane, and Ewan heard Wooden-leg, he had no other name for his new lodger, stumping about overhead as the old fellow left his bed betimes, and after trimming his queue and wig, pipe-claying his yellow facings and beating them well with the brush in a soldier-like way, he descended to breakfast, but disdaining porridge and milk, broiled salmon, and bannocks of barley meal, he called for a can of stiff grog, mixed it with powder from his wide waistcoat pocket, and drank it off at a draught. Then he imperiously desired Ewan to take his bonnet and staff, and accompanying him so far as Culloden, because, said he, I've come a long, long way to see the old place again. Wooden-leg seemed to gather, what was quite unnecessary to him, new life, vigour, and energy, as they traversed the road that led to the battlefield, and felt the pure breeze of the spring morning blowing on their old and wrinkled faces. The atmosphere was charmingly clear and serene. In the distance lay the spires of Inverness, and the shining waters of the Moray Firth, studded with sails, and the ramparts of Fort George were seen jutting out at the termination of a long and green peninsula. In the foreground stood the castle of Dalcross, raising its square outline above a wood which terminates the eastern side of the landscape. The pine-clad summit of Dundavitt encloses the west, while on every hand between stretched the dreary moor of Dremazee, the plain of Culloden, whilome drenched in the blood of Scotland's bravest hearts. Amid the purple heath lie 2 or 3 grass-covered mounds. These are the graves of the dead, the graves of the loyal Highlanders who fell on that disastrous field, and of the wounded who were so mercilessly murdered next day by an order of Cumberland, which he penciled on the back of a card, the 9 of diamonds. Thus they were dispatched by platoons, stabbed by bayonets, slashed by swords and spontoons, or brained by the butt end of musket and carbine. Officers and men were to be seen emulating each other in this scene of cowardice and cold-blooded atrocity which filled every camp, and buried in continental Europe with scorn at the name of an English soldier. Ewan was a Highlander, and his heart filled with such thoughts as these, when he stood by the grassy tombs where the fallen brave are buried with the hopes of the house they died for. He took off his bonnet and stood bareheaded, full of sad and silent contemplation, while his garrulous companion viewed the field with his single eye, that glowed like a hot coal, and pirouetted on his wooden pin in a very remarkable manner, as he surveyed on every side the scene of that terrible encounter, where, after enduring a long cannonade of round shot and grape, the Highland swordsmen, Chief and Gilly, the noble and the nameless, flung themselves with reckless valour on the ranks of those whom they had already routed in two pitched battles. "It was an awful day," said Ewan, in a low voice, but with a gleam in his grey Celtic eye. "Yonder my father fell wounded. The bullet went through his shield and pierced him here, just above the belt. He was living next day when my mother, a poor wailing woman with a babe at her breast, found him. But an officer of Barrel's regiment ran a sword twice through his body and killed him, for the orders of the German Duke were that no quarter should be given. This spring is named MacGillivrays, well, because here they butchered the dying chieftain who led the Macintoshes. I bayoneted him next day at noon in the arms of his bonny young wife and his pure old mother. The inhuman monsters! I've been a soldier," continued Ewan, "and I've fought for my country, but had I stood that day on this moor of Culloden, I would have shot the German butcher, the coward who fled from Flanders. I would, by the God who hears me, though that moment had been my last." "Ha, ha, ha, ho, ho, ho," rejoined his queer companion. "It seems like yesterday since I was here. I don't see many changes except that the dead are all buried, whereas we left them to the crows, and a carriage road has been cut across the field, just where we see some women who were looking among the dead for their husbands, and who—" "Well?" Wooden-leg whistled and gave Ewan a diabolical leer with his snaky eye as he resumed. "I see the ridge where the clans formed line, every tribe with its chief in front and his colours in the centre, when we, hopeless of victory and thinking only of defeat, approached them, and I can yet see standing the old stone wall which covered their right flank. Fire and smoke, it was against that wall we placed the wounded, when we fired at them by platoons next day. I finished some 20 rebels there myself." Ewan's hand almost caught the haft of his skiing dhu, as he said hoarsely, "Old men do not call them rebels in my hearing, at least of all by the graves where they lie. They were good men and true. If they were in error, they have long since answered to God for it, even as we one day must answer. Therefore let us treat their memory with respect, as soldiers should ever treat their brothers in arms who fall in war." But Wooden-leg laughed with his strange eldritch yell, and then they returned together to the toll-house in the glen. But Ewan felt strongly dissatisfied with his lodger, whose conversation was so calculated to shock alike his Jacobitical and his religious prejudices. Every day this sentiment grew stronger, and he soon learned to deplore in his inmost heart having ever accepted the rent, and long for the time when he should be rid of him. But at the end of the 6 months, Wooden-leg produced the rent for the remainder of the year, still in old silver of the 2 first Georges with a few Spanish dollars, and swore he would set the house on fire if Ewan made any more apologies about their inability to make him sufficiently comfortable, and so forth, for his host and hostess had resorted to every pretence and expedient to rid themselves of him handsomely. But Wooden-leg was inexorable. He had bargained for his billet for a year. He had paid for it, and a year he would stay, though the Lord Justice General of Scotland himself should say nay. Boisterous and authoritative, he awed every one by his terrible gimlet eye, and the volleys of oaths with which he overwhelmed them on suffering the smallest contradiction. Thus he became the terror of all, and shepherds crossed the hills by the most unfrequented routes, rather than pass the toll bar, where they vowed that his eye bewitched their sheep and cattle. To every whispered and stealthy inquiry as to where his lodger had come from, and how or why he had thrust himself upon this lonely toll-house, Ewan could only groan and shrug his shoulders, or reply, "He came on the night of the hurricane, like a bird of evil omen, but on the 26th of April we will be rid of him, please heaven. It is close at hand, and he shall march then, sure as my name is Ewan Mac Ewan." He seemed to be troubled in his conscience too, or to have strange visitors, for often in stormy nights he was heard swearing or threatening and expostulating, and once or twice when listening at the foot of the stair, Ewan heard him shouting and conversing from his window with persons on the road, although the bar was shut, locked, and there was no one visible there. On another windy night, Ewan and his wife were scared by hearing Woodenleg engaged in a furious altercation with someone overhead. "Dog, I'll blow out your brains," yelled a strange voice. "Fire and smoke, blow out the candle first. Ha, 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 ho, ho, ho," cried Woodenleg. Then there ensued the explosion of a pistol, a dreadful stamping of feet, with the sound of several men swearing and fighting. To all this Ewan and his wife hearkened in fear and perplexity. At last something fell heavily on the floor, and then all became still, and not a sound was heard but the night wind sighing down the glen. Betimes in the morning Ewan, weary and unslept, left his bed and ascended to the door of this terrible lodger and tapped gently. "Come in. Why the devil this fuss and ceremony, eh, comrade?" cried a hoarse voice, and there was old Woodenleg, not lying dead on the floor as Ewan expected, or perhaps hoped, but stumping about in his shirt-sleeves, pipe-claying his facings, and whistling the point of war. On being questioned about the most unearthly row of last night, he only bade Ewan mind his own affairs, or uttered a volley of oaths, some of which were Spanish, and mixing a can of gunpowder grog drained it at a draught. He was very quarrelsome, dictatorial, and scandalously irreligious. Thus his military reminiscences were of so ferocious and bloodthirsty a nature that they were sufficient to scare any quiet man out of his 7 senses. But it was more particularly in relating the butcheries, murders, and ravages of Cumberland in the Highlands that he exulted, and there was always a terrible air of probability in all he said. On Ewan once asking of him if he had ever been punished for the many irregularities and cruelties he so freely acknowledged having committed. "Punished? Fire and smoke, comrade, I should think so. I've been flogged till the bones of my back stood through the quivering flesh. I've been piquetted, tied neck and heels, or sent to ride the wooden horse, and to endure other punishments which are now abolished in the king's service. An officer once tied me neck and heels for 48 hours. I damned till I lost my senses, but he lost his life soon after. A shot from the rear killed him. You understand me, comrade? Ha, 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 ho, 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 a shot from the rear." "You murdered him?" said Ewan in a tone of horror. "I did not say so," cried Woodenleg with an oath, as he dealt his landlord a thwack across the shins with his stump. "But I'll tell you how it happened. I was on the Cartagena expedition in '41, and served amid all the horrors of that bombardment, which was rendered unsuccessful by the quarrels of the general and admiral. Then the yellow fever broke out among the troops, who were crammed on board the ships of war like figs in a cask, or like the cargo of a slaver. So they died in scores, and in scores their putrid corpses lay round the hawsers of the shipping, which raked them up every day as they swung round with the tide, and from all the open gun ports where their hammocks were hung, our sick men saw the ground sharks gorging themselves on the dead, while they daily expected to follow. The air was black with flies, and the scorching sun seemed to have leagued with the infernal Spaniards against us. But fire and smoke, mix me some more grog. I am forgetting my story. Our grenadiers, with those of other regiments under Colonel James Grant of Caron, were landed on the island of Tierra Bamba, which lies at the entrance of the harbour of Cartagena, where we stormed 2 small forts which our ships had cannonaded on the previous day. "Grenadiers, open your pouches, handle grenades, blow your fuses," cried Grant. "Forward!" And then we bayoneted the Dons, or with the club muskets smashed their heads like ripe pumpkins, while our fleet anchored with broadsides to the shore, threw shot and shell, grape, canister, carcasses, and hand grenades in showers among the batteries, booms, cables, chains, ships of war, gunboats, and the devil only knows what more. It was evening when we landed, and as the ramparts of San Luis de Boca Chica were within musket shot of our left flank, the lieutenant of our company was left with 12 grenadiers, of whom I was one, as a species of alpaque, to watch the Spaniards there, and to acquaint the officer in the captured forts if anything was essayed by way of sortie. About midnight I was posted as an advance sentinel, and ordered to face La Boca Chica with all my ears and eyes open. The night was close and sultry. There was not a breath of wind stirring on the land or waveless sea, and all was still save the cries of the wild animals that preyed upon the unburied dead, or the sullen splash caused by some half-shrouded corpse as it was launched from a gun-port, for our ships were moored within pistol-shot of the place where I stood. Towards the west the sky was a deep and lurid red, as if the midnight sea was in flames at the horizon, and between me and this fiery glow I could see the black and opaque outline of the masts, the yards, and the gigantic hulls of those floating charnel houses, our line of battleships and the dark, solid ramparts of San Luis de Boca Chica. Suddenly I saw before me the head of a Spanish column. I cocked my musket. They seemed to be halted in close order, for I could see the white coats and black hats of a single company only, so I fired at them point blank and fell back on the piquet, which stood to arms. The lieutenant of our grenadiers came hurrying towards me. "Where are the Dons?" said he. "In our front, sir," said I, pointing to the white line which seemed to waver before us in the gloom under the walls of San Luis, and then it disappeared. "They are advancing," said I. "They have vanished, fellows," said the lieutenant angrily, "because they have marched down into a hollow." In a moment after they reappeared, upon which the lieutenant brought up the piquet, and after firing 3 volleys retired towards the principal fort, where Colonel Grant had all the troops under arms, but not a Spaniard approached us. And what, think you, deceived me and caused this alarm? Only a grove of trees, fire and smoke. Yes, it was a grove of macanil trees, which the Spaniards had cut down or burned to within 5 feet of the ground. And as their bark is white, it resembles a Spanish uniform, while the black burned tops easily passed for their grenadier caps to the overstrained eyes of a poor anxious lad, who found himself under the heavy responsibility of an advanced sentinel for the first time in his life. "And was this the end of it?" asked Ewan. "Hell and Tommy," roared the wooden leg. "No, but you shall hear. I was battooned by the lieutenant. Then I was tried at the drumhead for causing a false alarm, and sentenced to be tied neck and heels. And lest you may not know the fashion of this punishment, I shall tell you of it. I was placed on the ground. My firelock was put under my hams, and another was placed over my neck. Then the two were drawn close together by 2 cartouche box straps, and in this situation, doubled up as round as a ball, I remained with my chin wedged between my knees until the blood spouted out of my mouth, nose, and ears, and I became insensible. When I recovered my senses, the troops were forming in column, preparatory to assaulting Fort Saint Lazare, and though almost blind and both weak and trembling, I was forced to take my place in the ranks, and I ground my teeth as I handled my musket and saw the lieutenant of our company, in lace ruffles and powdered wig, prepare to join the forlorn hope, which was composed of 600 chosen grenadiers, under Colonel Grant, a brave Scottish officer. I loaded my piece with a charmed bullet, cast in a mould given to me by an Indian warrior, and marched on with my section. The assault failed. Of the forlorn hope I alone escaped, for Grant and his grenadiers perished to a man in the breach. There too lay our lieutenant. A shot had pierced his head behind, just at the cue. Queer, was it not, when I was his covering file? As he said this, Woodenleg gave Ewan another of those diabolical leers, which always made his blood run cold, and continued. I passed him as he lay dead, with his sword in his hand, his fine ruffled shirt and silk waistcoat drenched with blood. By the by, there was a pretty girl's miniature, with powdered hair peeping out of it too. Ho, ho, thought I, as I gave him a hearty kick. You will never again have me tied neck and heels for not wearing spectacles on sentry, or get me 100 lashes for not having my queue dressed straight to the seam of my coat. Horrible, said Ewan. I will wager my wooden leg against your two of flesh and bone that your officer would have been served in the same way if he had given you the same provocation. Heaven forbid, said Ewan. Ha, 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 ho, 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 cried Woodenleg. You spoke of an Indian warrior, said Ewan uneasily, as the atrocious anecdotes of this hideous old man excited his anger and repugnance. Then you have served like myself in the New World. Fire and smoke, I should think so, but long before your day. Then you fought against the Cherokees? Yes. At War Woman's Creek? Yes, I was killed there. You were what? Stammered Ewan. Killed there. Killed? Yes, scalped by the Cherokees. Damn, don't I speak plain enough? He is mad, thought Ewan. I'm not mad, said Woodenleg gruffly. I never said so, urged Ewan. Thunder and blazes, but you thought it, which is all the same. Ewan was petrified by this remark, and then Woodenleg, while fixing his hyena-like eye upon him, and mixing a fresh can of his peculiar grog, continued thus. Yes, I served in the War Woman's Creek expedition in '60. In the preceding year, I'd been taken prisoner at Fort 96 and was carried off by the Indians. They took me into the heart of their own country, where an old sachem protected me and adopted me in place of a son he had lost in battle. Now this old devil of a sachem had a daughter, a graceful, pretty, and gentle Indian girl, whom her tribe named the Queen of the Beaver Dams. She was kind to me, and loved to call me her pale-faced brother. Ha, 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 ho, ho, ho. Fire and smoke, do I now look like a man that could once attract a pretty girl's eye? Now with my wooden leg, patched face, and riddled carcass, well, she loved me, and I pretended to be in love too, though I did not care for her the value of an old snapper. She was graceful and round in every limb, as a beautiful statue. Her features were almost regular, her eyes black and soft, her hair hung nearly to her knees, while her smooth, glossy skin was no darker than a Spanish brunette's. Her words were like notes of music, for the language of the Cherokees, like that of the Iroquois, is full of the softest vowels. This Indian girl treated me with love and kindness, and I promised to become a Cherokee warrior, a thundering turtle and scalp hunter for her sake, just as I would have promised anything to any other woman, and had done so a score of times before. I studied her gentle character in all its weak and delicate points, as a general views a fortress he is about to besiege, and I soon knew every avenue to the heart of the place. I made my approaches with modesty, for the mind of the Indian virgin was timid and as pure as the new-fallen snow. I drew my parallels and pushed on the trenches whenever the old sachem was absent, smoking his pipe and drinking fire-water at the council of the tribe. I soon reached the base of the glacis and stormed the breastworks. Damn, I did, comrade. I promised her everything if she would continue to love me, and swore by the Great Spirit to lay at her feet the scalp-lock of the white chief, General the Lord Amherst, K.C.B., and all that, with every other protestation that occurred to me at the time. And so she soon loved me, and me alone, as we wandered on the green slopes of Tennessee, when the flowering forest trees and the magnolias, the crimson strawberries and the flaming azalea made the scenery beautiful, and where the shrill cry of the hawk and the carol of the merry mockingbird filled the air with sounds of life and happiness. We were married in the fantastic fashion of the tribe, and the Indian girl was the happiest squaw in the beaver dams. I hoed cotton and planted rice. I cut rushes that she might plait mats and baskets. I helped her to weave wampum and built her a wigwam, but I longed to be gone, for in 6 months I was wearied of her, and the Cherokees too. In short, one night I knocked the old sachem on the head, and without perceiving that he still breathed, pocketed his valuables, such as they were, 2 necklaces of amber beads and 2 of Spanish dollars, and without informing my squaw of what I had done. I prevailed upon her to guide me far into the forest, on the skirts of which lay a British outpost, near the lower end of the vale, through which flows the Tennessee River. She was unable to accompany me more than a few miles, for she was weak, weary, and soon to become a mother. So I gave her the slip in the forest, and leaving her to shift for herself, reached headquarters just as the celebrated expedition from South Carolina was preparing to march against the Cherokees. Knowing well the localities, I offered myself as a guide, and was at once accepted. Cruel and infamous, exclaimed honest Ewan, whose chivalric Highland spirit fired with indignation at these heartless avowals. And the poor girl you deceived? Bah, I thought the wild beasts would soon dispose of her. But then the infamy of being a guide, even for your comrades, against those who had fed and fostered, loved and protected you. By my soul, this atrocity were worthy of King William and his Glencoe assassins. Ho, 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 fire and smoke you shall hear. Where we marched from New York in the early part of 1760, there were our regiment with 400 of the Scots Royals and Montgomery's Highlanders. We landed at Charleston and marched up the country to Fort 96 on the frontier of the Cherokees. Our route was long and arduous, for the ways were wild and rough, so it was the 1st of June before we reached 12-Mile River. I'd been so long unaccustomed to carry my knapsack that its weight rendered me savage and ferocious, and I cursed the service and my own existence, for in addition to our muskets and accoutrements, our 60 rounds of ball cartridge per man, we carried our own tents, poles, pegs, and cooking utensils. Thunder and blazes when we halted, which we did in a pleasant valley, where the great shady chestnuts and the flowering hickory made our camp alike cool and beautiful. My back and shoulders were nearly skinned, for, as you must know well, comrade, the knapsack straps are passed so tightly under the armpits that they stop the circulation of the blood and press upon the lungs almost to suffocation. Scores of our men left the ranks on the march, threw themselves down in despair, and were soon tomahawked and scalped by the Indians. We marched forward next day, but without perceiving the smallest vestige of an Indian trail. Thus we began to surmise that the Cherokees knew not that we were among them, but just as the sun was sinking behind the blue hills, we came upon a cluster of wigwams, which I knew well. They were the beaver dams, situated on a river, among wild woods that never before had echoed to the drum or bugle. Bad and wicked as I was, some strange emotions rose within me. At this moment I thought of the Sachem's daughter, her beauty, her love for me, and the child that was under her bosom, when I abandoned her in the vast forest through which we had just penetrated. But I stifled all regret, and heard with pleasure the order to examine flints and priming. Then the Cherokee war-whoop pierced the echoing sky. A scattered fire was poured upon us from behind the rocks and trees. The sharp steel tomahawks came flashing and whirling through the air. Bullets and arrows whistled and rifles rung, and in a moment we found ourselves surrounded by a living sea of dark-skinned and yelling Cherokees, with plumes on their scalp locks, their fierce visages streaked with war paint, and all their moccasins rattling. Fire and fury, such a time it was! We all fought like devils, but our men fell fast on every side. The Royals lost 2 lieutenants and several soldiers whose scalps were torn from their bleeding skulls in a moment. Our regiment, though steady under fire as a battalion of stone statues, now fell into disorder, and the brown warriors, like fiends in aspect and activity, pressed on with musket and war-club brandished, and with such yells as never rang in mortal ears elsewhere. The day was lost until the Highlanders came up, and then the savages were routed in an instant and cut to pieces. Shoot and slash was the order, and there ensued such a scene of carnage as I had not witnessed since Culloden, where His Royal Highness the fat Duke of Cumberland galloped about the field overseeing the wholesale butchery of the wounded. We destroyed their magazines of powder and provisions. We laid the wigwams in ashes and shot or bayoneted every living thing from the babe on its mother's breast to the hen that sat on the roost, for as I had made our commander aware of all the avenues, there was no escape for the poor devils of Cherokees. Had the pious, glorious, and immortal King William been there, he would have thought we had modelled the whole affair after his own exploit at Glencoe. All was nearly over, and among the ashes of the smoking wigwams and the gashed corpses of kings, soldiers, and Indian warriors, I sat down beneath a great chestnut to wipe my musket, for butt, barrel, and bayonet were clotted with blood and human hair. Oof, man, why do you shudder? It was only Cherokee wool. All was nearly over, I said, when a low, fierce cry, like the hoarse hiss of a serpent, rang in my ear. A brown and bony hand clutched my throat as the fangs of a wolf would have done, and hurled me to the earth. A tomahawk flashed above me, and an aged Indian's face, whose expression was like that of a fiend, came close to mine, and I felt his breath upon my cheek. It was the visage of the sachem, but hollow with suffering and almost green with fury, and he laughed like a hyena as he poised the uplifted axe. Another form intervened for a moment. It was that of the poor Indian girl I had so heartlessly deceived. She sought to stay the avenging hand of the frantic sachem, but he thrust her furiously aside, and in the next moment the glittering tomahawk was quivering in my brain. A knife swept round my head, my scalp was torn off, and I remember no more. A fortunate thing for you, said Ewan dryly. Memories such as yours were worse than a knapsack to carry, and so you were killed there? Don't sneer, comrade, said Woodenleg with a diabolical gleam in his eye. Prithee, don't sneer. I was killed there, and moreover buried too, by the Scots Royals when they interred the dead next day. Then how came you to be here? Said Ewan, not very much at ease, to find himself in company with one he deemed a lunatic. Here, that is my business, not yours, was the surly rejoinder. Ewan was silent, but reckoned over that now there were but 30 days to run until the 26th of April, when the stipulated year would expire. Yes, comrade, just 30 days, said Woodenleg with an affirmative nod, divining the thoughts of Ewan, and then I shall be off, bag and baggage, if my friends come. If not, then I shall remain where I am. The Lord forbid, thought Ewan, but I can apply to the sheriff. Death and fury, thunder and blazes, I should like to see the rascal of a sheriff who would dare to meddle with me, growled the old fellow, as his one eye shot fire, and limping away he ascended the stairs, grumbling and swearing, leaving poor Ewan terrified even to think, on finding that his thoughts, although only half conceived, were at once divined and responded to by this strange inmate of his house. His friends, thought Ewan, who may they be? 3 heavy knocks rang on the floor overhead as a reply. It was the wooden leg of the Cherokee invader. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Midnight March. This queer old fellow, continued the quartermaster, was always in a state of great excitement, and used an extra number of oaths, and mixed his grog more thickly with gunpowder when a stray redcoat appeared far down the long green glen, which was crossed by Ewan's lonely toll bar. Then he would get into a prodigious fuss and bustle, and was wont to pack and cord his trunk, to brush up his well-worn and antique regimentals, and to adjust his queue and the black cockade of his triple-cornered hat, as if preparing to depart. As the time of that person's wished-for departure drew nigh, Ewan took courage, and shaking off the timidity with which the swearing and boisterous fury of Wooden Leg had impressed him, he ventured to expostulate a little on the folly and sin of his unmeaning oaths, and the atrocity of the crimes he boasted of having committed. But the wicked old Wooden Leg laughed and swore more than ever, saying that a true soldier was never a religious one. "You are wrong, comrade," retorted the old Cameronian, taking fire at such an assertion. "Religion is the lightest burden of a poor soldier can carry, and moreover it hath upheld me on many a long day's march, when almost sinking under hunger and fatigue, with my pack, kettle, and 60 rounds of ball ammunition on my back. The duties of a good and brave soldier are no way incompatible with those of a Christian man, and I never lay down to rest on the wet bivouac or bloody field, with my knapsack, or it might be a dead comrade, for a pillow, without thanking God. Ha, ha, ha! The God of Scotland's covenanted kirk, for the mercies he vouchsafed to Ewan MacEwan, a poor grenadier of the 26th Regiment. Ho, ho, ho!" The old Cameronian took off his bonnet, and lifted up his eyes as he spoke fervently, and with the simple reverence of the olden time, but Wooden Leg grinned and chuckled and gnashed his teeth as Ewan resumed. "A brave soldier may rush to the cannon's mouth, though it be loaded with grape and canister, or at a line of levelled bayonets, and rush fearlessly too, and yet he may tremble without shame at the thought of hell, or of offended heaven. Is it not so, comrade? I shall never forget the words of our chaplain before we stormed the Isles of Saba and St. Martin from the Dutch with Admiral Rodney in '81. Bah, that was after I was killed by the Cherokees. Well, the Cameronians were formed in line, mid-leg in the salt water, with bayonets fixed, the colours flying, the pipes playing, and drums beating. Britons strike home, and our chaplain, a reverend minister of God's word, stood beside the colonel with the shot and shell from the Dutch batteries flying about his old white head, but he was cool and calm, for he was the grandson of Richard Cameron, the glorious martyr of Aird's Moss. "Fear not, my barons," cried he. I called us his barons, having ministered unto us for 50 years and more. "Fear not, but remember that the eyes of the Lord are on every righteous soldier, and that his hand will shield him in the day of battle." "Forward, my lads," cried the colonel, waving his broad sword, while the musket shot shaved the curls of his old brigadier wig. "Forward, and at them with your bayonets." And bravely we fell on, 800 Scotsmen shoulder to shoulder, and in half an hour the British flag was waving over the Dutchman's jack on the ramparts of St. Martin. But to all Ewan's exordiums the Wooden Leg replied by oaths or mockery, or his incessant laugh, "Ha, ha, ha! Ho, ho, ho!" At last came the long-wished-for 26th of April. The day was dark and lowering. The pine woods looked black, and the slopes of the distant hills seemed close and near, and yet gloomy withal. The sky was veiled by masses of hurrying clouds, which seemed to chase each other across the Moray Firth. That estuary was flecked with foam, and the ships were riding close under the lee of the Highland shore, with topmasts struck, their boats secured, and both anchors out, for everything betokened a coming storm. And with night it came, in all its fury, a storm similar to that of the preceding year. The fierce and howling wind swept through the mountain gorges, and levelled the lonely sheilings, whirling their fragile roofs in the air, and uprooting strong pines and sturdy beeches. The water was swept up from the loch of the clans, and mingled with the rain which drenched the woods around it. The green and yellow lightning played in ghastly gleams about the black summit of Dun Deviat, and again the rolling thunder bellowed over the graves of the dead on the bleak, dark moor of Culloden. Attracted by the light in the windows of the toll house, the red deer came down from the hills in herds and cowered near the little dwelling, while the cries of the affrighted partridges, black cocks, and even those of the gannets from the Moray Firth were heard at times as they were swept past with branches, leaves, and stones on the skirts of the hurrying blast. "It is just such a storm as we had this night 12 months ago," said Miney, whose cheek grew pale at the elemental uproar. "There will be no one coming up the glen tonight," replied Ewan, "so I may as well secure the toll bar, lest a gust should dash it to pieces. It required no little skill or strength to achieve this in such a tempest. The gate was strong and heavy, but it was fastened at last, and Ewan retreated to his own fireside. Meanwhile, during all this frightful storm without, Woodenleg was heard singing and carolling upstairs, stumping about in the laws of the tempest, and rolling, pushing, and tumbling his chest from side to side. Then he descended to get a fresh can of grog, for grog, grog, grog was ever his cry. His old withered face was flushed, and his excited eyes shone like a baleful star. He was conscious that a great event would ensue. Ewan felt happy in his soul that his humble home should no longer be the resting place of this evil bird whom the last tempest had blown hither. "So you leave us tomorrow, comrade," said he. "I'll march before daybreak," growled the other. "'Twas our old fashion in the days of Mendon. Husk and Hawley always marched off in the dark. Before daybreak. Fire and smoke, I've said so, and you shall see, for my friends are on the march already. But good night, for I shall have to parade betimes. They come, though far, far off as yet." He retired with one of his diabolical leers, and Ewan and his wife ensconced themselves in the recesses of their warm box bed. Miney soon fell into a sound sleep, though the wind continued to howl, the rain to lash against the trembling walls of the little mansion, and the thunder to hurl peal after peal across the sky of that dark and tempestuous night. The din of the elements and his own thoughts kept Ewan long awake, but though the gleams of electric light came frequent as ever through the little window, the glow of the gathering peat sank lower on the hearth of hard-beaten clay, and the dull measured tick-tack of the drowsy clock as it fell on the drum of his ear about midnight was sending him to sleep by the weariness of its intense monotony, when from a dream that the fierce hawk-eye of his malevolent lodger was fixed upon him, he started suddenly to full consciousness. An uproar of tongues now rose and fell upon the gusts of wind without, and he heard an authoritative voice requiring the toll-bar to be opened. Overhead rang the stumping of the wooden leg, whose hoarse voice was heard bellowing in reply from the upper window. "The Lord have a care of us," muttered MacEwan, as he threw his kilt and plaid round him, thrust on his bonnet and brogues, and hastened to the door, which was almost blown in by the tempest as he opened it. The night was as dark and the hurricane as furious as ever, but how great was Ewan's surprise to see the advanced guard of a corps of grenadiers halted at the toll-bar gate, which he hastened to unlock, and the moment he did so it was torn off its iron hooks and swept up the glen like a leaf from a book or lady's handkerchief, as with an unearthly howling the wind came tearing along in fitful and tremendous gusts, which made the strongest forests stoop and dash the struggling coasters on the rocks of the Firth, the estuarium variaris of the olden time. As the levin brands burst in lurid fury overhead, they seemed to strike fire from the drenched rocks, the dripping trees, and the long line of flooded roadway that wound through the pastoral glen towards Culloden. The advance guard marched on in silence with arms slung, and Ewan, to prevent himself from being swept away by the wind, clung with both hands to a stone pillar of the bar gate, that he might behold the passage of this midnight regiment, which approached in firm and silent order in sections of 12 files abreast, all with muskets slung. The pioneers were in front, with their leather aprons, axes, saws, billhooks, and hammers. The band was at the head of the column. The drums, fifes, and colours were in the centre. The captains were at the head of their companies. The subalterns on the reverse flank and the field officers were all mounted on black chargers that curvetted and pranced like shadows without a sound. Slowly they marched, but erect and upright, not a man of them seeming to stoop against the wind or rain, while overhead the flashes of the broad and blinding lightning were blazing like a ghastly torch, and making every musket barrel, every belt plate, sword blade, and buckle gleam, as this mysterious corps filed through the barrier, with wooden leg among them. By the incessant gleams, Ewan could perceive that they were grenadiers, and wore the quaint old uniform of George II's time, the sugar loaf-shaped cap of red cloth embroidered with worsted, the great square-tailed red coat with its heavy cuffs and close-cut collar, the stockings rolled above the knee, and enormous shoe-buckles. They carried grenade pouches, the officers had espontoons, the sergeants shouldered heavy halberds, and the coats of the little drum boys were covered with fantastic lace. It was not the quaint and antique aspect of this solemn battalion that terrified Ewan or chilled his heart, but the ghastly expression of their faces, which were pale and hollow-eyed, being, to all appearance, the visages of spectres, and they marched past like a long and wavering panorama, without a sound, for though the wind was loud and the rain was drenching, neither could have concealed the measured tread of so many mortal feet. But there was no footfall heard on the roadway, nor the tramp of a charger's hoof. The regiment defiled past, noiseless as a wreath of smoke. The pallor of their faces and the stillness which accompanied their march were out of the course of nature, and the soul of MacEwan died away within him, but his eyes were riveted upon the marching phantoms, if phantoms indeed they were, as if by fascination, and like one in a terrible dream, he continued to gaze until the last files were passed, and with them rode a fat and full-faced officer wearing a three-cocked hat, and having a star and blue ribbon on his breast. His face was ghastly like the rest, and dreadfully distorted, as if by mental agony and remorse. 2 aides-de-camps accompanied him, and he rode a wild-looking black horse, whose eyes shot fire. At the neck of the fat spectre, for a spectre he really seemed, hung a card. It was the 9 of diamonds. The whole of this silent and mysterious battalion passed in line of march up the glen, with the gleams of lightning flashing about them. One bolt more brilliant than the rest brought back the sudden flash of steel. They had fixed bayonets and shouldered arms, and on they marched, diminishing in the darkness and the distance, those ghastly grenadiers, towards the flat bleak moor of Culloden, with the green lightning playing about them, and gleaming on the storm-swept waste. The wooden-legged Ewan's Unco Quest disappeared with them, and was never heard of more in Strathnairn. He had come with a tempest and gone with one. Neither was any trace ever seen or heard of those strange and silent soldiers. No regiment had left Nairn that night, and no regiment reached Inverness in the morning. So unto this day the whole affair remains a mystery, and a subject for ridicule with some, although Ewan, whose story of the midnight march of a corps in time of war caused his examination by the authorities in the castle of Inverness, stuck manfully to his assertions, which were further corroborated by the evidence of his wife and children. He made a solemn affidavit of the circumstances I've related before the sheriff, whose court books will be found to confirm them in every particular. If not, it is the aforesaid sheriff's fault and not mine. There were not a few, but these were generally old Jacobite ladies of decayed Highland families, who formed the gossiping tabbies and wallflowers of the northern meeting, who asserted that in their young days they had heard of such a regiment marching by night once a year to the field of Culloden, for it is currently believed by the most learned on such subjects in the vicinity of the Cloch-na-Cludden, that on the anniversary of the sorrowful battle, a certain place, which shall be nameless, opens, and that the restless souls of the murderers of the wounded clansmen march in military array to the green graves upon the purple heath in yearly penance, and this story was thought to receive full corroboration by the apparition of a fat, lubberly spectre with the 9 of diamonds chained to his neck, as it was on that card, since named the Curse of Scotland. The Duke of Cumberland hastily penciled the savage order to show no quarter to the wounded, but to slaughter all. Such was the story of our old Highland quartermaster. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Last of Don Fabrique. A week or two after our return from Seville to Gibraltar, Jack Slingsby received a note from a Spanish officer who commanded a detachment of the Grenadiers of Jean, to the effect that the famous bandit Fabrique de Urquilla had been taken and was condemned to die by the spirited alcalde of San Roque, that his execution was to take place on the day after tomorrow, and that if we wished to behold the mode of punishing such criminals in Spain, it would afford him much pleasure if we joined his party, which was ordered to assist in guarding the scaffold. Though neither of us were animated by a love of cruelty or taste for the morbid, we were somewhat curious to see how this romantic vagabond, who so pitilessly had meted out death to so many others, would encounter his own terrible doom, and availing ourselves of the Spanish officer's polite offer, we procured a day's leave, rode over to breakfast with him, and marched with his detachment to San Roque, a little town which lies, as I have elsewhere said, about 6 miles from our garrison on the Spanish side. As we proceeded, the Spanish Capitano told us the little episode of Don Fabrique's capture. It happened thus. The alcalde of San Roque was reputed to be immensely wealthy, and to have in a secret place a strong box full of yellow doubloons and rich silver duros, piled up in shining pillars to its brim, like the treasure chests which the Moors are supposed to have hidden in all the old castles and ruined atalayas in Spain, and all of which are occasionally visible to those who have the fortune of being born on Good Friday, as every Spaniard knows. The rumour of this wealth could not fail to reach the ears of Don Fabrique, and to excite the cupidity of that enterprising gentleman, but concealing his intentions from his band, whom he intended to leave, as he proposed to himself, a little trip to Perez or Peru, if he relieved the alcalde of those cares which are inseparable from the possession of wealth, he reconnoitred the house, and found an entrance to a room wherein he secreted himself beneath a bed which stood in an alcove off it. In this bed the portly alcalde and his buxom wife were wont to take their repose, so Don Fabrique had not been very long in this place of concealment when the lady came in with a lamp in her hand, and placing it on the toilet table, proceeded to divest her charming person of her habiliments. She threw the fag end of her cigar into the brasero, hung her wig upon a knob of the mirror, etc. She then dipped a finger into the little font of holy water, which hung at the head of her bed, and stepped in to await the coming of her worthy spouse, who was lingering over the Geraldo and a glass of Valdepenas in the dining-room below. Now as the bed had a canvas bottom like a hammock, and the lady therein was equal in size and weight to 3 ordinary women, Don Fabrique, with natural consternation, reflected on what he should have to endure when the gore-bellied alcalde was added to the superincumbent load of the Senora. Demonio, thought he, what is to be done? I shall be suffocated before that brute, the Signor Patron, is half asleep. The panting robber stirred uneasily, and the stout lady above him started. Madre de Dios, what is that? She whispered to herself. There was no response, but on Fabrique stirring again, the Senora fairly sprang in terror from her bed. Fabrique dared not breathe, but with one hand on his stiletto and the other on his lips, he lay still as death. The lady now obtained a glimpse of his foot, and uttering one of those shrill cries which most women can utter at any time, she rushed from the chamber to seek her husband, but first she took the precaution of double locking the door. Finding himself discovered, and aware that all was over now, Fabrique hastened to escape by his place of entrance, the window. Alas, it was now secured by a shutter crossed by iron bars on the outside, and these resisted all his efforts. There was no chimney. Again he rushed to the door. It was firm, fast as a rock, and he might as well have rushed against the stone wall. He heard the clank of feet and of halberds as the hastily summoned alguazils came into the room below. True, he had his dagger, but what would that avail him against so many? The perspiration burst over his brow, and he cursed the avarice which brought him on such errand, unassisted by that faithful and determined band he was about to leave for ever. Fertile in expedients, he at last thought of one. He threw off all his clothes and popped into the bed of the Signor Alcalde, and scarcely had he tucked himself cosily in, when the door was burst open, and in marched the portly patron, his eyes dilated with vengeance, and his paunch swollen with official dignity and purple Valdepenas, while the grim alguazils with pointed halberds and cocked trabullas came behind, and with them was the terrified lady in her night-dress, holding a candle in one trembling hand, her rosary and a case of reliques in the other. Fabrique gazed at them with well-feigned surprise, which was reflected in the faces of all, on beholding the place of his retreat, though it soon turned to resentment in the wife of the alcalde. Her eyes flashed, her plump cheeks and bosom became crimson with anger. How now, Signor Rateguillo? Thundered the alcalde. What am I to understand by all this? By what, most worthy Signor? Whined the robber with affected simplicity and shame. Why, your being here, Signor, in the bed of the Signora. In my bed, continued the alcalde, gathering courage from the loudness of his own voice. Speak, rascal, why are you here? Ask the Signora, who invited me, replied Fabrique, with the coolest assurance in the world. Morte de Dios, what is this I hear? Muttered the overwhelmed alcalde. Yes, ask her, for I did not come here unexpected. Believe me, most worthy and much injured Signor Patron, continued the cunning rogue as he leaped out of bed, and assisted by the tittering alguazils put on his garments with all haste, while the wife of the poor alcalde gazed upon him speechless with rage at the inference and his accusation, while the magistrate himself was baffled and blanched by a new and vague sense of shame and consternation. My dear Senora, said Fabrique in a bland tone, as he tied on his sash and assumed his sombrero, I regret extremely that you are weary of me, that my company is no longer pleasing to you as of old. but it is very cruel of you to bring the neck of a poor lover, so faithful as I, into such deadly jeopardy, and I shall treasure this lesson of female perfidy, revenge, and caprice to my latest hour. Muchas gracias, Signora. Much good may your trick do you. The lady was choking with anger and unmerited shame, while the cunning rogue continued. Most worthy Signor Alcalde, most faithless and fickle Signora, and you, most paltry and pitiful Signors Alguazils, I have the honour to wish you all a very good evening. With a low bow and a mocking smile he was about to depart, when one of the alguazils exclaimed, Stop, seize him, by Santiago, 'tis Fabrique de Urquilla. The face of the robber became black with fury. He drew his stiletto and rushed upon his discoverer, but was soon beaten down by the halberts and clubbed blunderbusses of the officials, by whom he was bound with cords and dragged to prison without delay. He was soon tried in due form, and though the whole town rang with his terrible exploits, and the women praised his handsome figure, his reckless courage, and the great tact and skill by which he had so nearly eluded the pot-bellied alcalde, he was sentenced to be garroted at 12 o'clock today. Such was the detail given to us by the Spanish officer. As we neared San Roque, we found great crowds from remote parts of the judicial partido, all clad in the picturesque and antique costumes of the province, ascending the mountain on which the town is situated, and all anxious to behold the dying demeanour of the most famous of Spanish bandits, the greatest since Manuel Francisco was shot at Cordova 2 years ago. The mountain of San Roque stands at the head of a beautiful bay of the same name, and on looking back as we ascended, we had a charming view of the sea, with several large xebecs floating like gigantic white birds with wings outspread upon its shining azure surface. A clear and brilliant morning sun poured a flood of light athwart the picturesque plaza of San Roque, into which, as one may easily imagine, the whole male population of the town, about 8,000, were crowded. This plaza resembled a sea of human heads covered with black or brown sombreros, though there were many who wore only their own coarse black hair in netted calls, and a few had scarlet forage caps. Above this crowd glittered the bayonets and the glazed shakos of a battalion of infantry of the Spanish line from the adjacent barracks. These surrounded the high wooden platform of the garret. Within their line were the poor old ecclesiastics of the 2 suppressed convents and the 3 hospitals of San Roque, wearing the remarkable monastic costumes of a past age. The principal place was occupied by the commandant of the fortified camp of San Roque, who, upon our appearing among the crowd in our British uniform, sent his aide-de-camp with a polite invitation for us to join his staff, which we immediately accepted. On the centre of the platform, which was about 20 feet square and covered with black cloth, sat the fallen Fabrique de Urquilla upon a little wooden stool, with his back placed against the upright post of the garret, the iron collar of which encircled his brawny naked neck. His broad low brow was black as a thundercloud, his eyes were fierce and keen, and with a lowering glance of a scornful pride he surveyed the masses who crowded on every inch of space that afforded footing. His ankles were chained to an eye-bolt on the floor of the platform. Near him stood the old confessor Jose de Torquemada of Medina, barefooted, his cowl thrown back, in his wrinkled hands an ivory crucifix, which ever and anon he placed to the quivering lips of the doomed man in the interval of prayer. Poor Urquilla, I forgot all his atrocities and the evil he would once have done to Slingsby and myself, and now I felt only pity for his terrible situation. I saw your glance of commiseration, said Jack quietly as he prepared a cigarito, but be assured, Ramble, you may as well feel pity for a bruised wolf. I've not forgotten the Rio de Muerte, and that night on the hills above Troniona. Noble caballeros, buenos cristianos, said a venerable Franciscan, placing before us the wooden platter on which he was receiving the reals and pence of the faithful, por Nuestra Senora Santissima, one little medio for the sinful soul of Fabrique de Urquilla. Jack and I, though believing but little in monk or mass, were taught as soldiers to respect the religious prejudices of all men. Thus we were touched by the honest piety of these old pillars of a dying creed, dying at least in Spain, and we each threw in a gold coin. This raised an approving murmur among the people, and the prisoner gave us a glance full of recognition and gratitude. We had paid enough for 50 masses. The church bell now began to toll a passing knell. Then the alguazils, who wore the cavalier costume of other times, the broad hat, the long locks, the white Vandyke collar over a little shoulder mantle, the short knee breeches and buckled shoes of the days of Cervantes, advanced their halberts and ascended the scaffold, accompanied by the executioner, who was dressed in the deepest black. All present now murmured and looked round, and several officers drew their swords, for rumours of a projected rescue were current in San Roque and its vicinity. The confession was ended, and if all the horrors which rumour ascribed to the unhappy Urquilla were true, what a revelation it must have been, what a volume it would have made. Jose Turquemada remained on his knees beside the penitent, who turned to him ever and anon, anxiously and hurriedly, to pour into his ear some newly remembered act of guilt, or perhaps to spin out the thread of life a very little longer. Meanwhile the solemn bell continued tolling. The people around the scaffold were nearly all upon their knees, and the grasp of the executioner was laid upon the iron wrench or screw of the garret. The face of the culprit flushed as he did so, and then grew pale as marble. The hand of the church clock indicated the hour of noon. Then a cannon pealed from the fortifications of San Roque, and the priest pointed with his crucifix to heaven, while the executioner at that instant gave the screw a vigorous twist, and the head of Urquilla fell suddenly on his breast. It heaved a little, and all was over. A viva mingled with the prayers of the people, but the dead man remained motionless and still under the bright sunshine of noon, and then rose the hum of many voices, as if a load had been taken off every breast, while the bayonets flashed and the sharp brass drums beat merrily, as the Spanish infantry wheeled from hollow square into open column of companies and marched by sections through the plaza to the fortified camp of San Roque. Then the crowd, who up to the last moment had foretold and expected a rescue from the band of Urquilla, who were hovering and vowing vengeance on the Sierra de Ronda, began to disperse. Such was the last act in the terrible career of Fabrique de Urquilla, the student of Alcala, and such was the last episode of Jack Slingsby's Spanish adventures and mine. We dined with the commandant at the fortified camp of San Roque, and in the evening rode back to Gibraltar, where we found the garrison in a buzz of excitement. "What is the matter?" I asked of a sentinel at the lower fortifications as we rode in. "And for what reason was that heavy cannon fired after sunset?" "The Himalaya has come in, sir, with Sir Henry Slingsby and a detachment of the guards on board. She is at anchor in the roads, and your regiment is ordered to embark for the Crimea by gunfire tomorrow." "Hurrah!" cried Jack, and we dashed at full speed to our barracks, where the clusters of our soldiers in the square, laughing and talking gaily, the colonel's orderly running after the adjutant calling for the sergeant major, and the evident excitement and satisfaction visible in every face, corroborated the information of the sentinel, and impressed upon us the necessity of immediately packing our baggage. But before doing so, I dispatched at once to press these little tales and episodes which have enlightened and beguiled our mess table in old Gibraltar, and if they please my readers and win from them but half the praise they won from my light-hearted and brave brother officers, my task in collecting them will be more than recompensed. End of chapter 29. End of The Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant.